I am Dr. Karunakar Jha, and today what we are going to discuss is about introduction of customer relationship management. Now, why are you discussing customer relationship management? Sometimes you wonder that this is something which should be something which every company should practice on a regular basis, and there should be on this. But we are discussing this because the times have changed, and we are now entering an era where so much is happening across. Take the case of pandemic itself, which has changed life drastically for us. And then there is a major revolution of technology which has happened. Now, technology is something which obviously gives you that advantage. At the same time, it also gives you a disadvantage, in the sense that today you could be, while you're using the technology to your advantage, the customer can also use the technology to their advantage. And therefore, I like to say here that customer relationship management is gaining a lot of importance. And let me give you a definition by Meta Group in 2000. It says, the automation of horizontally integrated business processes involving front office customer contact points, these are marketing, sales, service and support, via multiple interconnected delivery channels. Now this is the important part. The customer today, you are able to contact the customer at different levels, and there are different contact points. They have increased much more than they were earlier. The customer can also contact you from those various points, and that is why the CRM as a word has changed drastically. CRM is also a process that addresses all aspects of identifying customers, creating customer knowledge, building customer relationships, and shaping their perceptions of the organization and its products. In marketing, a very important term is perception. And CRM establishes a perception about a company, whether it's good or bad, because the customer decides how good the product is, how good the service is, and how effective the company's marketing strategies have been. Nothing actually can go away from the customer. So, what happens here? The customer knowledge. You also build customer relationships, and you also build their perceptions in the right direction. If they don't get a wrong perception about a brand or a company or a service. And that is what CRM is all about. CRM is also a business strategy. A business strategy because of the fact it is something not just marketing, it is beyond marketing. Because in marketing, you will promote your product, you will sell your product, you will make your product reach out to the customer. Okay, but in CRM, this will be something where you understand the consumer behavior. How is the customer, in the sense that how the customer has felt, has got the value for the product they were looking at. And that is what CRM studies. So CRM as a business is also a strong business strategy, not just a functional one. It also provides direction to all departments that or employee that maintain customer contact. In the sense that today, if your customer service is effective and you are touching the customer at the various multiple contact points, what you have to ensure is that the entire department of all the functions in the company are informed what the customer feels about the product. If there's a complaint, for that matter, you need to immediately inform the concerned department like production, and in turn there are other departments also get alerted, the quality control and purchase There could be a packaging issue, could be a drop in sales tomorrow. It can affect the sales department, the finance department also. So every department gives a direction based on what the customer feels. The customer impact on product or a service is felt immediately across all departments. And therefore also what I mean to say here is even the employees who are part of these departments get immediately to know what exactly they have to do in the next step. What are the elements of CRM? There are 4 elements of CRM. Now, when you say 4 elements of CRM, they are basically customer knowledge, relationship strategy. Now, what is the relationship strategy? How you build relations with the customer. So, customer knowledge, then you build a relationship strategy, you have communication, and then finally you have a individual value proposition. That's the critical part. Now, let's take for example customer knowledge. Now, you might need to, sometimes even a birthday or a birthday of a customer makes a world of difference. You wish the customer on a birthday, look at the world of difference it makes to a customer. So every aspect of the customer, the knowledge of the customer needs to be developed, needs to be kept in mind. Very, very important. Second is to develop a relationship strategy with the customer. That's another important aspect to be kept in mind. You must develop a good relationship strategy for a customer. You must develop it. You must see that the strategy which you develop is in relation to the customer's requirements. Communication is another important aspect of and don't forget one thing, in strategy what you have to keep in mind, the customer needs to feel good about the strategy. You need to be effective. The strategy has to be impactful. The strategy has to work. Strategy needs to make an impact on the customer. That's an important part again. And the third is communication. Today we are talking about the digital era. We're talking about social media. We're talking about so many other forms of communication which need to be developed to reach out to a customer. The customer needs to be communicated on various aspects very quickly. I've seen so many times in retail outlets, in superstores, sometimes the retail persons are very rude to a customer. They take it for granted that the customer will come and buy the product and services. Now that's very, very unfair. The customer you need to understand the customer's queries. You need to understand, today on social media, a lot of queries come. You need to respond immediately. You need to reply immediately. A mail comes on some query, you need to reply promptly. And also with the adequate information to the customer. My friends, I'll tell you one thing, communication, although it sounds very easy, it probably is the most challenging of the elements as far as CRM is concerned. Because communication, although it is something which we think we can control, is something goes beyond control. And therefore we'll discuss later in the chapters the importance, what are the various options we have in communication, the multi-channel and the multi-channel communications we have. We will discuss that in detail. But let's keep one thing in mind, that communication will remain to be a very, very important challenge. And we must develop our communication channels very effectively. Very, very effective. Because in the era of digital today, it's a double-edged sword. The communication, if not given on time, communication, if not given correctly, can also be very, very damaging for the company. And what is important to keep in communication is that first and foremost, the speed has to be there. We must ensure the speed of the communication. Finally, of course, we must discuss the value proposition for a customer. These are offerings in return. What is the value proposition we are offering to a customer? And this value proposition is a very, very important aspect. Ultimately, why does the customer buy a product or a service. It is for the value proposition, and therefore it's very important to keep in mind that the individual value proposition of the customer is kept in mind, and the individual value proposition has to be looked in from an angle of the satisfaction. If you see today, what is the value proposition the customer was expecting when the company and the customer got into a relationship, and what exactly the customer got. So this is one important aspect you need to keep in mind, because just keep one thing in mind: CRM will not be complete if you don't have these four aspects taken in the right frame: knowledge, customer knowledge, relationship strategy, communication, and the individual value proposition. It will give you that over any other competitor, because this is where the customer will remain loyal to you. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Today we'll talk about the introduction, part B. So you must have had a clear idea about customer relations is not something which was not part of our daily life. It has always been, but it has not been done professionally. And in the current generation, the importance of CRM becomes more relevant, especially because of competition and, of course, most importantly, what you call technology. So is CRM new? Is it a new phenomenon? Is it something new that you and me don't know? Well, some people say it is simply an extension of relationship marketing. Some people say it builds on customer service and satisfaction concepts. There's also a view that it's just the latest buzzword. It sounds good for creating customer orientation. You find a lot of companies will start using we are customer friendly, we care for the customer. I know a lot of people, Amazon, when it came to India, it started promoting one-day delivery. So, it sounds, I don't know how many of you seen the current campaign done by a lot of these food delivery companies. They are showing how the delivery partners are very customer conscious, no matter how big the person is. So if you see, it is something where you create a buzzword and you show that you are concerned for the customer. And finally, one important aspect is bottom line is still the same, meaning that you really don't affect your bottom line when you do CRM. And so this is one view, which is an extreme view, and there is a new view, which is the latest view of people who are genuinely looking at customers as their strengths to make their company or a brand stronger. It is a shift in corporate philosophy concerning the approach to value delivery. Meaning that you realize that today customers are important, and you need to look at them as an important entity, because if you don't, you're going to lose one customer, maybe you'll lose 100 customers. They could make you lose 100 customers. One dissatisfied customer could lead you to 100. Customer-centric approach to value chain. Now, what is the value chain? The value chain is where you have to focus on very clearly. Every aspect of your business which leads to the customer, everybody is concerned about the customer. It's not that only the people in marketing have to be concerned about the customer. It's everybody else involved in the organization has to be concerned about the customer. Otherwise, it will not work. And in isolated effort will not work at all. And therefore, it's very important that everybody involved in this entire process, in the organization, in the value chain itself, has to be concerned. Yes, that customer is important. Another important aspect is technology. Now, technology, as you know very well, today we are sitting in 2021. We have seen the pandemic came and went, but what happened? People becoming very conscious about health. They started thinking about the fact that we should not look at deliveries, going to the shops because you found it was unsafe, and obviously you found it very easy to get it from the e-commerce companies. And today, let's be honest, today we find most of our life today is led by technology, whether it's banking, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's health. A lot of the health companies have mushroomed overnight, and so they are doing very well because obviously there is value attached to it, there is safety attached to it. So there is this new enhanced focus on technology. So that's another very important part which you have to keep in mind. Now, thirdly, a very important fact, fourthly, is that focus is not just on bottom line, but on top line. Now, this is a very important shift. We always look at cost. We think that today cost is important, and how can we invest so much in customer service? How can we invest so much on additional area because it's going to increase. The consciousness is very important. So companies are realizing today that it is not just a cost in terms of saving money today and enhancing your bottom line. It has to be increasing your customer base, and that's classic example is of Amazon and e-commerce companies where they are investing in customers today and they are increasing their customer base. So no matter what you do, if your customer, see, the thinking has to change. It's not about how much money you make today, it's how much money will you make tomorrow. That's very important. You've got to survive. You've got to be in the battle to be fought with for the long haul. And that is where the companies are investing in technology, investing in people. And therefore, they're not looking at bottom line today. They're looking at more the top line, and they're looking at the customer base going up due to customer satisfaction. And as you can see, as one dissatisfied customer can take away 100 customers, similarly, a satisfied customer without advertising, without communication, without the additional cost on advertising which you spend, can get you satisfied customers, maybe more than 100, right? So this is another major argument, people who feel that CRM is a new phenomenon now. And the goal is to create satisfying experiences across all customer points. So whatever point you are able to meet the customer or interact with the customer, you have to ensure that the customer. So after having discussed in the earlier slide about the fact that what exactly is CRM, what are the areas of CRM activity? And that's another important aspect we must look at. Now, the areas of CRM activity, why they are important? Because of the fact that you will ultimately have to do it from various angles, and therefore it is very important for us to discuss what are the areas of CRM activity, and look at and understand each of one of them from the point of view of customer. Because you can have a lot of areas, but if you're not looking at the customer satisfaction, then of course it's not going to help you to at least practice the CRM activity. So let us start with the first one, Salesforce automation. Now Salesforce automation today is become very important. Why? Because of the fact that today, as the technology has gained importance, the Salesforce needs to be well equipped, because the first Salesforce is the first line or the first, let's say, they are the first people who meet the customers, and they need to be automated because they can get back, they can get to know, they're able to respond, all kinds of advantages of making them automated. So 35% to 40% of all CRM activity is managed by the CRM, by the Salesforce. And therefore, it's very important to ensure that they are fully automated, they are given adequate support, both in terms of, you know, uh, a good technology and a good understanding of technology. What are the advantages of automating the sales force? The biggest advantage, first to begin with, is it manages lead generation, meaning it gives you the data to find out who are the customers the sales force is meeting or interacting with. The data is going to play a very critical role because technology is all about data. You get a history about the customer, the data about the customer. So managing lead generation is one of the most important part. Second is it tracks movement of leads through the pipeline. So once you generate a lead for a particular business, you must also ensure that what is the status of that lead. A lot of times we generate a lead, a very positive lead, but we don't track it, and halfway down the line the lead gets lost. So that's another very important aspect, is that you must be able to track. A lot of times you'll find in the courier business or e-commerce business, you'll find that whatever order you have placed, that order you can track easily. Now, what is the reason behind it today? Is that you can, and as a customer, the customer can easily get back to you if there is a delay and feel good about the fact that they can track the shipment or the delivery which they have ordered, they have placed for. It allows better usage of customer data. Using the data in the effective manner. See, once you have the data, you are able to use the data in the right direction. Use it in the right direction, obviously you are going to make the customer very happy. The basic idea of data is that you are aware what exactly is happening with the customer, and that is the value. So you are able to take a decision based on the data you have available at your disposal. It integrates activities across sales channels. So very important, you can integrate. You're able to pass on information. Suppose the production department is not producing enough, or the packaging department is not packed it well. So the integration is very, very easily possible across all the sales channels through by the basis of automation. So please understand, we went to first lead generation, then we had tracks movement of leads through pipeline, allows better usage of customer data, and fourth is integrated activity across sales channels. Another important aspect of Salesforce automation is it simplifies relationship management. It makes it easy. Today, when you have a data, when you have all the integration, you're able to use your data effectively. It makes your relationship very simple, very easy, and that is what is the most difficult part to manage. Is that managing the relationship. Sometimes we don't have enough information. How do you manage a relationship? So unless you know the customer, what the pain points of the customer are, and the data will give you the pain points, you'll be able to maintain a healthy relationship. And finally, one of the most important is forecast for opportunities. So this is a SWOT. What are the opportunities you have with the customer? A lot of time we don't know what opportunities we have because we don't have enough information. So please understand, this is a very important aspect, and we must not forget it. The Salesforce automation is the most critical part as far as the CRM activity is concerned. So I hope you will be able to follow this and ensure that in your business activity, you are able to follow the Salesforce activity very well. Thank you. So having discussed we'll be discussing CRM activity or the areas of CRM activity. We discussed in the earlier slide about the fact of Salesforce automation. Now the next one is another very important area of a CRM activity which we must keep in mind. A lot of time we don't pay heed to all this because we think it's taken for granted. We think it's not that important. But we must understand, a lot of times if you feel today, if you go to any organization and you find that today, you know, the reception for that matter, or the front office for that matter, they are not at all, it's also called help desk. And a lot of times you want to go to them and you find out they're not able to give you any possible information or idea about a particular aspect about the company. But do you realize how much benefit it can create for you? If today the help desk gives you a right answer, if you have a problem regarding a financial product in an insurance company, or if you go to a product company and you want to find out what kind of products are, how do you meet the right person and get your problem solved? So the help desk has a very important role to play. The help desk is generally today to help you, and around 15 to 20% of all CRM activities is taken care by the help desk. Now, how much attention do we pay to that? How much training do we give to our help desk staff or people? And this is where again a very important aspect of CRM is that you must look at help desk, because help desk, again, as you saw, the data is that's around 20% of all CRM activity is generates through the help desk. You can satisfy a customer if you're able to answer the questions. Listen to them first more than anything else. The help desk basic job is to listen to the customer, to understand their pain point, understand their trouble, whatever problems they are going through, and listen to them. Majority of customers today don't mind the solution, but what they feel bad about is that no one hears them out. And I've seen in my personal life also, and when I worked in various companies, is that today the customers, they don't really mind if the solution gets delayed, but they want to be heard. Hearing them, their problem or the issues which they are facing with the company, with the product, can be very, very important. So please, you must keep in mind the help desk part. It also, what are the advantages of focusing on the help? It allows individuals to access network database to solve their problems and find explanation. The help desk allows individuals to access network database. The database can be accessed by the help desk to solve their problems or find information. So this is another very important aspect, is that it allows everybody to access network database to solve their own problems and find information. Today, in today's age of automation today, is very important. You'll find all websites, they have this helpline, and you can always go to the helpline. That's help desk. You get maximum information. You can find out answers to any issue which you're facing. And this can be also your call center also could be one of the areas where they can call. But this is basically a help desk, is where a lot of information, it could be in a physical, offline, it could be online, both. Can be both ways. It can also be internal and external. Yeah, that's another thing. It can be internal and external, both. So internal is within. You could create help desk on online, call centers, all these areas are internal. And it could be external, where you could have help desk. If you're a retail outlet, if you're a company, there is a help desk, there is a person sitting or a lady sitting there, and if you have any problem, you can always go. If you go to banks today, you'll find a lady sitting, or a customer relations, and you want to buy a check, or you want to order a checkbook, or you want to find out about your balance. You don't know which counter will give you what service. You can always go and talk to them, and they can help you. So internal or external, but help desk as an entity has to be very much prevalent. It offers many bottom line savings. Now, one of the advantages is a lot of bottom line savings. How does it offer bottom line saving? You must understand one thing. People are there in the company. A lot of times we recruit a lot of people, but if you have the right kind of people with the right kind of job, you're able to save a lot of money, because it will have an effect on the customer, the cost to the company. Losing a customer is a high cost, and therefore you can offer a lot of benefit in terms of bottom line savings. So guys, please understand one thing, that FAQs. Now, have you come across FAQs in company? That's not the help desk, a kind of help desk, and you can always go and click. Nowadays you have this bots are available today on banks. You have this Sophie. That's another kind of a help desk service which is being provided. So please understand, this help desk does not take it as a routine matter. It has to be taken as a strength. It is one of the values you can offer to the customer, and it's very important that we offer these values to the customer, right? Friends, we have discussed two aspects so far. One, of course, was Salesforce automation, and now we are discussing, and after that we discussed help desk, and now we are discussing marketing automation. Now, if you saw the first part, it was Salesforce. It was different, and a lot of times we get confused sometimes that we combine both marketing and sales together, but we must keep one thing in mind, that both are very, very different aspects. Marketing, as you know very well, is all about communication. It's all about creating the pull from the customer to come to the shop or come to your e-commerce outlet and buy the product or a service. And therefore, another very important aspect here is marketing automation. Now, marketing automation is also, why is it important? Because of the fact that today you need to understand, suppose you are doing an online campaign, how many customers have actually seen your particular advertising campaign? What has been the campaign result? And how the campaign has been, how many people have responded to based on the advertising? Because, it's critical that whatever money is spent on marketing is also, well received by the customer. So a lot of times, I remember in the time of television and print, we never had enough data to find out what exactly was happening with the investment made in advertising and promotion. But now, with the digital technology, digital marketing, we can actually measure our advertising, how effective it is, the advertising, how many people are seeing, how many people are, if you have a banner in the website, or if you have a content, how good your content, how many people are visiting the website on a daily basis. And that is the idea. Ultimately, you want people to visit the website, and you want them to see the product and talk about it and ask questions. It has to be interactive. And so therefore the marketing automation will help to enhance the interactivity of any activity. That's what means that the customers are seeing the particular, they're noticing the brand or the service or the product you're trying to communicate. And don't forget, as we saw earlier, this also contributes around 3 to 5% of CRM, but it's growing 5x faster than all others. Why? Because the reach is very high. In marketing, the biggest advantage is the reach. You're able to reach out to a large number of customers if you have a online technology to target them through this particular medium. So what I want to highlight here as a activity here is that marketing automation should be given priority. A lot of organizations who have not looked at digital marketing, today I don't think many organizations will be around if they don't look at digital marketing or social media, or for that matter anything to do with the Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever medium you can choose, the platform you can choose. So there's a strong realization that my customer is sitting there. And don't forget, the majority of people, especially in India, are young people. And today young people are today all on internet, mobile, social media. So this is another reason why today marketing needs to be automated. What are the advantages of the marketing automation? It interfaces with the data warehouses and data mining activities to tailor page views. The page views are very important. As I said earlier, that you need to monitor how many people are seeing that campaign or the activity which you are trying to promote in the website or wherever, in other websites, wherever you're doing it. And they're able to see your products and know about the product. Today the advertising has shifted today from the offline media, which was, or let's call it traditional media, the television, the print, the radio, outdoor advertising. Money is all getting poured up in digital media today. And that is the reason. A promotion for that matter, any promotional activity. Now we know today mobile has become very popular. So if a mobile today is not targeted by you or by your company, what happens? You're missing out because the customer is keeping the mobile day in, day out with themselves, whether it's a he or she or a male or female. The mobile is become now a important, let's say, a very, very important, let's say, tool for a customer today. Today you don't go out with a purse in the pocket, but you go with a mobile. If you don't keep a mobile with you, you feel uneasy today, don't you? That's what happens. So the right offer goes to the right person at the right time. Typically, it has to come to me. I have to notice it. I want to make a travel plan, and I see the Make My Trip campaign on my website, on the website which I am visiting today, or maybe if I am on internet today. The moment I see that, I want to buy a product today for Diwali, or for that matter, Raksha Bandhan for my sister, and I see a campaign. So the right offer gets seen at the right time with the right customer. That is the advantage. The marketing automation aspect can also interact with the sales force. You can also, in that same activity, you can also get feedback from your salespeople. That's another very important aspect. And that's what another thing has to be kept in mind. And finally, it provides customized customer interaction critical to segment one-to-one marketing, customization, and customerization is also very, very possible. So I hope you understood what exactly you mean, is that all the marketing activities need to be also automated. As we did Salesforce, we did help desk, and now we must look at the fact of also the marketing aspect. Hope is very clear, and I'm sure you'll be able to understand it better when you go ahead and read the book also. But I'm sure, I hope I made it clear to you what exactly is the importance of marketing automation. Thank you. One more important aspect of CRM activity is commercial e-communities. Now these e-communities are very important because it creates an environment. Now if you see the environment, the people get meaningful interactions with company and other users so that they feel part of the enterprise. In a community you have like-minded people, you have people who have used the product and services. So you build credibility for the company also benefits when they have similar thinking people in the group, in the community. And if you see today typically, you all are fully aware today with this rise of social media. Now what is happening? Every company today is creating their own page or their own entity on various social networking sites. Now what is the idea behind it? The idea behind it is to create a e-community of like-minded people. And one can really get a lot of positive feedback about a company. Now the company has to ensure that the customers who are there on the network or on the platform are somebody who can add value to their customer. But it can only happen if you create that platform. So the goal is finally to create an environment where people get meaningful interactions with the company and other users, so that they all feel like a group. You don't feel alone. Sometimes what happens is when you go to a company alone, you feel that the company is trying to hard sell the services and the products. Where if you go to a e-community, let's say platform, what you generally get is that you're able to, and it's a very important aspect, when you have others. Well, the biggest advantage of e-community is that you get a support, you get a lot of support, you understand. If others are satisfied or if others are convinced, then I should be convinced. I should also trust this brand, this company, this product. So this is the important part, and with the advent of technology, obviously it has become more popular, and obviously people are every company is trying to utilize this community aspect, e-community aspect, very, very, very well. So it adds a human component and engages customers. So the important part to keep in mind here is that it's creating a interaction. You're engaging the customer. You are able to talk to the customer in a very, very friendly manner. You're able to empathize with the customer very well. And don't forget today that in the earlier days when we didn't have this aspect of technology, it would take years, hours to get in touch with the customer. The customer would have very difficult time to get in touch with the company, and in most of the time they would not they would not know the way to get in touch, and the company would lose the customer because the customer would move on to a new product or a new service. So this is the area where I think a lot of companies, because of the fact that they realize the value of e-community, they spend a lot of money, they spend a lot of resources, and they build their community online. Online, of course, is becoming more popular. It's also possible physically on offline, but I think the real I think the growth is going to happening in online community, because as we discussed earlier, digital technology is making it easier, and finally what happens here is it creates more stickiness. By stickiness, it means that they spend more time and they feel a sense of ownership when they come into a group of people. They feel that, okay, fine, that we are all together in this, and a sense of ownership is created. So I think, friends, I hope you understood what exactly where the importance of e-communities is in CRM. It is to create a friendly atmosphere, a lot of interactivity with like-minded people. Engagement is a very important aspect, and finally it is creating stickiness and ownership. So I think this is another area which I think all the companies should keep in mind, because this is the area where you are able to create a lot of goodwill at a very low cost, and the cost involved here is much lower. You get references from the customer who has used your product and services. Okay, friends, now you have looked at all the aspects of CRM activity now. And now after all that has been looked at, what is the most important thing now is to make CRM happen. You have to make it happen, because now you've got the automation done. You have looked at all the areas of activities of CRM. Now it's a question of how soon can we make the CRM happen? How soon can we evaluate products and processes and customers' terms? That's very, very important. We have to now start looking at the CRM aspect, the execution of CRM. We have to also analyze the multiple channels through which the company interacts with the customers. The channels are very important, because the more the channels we have, the more the time it will take to interact. So we need to understand if the channels are such, or they are in a manner, they are such designed that the sooner we get in touch with them, the better. Interaction is smoother. As we looked at e-communities, we looked at social media, we looked at digital. So what channel, what are the multiple channels we need to look at to create a good interaction with the customers? You have to also look at the fact that, does the company understand its customers? Is the company looking at data as one of the important aspects? Is data is being generated? If the data is being generated, how it is being used? The biggest problem today we face is a big data. A lot of times in our own WhatsApp today, we have so much of data. Do we use them? We keep getting data every day. We keep getting mails, we keep getting so many messages. There's all data for us. Similarly, in our organization, a lot of data comes, sales happen, customer complaints happen, there is a lot of activity happening across. But the data needs to be very, very clearly analyzed, and to understand what are the important aspects which are being generated through the data. And there has to be an action. Another important, how does the company get the data? What are the ways in which the data is generated? Are these information which we generate are correct, relevant, useful? they can be used. Getting a data is very easy, but is that data relevant? Am I able to get the data of the customers, you know, let's say customers absolutely aspect of, let's say purchase for that matter. Now, if I don't know the purchase of the customer, how much they have purchased, what is the lifetime value of the customer? We'll come to that later in our future topics. It's a very important aspect. Is a customer a A class customer, a B class customer, or a C class customer? Is a customer genuinely having some problem? If they have bought a product, they have gone to the website and they are not able to probably place an order. A lot of times we don't understand the real problem. So how do we get the data is very, very important. Does the information flow across the functional areas? Now, are we communicating to all the relevant departments in the company about the fact that, if product is not up to the mark, is the production department aware of it? Is the packaging not up to the mark? Is the packaging department, or is the refund not happen on time? Is the finance department aware? So is the information flowing very, very well across all the departments, or is it that it is you know just about remaining and going very slow? And finally, another important aspect is providing fingertip access to all the information on the at one go, that all the informations are available. That's the critical part. And finally, it also analyzes human resource and ensure that everyone has an understanding on the philosophy of CRM. See, the important aspect here is philosophy. Is everybody on one page? Are everybody realizing the importance of CRM in the company? That's the important part again. So I think, friends, I think you have understood a lot on this introduction part of it, and I'm sure it will help you a lot when we move forward, when we discuss other aspects of CRM, and I'm sure you'll be able to follow other aspects much more easily now, having got a foundation of what exactly is CRM and what is the history of CRM, and of course, what are the CRM activity and how CRM can be made better for the customer so that they're able to remain with the company. Thank you very much. Today we are going to talk about supplier relationships. In any customer service or any customer relations aspect, what is most important is how do your supplier relationships are maintained. Gone are the days where your supplier relationships would not be looked at the same manner as we looked at as a consumer for that matter. And therefore, we'll discuss today how exactly is a supplier relationship important and why it should be given importance also from a CRM point of view. So I hope you're able to understand that very clearly, yeah, because you'll understand there are a lot of complications involved. How do we define a relationship? It's very important that any relationship between a human being or two people, how do you define it? It has to be interaction. You may like somebody, you may not like somebody, you may like to talk to somebody, and you may like to develop the relationship. Relationships are developed, they don't happen overnight. We see in our own personal life today that relationship sometimes takes longer time with some people, and with some people it takes lesser time. That's how relationships are very complex, and it's not easy to build. And that is the reason why today we are discussing this topic. Because even in a business today, you need a supplier, you need a third party who needs to be your partner, and not only be your partner, but be a partner to your success of your business or your venture. Similarly, in the case of a personal relationship, as you know, that today you may develop friends, you may develop a certain amount of community for yourself, where you need to have a certain amount of interaction between two people. Unless you interact, unless you talk, unless you understand each other, unless you know what exactly are your requirements, each other needs, you will not be able to develop a relationship. So, relationship is a very deep thing here. And let's not forget one thing that customers remain with organizations. Similarly, customer to remain obviously needs to interact with the company and needs to feel confident that this person is worthwhile. I need to spend more time and I can develop a relationship with this company, with this person. So please keep one thing in mind. You have to interact. Obviously, there are various ways to interact. One could be physical. Now, in today's time, it could be also online. But interaction is a very important aspect. For the relationship to develop, it has to continue over a period of time. You can't have a relationship with anybody for that matter unless you continue. If the relationship doesn't continue, it cannot be a relationship today at all. It's one of the important aspects of a developing relationship is that there has to be a degree of continuity. It should remain for some time, and it should be healthy also till the time it's going on. Only then it can develop into something more deeper going forward. So the continuity factor has to be kept in mind as far as the relationship is concerned. Next point is, as I said very clearly, what are the effects of interaction? Now, if you have had an interaction which has been good, if you had an interaction which has been healthy, if you had the interaction which something which of interest to you, I never develop a relationship with any individual just because I need to discuss something about work. I normally try to look at aspects of interest for the person. I do a background check and what kind of interest the person has already. And what I do is I find out the person is interested in sports, or if I'm interested in sports, I begin with sports as a topic of discussion. I get to know. Now, suppose if our relationship is not having a positive interaction we've had with each other, or if I have found very cold reception to my topics of discussion, then obviously it will have an effect on my relationship going forward. Keep these three factors in mind. First is interaction between at least two people. Second is, of course, the aspect of continuity. And third and final is actually the effects. How exactly the relationship has developed over a period of time. What has been the effect of the interactions we've had each other? That's another important thing to be kept in mind. Because let's not forget, a lot of times remember discussion we've had, and it is not if it is not a healthy one, and if you don't find a common ground, and we always end up disagreeing on certain issues, we may not like to take this for relationship forward. Or if you find in our interaction, the person on the other side is not open to ideas, not open to suggestions, then again you feel that it's not worth taking the relationship. You ultimately need to have a person who's reciprocates, in somebody who feels so much like what you feel. In a relationship, it has to be win-win for both. Either of the person has to be flexible enough and needs to listen to each other. Listening is a very important part in interaction. A lot of times in relationship building, we don't listen to each other. We have a fixed thought of process, and that again has a bearing on our relationship. So these are the things you must keep in mind, and that will help in taking the relationship forward. So after we moved ahead from the aspect of relationship, how we define relationship, the next aspect is primary and secondary relationship. Now, these are the two kinds of relationship, how a relationship gets built. One is primary and one is secondary. Primary basically is a relationship where you look at a long-term relationship. That's a primary relationship. So in primary, it's like, for example, today there's a nearby store. You go to the store and you ask the guy, how's everything going? You know him by name. He knows you by name also. It's a great example of a grocery store here, where he knows you by name. And there is a long term relationship. You trust him and he trusts you. There's a bonding which has been created between you and the other person. So the primary secondary relationship is very, very important in a relationship. Long term aspect is something which plays a big role in a relationship. It happens in between husband and wife also today. There are differences that we have amongst each other. There are differences you have with retailer. Sometimes you don't like the product, but there is a trust factor involved there. There is a certain amount of commitment also. You tell him tomorrow, and he keeps his word. You tell him to keep something or bring something which you like or you like to buy. So there's a long-term aspect in a relationship here. There is no, you don't change that particular retailer or that particular shopkeeper. So long-term relationships are serious in nature. They are very, very warm. Whereas in short term, it is mainly relationship is secondary. secondary in nature, and because of the fact it is built on the basis of being short term. They are not built with the focus on long term. And take the case, if today I'm teaching my student in my class, now obviously I will have a relationship with some of them for a long time. But in general, a relationship is over between me and my student after the course is over. That's how typically it happens in the case of a secondary relationship. These are basically short term in nature, and it happens also if you go to a supermarket and you may be knowing the owner, the store manager, but you may not be knowing the cashier that well at all. It is short term. That's purely transactional relationship, and that's the difference between a long term and a short term relationship. What is important here also is that fact that in short term you can replace and you can change. Long term, no, that's not possible because there's a certain amount of bonding you have created. This is based on certain values. There's a certain amount of trust, commitment on both the sides. There's a commitment which is you have given, and the commitment the person other side has given that he or she will meet up. In a secondary relationship, replacement and change is possible. Today, if I am a student of a particular institution and studying there, I will obviously go and change my education institution maybe after I do a particular course. It's not that permanent. My course is over, I move forward. A lot of relationships which are personal in nature, we can't. We are primary, we can't. We can't change it so easily. A lot of these aspects depend on social interaction. Now, what kind of social interaction have we had? That's another important aspect with each other in terms of relationship. Now, social interaction, like a human being, we are human beings, we are a social animal, is very important to be socially active. That's very, very important. So, a degree of social interaction plays a big role as far as developing a relationship is concerned. And why is it important to have a social interaction? Because when you're living in a society, you need to be active socially. It's very important, and the partners each other need to be, and that again leads to building a relationship. The social interaction can have an effect on your long-term relationship also. This is another very important aspect to be kept in mind in terms of relationships. The next aspect in a relationship is a very, very important aspect which you need to know. This is called the pyramid of relationship. In a pyramid, there are four important aspects which you have to keep in mind. One is, of course, the prospect. Second is customer client. Third is ambassador supporter. And finally, partner. Now, who is a prospect? A prospect is a potential customer. A lot of times in a relationship, you are a prospect or you look at a prospect. In prospect, basically, you are at a first stage of relationship building where you are getting to know each other. You don't know each other well. Maybe you have socially interacted. I'm not aware of that fact. Maybe possible, may not be possible also. But you are still a prospect stage where you are still to know each other. You are still to develop a certain amount of relationship. Then, secondly, as we discussed in the earlier slide, that there has to be a certain amount of continuity for the relationship to develop further. So you become a customer client. Now, if I'm a supplier today, I start supplying to the other party. Initially, I looked at company as a prospect. So I came to the company. I was able to showcase my raw material, whatever the company required. And then, based on that, the company decided to enlist me as a supplier. The company became a customer for me. And we developed a client customer relationship. And therefore, there is a certain amount of continuity. Now, this is the first stage. After prospect, second stage is client customer. This is the first stage of developing the relationship. Once I have identified the prospect, the next is to continue it. If I don't continue the relationship, obviously it doesn't build beyond that. I'll give you an example. Suppose this is McDonald's, and McDonald's has to requires a supplier for cheese, and the cheese is something a supplier comes and a client customer relationship is built up in the process. The dairy company which supplies cheese comes to McDonald's and offers them a good product, a good price. They have also socially interacted a bit, and therefore there is a certain amount of social interaction. And based on that, they have become a client customer. There is a certain amount of bonding has happened. See, prospects can be so many, but this is the stage next where you have moved ahead from a prospect to a client customer. And therefore, this is a stage which is building into a relationship. Now, what is the next stage in building into a relationship? This is the supporter. Now, if the relationship has moved forward between the client and the customer, then it becomes kind of a supporter or an ambassador. In the sense, the company would talk good about the supplier, and the supplier would talk good about the company. They both become supporters of each other, and they both become ambassadors of each other. If we see in our own regular life today, if we have a good experience, air conditioner, we find that today air conditioner company today supplies. I buy the product, a particular brand for my home, and I use it. The company talks to me. They send a service person, and I get the servicing done pretty fast. It happens very quickly. I'm satisfied, and as a customer, maybe you are satisfied to get a service from a particular company. What happens there? You start telling others, Lloyd. I say, listen, guys, it's a damn good company. You must buy this product. They've got some great servicing policy. For 1 year, they give you free service. Or for that matter, we buy a car. There's so much of competition going on right now. If the servicing by the company supplier is given well and you are happy, once you have developed a client customer relationship, next stage, then you become their supporter. You become the ambassador. And that is what is the biggest gain. Don't forget, every company wants the customer to move to the supporter and ambassador aspect. It's not easy to convert every customer into a ambassador supporter. It takes time. There's a very important aspect of trust, which is important here. You need to develop a trust in the client, and the client needs to develop the trust in the customer. It works both ways. It doesn't happen one way also. A lot of times we feel that the trust is only with the company, but it's not there. It has to be both ways. Once you reach the supporter ambassador, that is what the company starts developing that aspect of a feeling that they have really been able to achieve the objective of a relationship today. We, in our own life, today we find there are a lot of loyal customers. Now, what are loyal customers? Loyal customers basically are supporters, they're ambassadors. And the loyalty gets developed by a lot of trust factor. And experience has to be very positive most of the time. So, guys, just keep in mind that today this is a pyramid which has to be kept in mind in terms of relationship of supporter and ambassador. Finally, when you become ambassador and supporter, you become a partner to success. Gone are the days when supplier would be only a supplier today. I remember in India, a lot of companies are today not there today in the market. Why? Because they didn't keep their relationship intact with a lot of suppliers. Don't forget one thing today: a supplier is a customer, and supplier has to be also in a good shape to ensure that they are able to give good service to the client. And if the relationship is unmaintained, what happens? The supplier moves to other, the customer, moves to the other client, and there are other clients who are able to offer better service to the customer. To a supplier is a partner, a stakeholder to a success of the company. We can't take the supplier and not manage them well. In our own business practice today, we say, there's something called vendor relationship. We have to create a vendor relationship because don't forget the vendors also have options to look at other clients, and we need to build a good loyal team of vendors. I think all of you understand in the class that this pyramid is very important. It starts with prospect. It's a very new aspect. You don't even know the customer very well. You're going for the first time talking to each other. Then you develop the first stage of client customer. Then you move to the next stage of ambassador supporter. And then the final stage of the partner, which is where is the objective of reaching in a relationship. So I hope that is very clear and I hope you're able to follow the next slide properly. So, as we discussed in the earlier slide, in prospect, it is purely a transactional relationship. What happens here? As a customer, you go to a particular client, you buy a product or a service, and you move out. That's it, purely transactional. Any place, any relationship where it is we don't spend time with each other, purely on a one to one deal. Also, the fact that today is a one time supply, somebody needs one supply of certain product or a restaurant delivery of food. Once I buy it once, I don't buy it again. Today I need food. I go to a nearby restaurant, I buy the product, and that's it over. I don't buy it again. Why does it happen? Because there is no continuity in the relationship there. It's a one time affair. So purely transactional is prospect. Every relationship begins with a transaction. It has to be the first step towards that. So please keep that in mind. The prospect relationship is purely transactional. The next stage is when you keep going again and again. Now then you have a good interaction prospect has with the client, and the client goes back to the customer again, or the customer goes back to the client again. Now here what happens is there is a relationship building into something bigger in the days to come. So time orientation is very important here, where both client and customer spend time with each other. I go and ask you your name, you ask my name, and we get to know each other by name. We are moving to the next stage. We are knowing each other today. And that makes a difference again, because see what happens is I send you a certain invite. Tomorrow I have a sale and I have your database. Take and note down your mobile number. I take your email ID. I send you the offer that if you come, thank you for buying product in my shop, in my retail outlet, or in my supermarket, wherever you go to, or for that matter, even a supplier for that matter, goes to a company and is happy, and they get back to the client and saying, thank you very much. We are very happy with the relationship. So this starts building. You start building into a customer client relationship. It can be B2B, it can be B2C also. And nowadays, of course, we talk about C2C, the company to the customer also. It can happen. We are moving ahead now in the pyramid. Prospect, transactional, to customer client, spending more time orientation. We're spending more time with each other. Why? Because there is a certain amount of trust and commitment. That is the important factor to be kept in mind. Next aspect, supporter and ambassador. Now we are building a relationship. It has moved to the stage of supporter and ambassador. Now that's a very important stage we have discussed earlier. Is that now I start supporting this brand. I start talking good about the company. I start talking good about the supplier. I recommend others to go and buy the same product or a service. I tell others, why don't you buy from Swiggy? Why don't you buy from Zomato? So we start naming, we start recommending, because our relationship has moved to the next stage. Our degree of relationship has become deeper. We have become very close to each other. And where I have confidence in you now, I can recommend to you to somebody else. It happens that way. It's like between a student and a teacher. Student starts being recommended to various companies because we know the student is very good and the student can perform in a particular company a good job. Now that happens. And again, because of the relationship factor purely. And then finally, as we discussed in the earlier slide in the pyramid, the partner. The degree both parties take an active position in the relationship. Now, partnership is a very serious thing. Even tomorrow, you find today the raw material prices have gone up. You don't discontinue the supplier. If the demand is very short notice, also as a supplier, if you're supplying a raw material or you're supplying a packaging material, you don't mind taking a short notice demand from a client because you are taking an active relationship part in the relationship. You have become a partner. Because for you, the success and failure is the same as your client. It is not different for you anymore. You don't treat yourself as a different entity or anymore. You treat yourself as the same person. You're part of the same entity. And that is where the relationship goes deeper and deeper. So I hope you're able to understand. It's a very important aspect, the pyramid, and further more length on the customer supplier relationship. In degree of relationship, it is very important to keep in mind how much we cooperate. Sometimes you'll find, is there a cooperation at all? because sometimes we throw open the suppliers. And suppose if I need to buy, choose the best supplier, I could just make them compete with each other. In a relationship also, there are people to choose from the best. Even when you have friends today in our personal life, we don't choose the one and only who comes forward. We choose amongst a lot of people the best person in terms of getting along well or find common interest. Same is the case for suppliers. You can have both the aspects. One is you could compete with each other, make them compete and find the best, or you could cooperate and also develop a relationship by helping and supporting. Suppose you are fixing an appointment, or if you know the suppliers got a schedule or a requirement, and then you fix it up. You don't compete, you don't put each other in competition. Who comes early, I'll meet. You look at the schedule of the supplier and decide the degree of relationship. So it depends on that. The cooperation and competition will only happen when the degree of relationship is deeper, basically. A lot of times it also happens that today there's a lot of unequal distribution of power. What is that? Unequal distribution of power is where the power is more with one person. Like for instance, today if you are calling a technician to do some work in your home, you are actually dependent on the other person. You don't know much about what exactly he or she will be doing. So that is another aspect to be kept in mind, is that there is an unequal distribution of power in a relationship. So there is a element of total trust here. You are assuming that what they're doing is correct and nothing wrong in that. Dependence and independence, same thing here. You're dependent on a particular relationship and you're not independent here, basically. So dependence also is again based on the equal and unequal distribution of power. A task or a social emotional interaction. What is a task? A task is purely transactional. Give an example. You call out by name. You know the person's name. I haven't got the supply you had promised me. So there is a social emotional interaction. The relationship degree has been there. So this is another aspect you have to keep in mind. It's only when a degree of relationship deeper will it be different here. It will be task oriented or it will be social emotional orientation will take. Formal, informal. That's another thing you must keep in mind, that a relationship has to be formal or informal. Formal, again, as you know very well, purely transactional. It's like in an organization. And whereas in the case of a formal company relationship in an organization, and suppose you go in to cut your hair and you're having a hairdresser, it could be informal. You could ask the hairdresser to cut the hair in a particular way. So there's an informal amount of contact in a relationship which can happen. Please understand, this is how a degree of relationship has to be looked at. Cooperation, competition, equal, unequal distribution of power, dependence, independence, a task or a social emotional orientation, and a formal or an informal form of contact. A contact sometimes becomes formal or remains formal, and sometimes it becomes informal, then it becomes deeper. It becomes deeper when it's informal today. It's more one to one. Thank you. What we need to discuss here, what we are discussing here basically is uh, in a relationship to move forward, it is very important to look at commitment. All of us in our lives have made commitments and we have lived by commitments. Now, what happens when you make a commitment? You don't make a commitment unless you are sure of the other person, unless you are sure of yourself, or unless you value the other person. Now, that is how important commitment is. And, commitments are not given without any uh, aspect of a strong, you know, let's say, a primary and a secondary relationship factor kept in mind. So, therefore, keep in mind today that what we are discussing now is commitment. And what is commitment? It's an enduring desire to maintain a valued relationship. It's an enduring desire. There is a desire to maintain it. You don't want to lose the relationship. That is the biggest factor. A husband, wife, a father, son, brothers, sisters, employer and employee. There is a certain amount of commitment. The commitment by the employer to the employee is that your job is secure. Will give you a good salary. Will give you good perks. Will give you good facilities, medical, everything, and we will ensure, regardless of ups and downs. Now, if you see recently, uh, there was pandemic, and a lot of companies, a lot of difficulty in terms of doing the business. But a lot of organizations maintained their commitment to the employees. They never, they did not get into pay cuts. They did not ask people to leave their job because they realized this is a commitment, and commitment is very, 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 very sacrosanct. It's not something one can break at all. And if you see today, even why people say in India, the husband-wife relationship is so much of importance than anywhere else in the world, is because there is a very, very high level of commitment between man and woman in India, and that remains across in our society. Now, that is a personal commitment that and it is maintained. It has a bearing. I mean, all of us today know today that a commitment has a great value in a relationship. You break a commitment, and your relationship becomes sour. It happens a lot of time when you see even in our business today, a supplier, or we break a commitment to our supplier, we don't pay the supplier on time. And I know of so many automobile manufacturers who have closed down now. They should have an attitude of not making the payments on time. Don't forget the supplier also needs to pay his people, his employees. They also run an organization. So a commitment, once you have an agreement and you have a commitment to pay your employee or your supplier the money on time, that has to be met with. Because it's going to have a bearing. Obviously, it's going to make relationships very strained, and it will not last. That has to be met with. Because it's going to have a bearing. Obviously, it's going to make relationships very strained, and it will not last too long. That I can tell you very clearly. You also know very well the commitment plays a big role. And in commitment, what is personal, there is moral, and there is structural. Now, what is a personal relationship between one to one? You build a one to one relationship between each other. It can be in personal life, it can be between a boss and a colleague, it can be between a retailer and a customer, it can be between two B2B customers also. There's a personal rapport you have with each other, and you have a certain amount of commitment, therefore, you give to each other. Regardless of whatever happens, we will not go back on our words. And that is a personal commitment. What is a moral commitment? Oh, because in a society, there's a moral, therefore I'll not do it. Now, that's another important aspect. What is morally? Morally is that it is not expected of me to let down anybody else. Although I know that it is something where I may not be gaining, but morally, I will not do something wrong. I will not change the supplier just because it suits me. If I have given a commitment to a supplier that I'm going to remain with the supplier for 5 years, and if I have given a commitment to my wife that I'm married to you and morally I cannot do anything. It against my conscience. Moral is about conscience. It is against my conscience to go back on my commitment. So personal, moral. Moral is again makes it stronger, more solid. You know, of course, morality it varies from person to person. It doesn't have the same kind of meaning. That's what is important to keep in mind. But then don't forget it has a bearing on your relationship. So you have to keep that aspect in mind. If you want a relationship to develop, become deeper, and grow far, that moral commitment also is very important. Finally, another important aspect of a commitment is structural. Structural is what is going to be the plus minus of this. Structural basically means and what is the cost of a relationship if I lose? And what is the cost of a relationship if I don't lose, if I maintain a relationship? That is structural again. So these are the three factors you must keep in mind. A lot of times we maintain a relationship because you feel that uh, by by striking off a relationship, it can have a bearing on my on other aspects around me. So therefore, I keep it structural. The structural relationship also is another, let's say, structural commitment is another important aspect to be kept in mind for developing relationships. So we just want to go back a personal commitment, a moral commitment, keeping in mind the morality factor, purely based on values. That's very important. There's a value. If you see today, a lot of companies consider it a value to treat an employee differently. I mean, we talk in India about Tata's as a company. We know that in 9/11, what happened? A very tragic riot, the terrorist attack happened in Bombay. A lot of employees in Tata Group, uh, they were killed or they lost their clothes in the terrorist attack. The group, Tata Group, ensured that everybody who lost their lives, their families were given the value factor, the moral factor. Now that's where the moral factor comes in. So please understand these are relationships, and therefore an employee relationship becomes much stronger. Of course, one to one happens when there's personal commitment, which is kept, not at all backed out. And of course, structural is because you look at the fact that today, what is the gain in trying to lose something, not keep a commitment. If you're going to lose, then you keep it and maintain it and don't lose the commitment which you have made to the other person. You look at that aspect and therefore it is structural. Thank you. There are three forms of commitment. Uh, all, there are characteristics of three forms of commitment, which also needs to be looked at. As we discussed in the earlier slide, they are personal, moral, and structural. What are the limitations? Uh, Structural has a limitation because so has moral and so has personal aspect. Now, personal, of course, is choice. You choose. Moral has a limitation. What are the limitations of moral? Limitations are that, morally, should you do, and it's more internal, and it has a limitation in the sense that today you look at other aspects of your business, and there are so many other aspects to be looked at. So it can be a limitation at times to take a moral, as we discussed in the earlier slide. Structural. Now, structural means basically is that it's external. These are alternatives you look at of what kind of investment one has to make in to maintain a relationship, and what are the kind of uh, you know things we may lose in ending a relationship. And this is another very very important aspect. It also means also here basically is that the difficulty. How will you the steps needed to end a relationship? You know, it's not easy to end a relationship, even in a business or in personal. In a lot of time, we may have a difference of opinion on various issues, but there are a lot of issues to be kept in mind. You can't really end a relationship totally. So there are limitations in the case of, and they also have an external factor here. So there are limitations in the case of, and they also have an external factor here. Is that what are the kind of aspects to be kept in mind to maintain a relationship? So there are three things in structural. There's one is the alternatives it gives you to keep the relationship in terms of investment, in terms of the risk or the loss it can happen and by ending the relationship, and of course, what are the likelihood of uh, you know how will you how will you keep the relationship going, um, and how will you keep it going regardless of the quality. The quality may have become bad, but you still want to maintain it because of moral considerations. Sometimes you have to keep in mind because the person may be going through a bad time. Relationships have been maintained because of moral consideration, because there are factors beyond one's control. So please keep this factor in mind. The three forms of commitment, where you have a personal has a choice and it's internal, moral has a limitation and is internal, structural is external but also has a limitation. Is internal, structural is external but also has a limitation. Thank you. So, what is a trust? We keep using this word trust at various occasions during our conversation. Trust me. You should trust me. We keep saying, please trust me. I will not let you down. Please trust me. I will ensure that you succeed. It's a willingness to rely on an exchange partner in whom, so it's basically in whom one has confidence. And again, after commitment, you build a trust. You make a commitment and you build a trust in the other person. So only when you make a commitment, the trust gets built. So you have to make a commitment first. Only then the trust can be built. But the important part here is trust is speaking the truth, and the other person can know the truth if you don't, if you're not saying the truth. That's very important again to keep in mind. You must keep in mind today that person will trust you if the person believes that your commitment is a serious one. And therefore, guys, it's very important to keep in mind today is that trust is something. Please don't make a commitment to anybody and don't live up to it. Okay, because the trust factor will get lost. If you don't keep a commitment, the person will never trust you or maybe anybody else. Trust is something where it's a very strong. It's like it's reliability. Somebody is relying on you. You are relying on your supplier. You're relying on your husband. You're relying on your father. The employee relies on the employer, and employer relies on the employee. And the teacher relies on the student to an extent that student will come to the class and study and perform well. The student relies on the teacher. The teacher will teach the best and give the good give knowledge about a particular subject. That's very. So these are the trust factors which I kept in mind. And I just want to say here today, it's not easy to build a trust. It's one of the most difficult things to build a trust. You must have come across in your own life. I also have come across. It's very difficult to believe people, trust people easily these days, isn't it? And don't you find it difficult to trust people today? Why does it happen like that? Why don't we trust people easily? Why do we feel today? Why is it like that today? Because we feel the world has become so competitive. The world has lost moral values today. One doesn't mind giving you a commitment and then go back. One doesn't mind giving you an impression of trust and let you down. And therefore, these days, this word somehow sounds very alien. You feel today, what are we talking about today? And basically, I like to define trust in these wonderful words. A trust is a fiduciary relationship in which one party, known as truster, gives another person, the trustee, the right to hold title to property or asset for the benefit of the third party. That is a trust. That's a different trust. We are talking about a trust which is a between each other. It is a reliability factor. So this is another thing. Don't mix up two trusts. This is a trust which I give you two trusts. This is a trust which I give you two meaning of one trust. Right? Second is reliable, good, honest, and effective. So the first was a trust where a trust is created for a legal arrangement. And this is the confidence you have in a person. When you have trust, you build confidence in a person. The other person starts building confidence in you. You find a lot of trust which sports people have with each other. you know the other person will support you. You have a lot of trust with each other. In a relationship, a husband wife support each other. They know, the wife knows the husband will support me and trust the husband, that one husband will not go back and not move around with somebody else. Same is the case with wife. It's a very strong bonding of a relationship. And the same is the case with a supplier. That I know if I given a supplier a certain amount of you know a certain amount of say information about my company, that the supplier will not tell my competitor. A lot of times happens. It's very open market today. A supplier is access to other companies that they are, maybe the supplier is supplying to two companies, and there is a moral binding, and one expects the supplier to not go ahead and tell anybody else about this company's practices, and same is the case with employee. The employer expects the company to not go ahead and share the information of this company's various data, or to the other, some third party or a competitor. So these are strong areas, and therefore let's keep one thing in mind, that if the commitment is there, trust is very much very much solid, and you'll have a lot of trust, and you'll be able to have confidence forward. Okay, thank you. Well, now we have moved from commitment to trust, and now a very important aspect of the relationship is loyalty. Loyalty is a deeply held commitment to rebuy or repatronize a preferred product or service consistently in the future, thereby causing repetitive same brand same brand set purchasing despite situational influences, marketing efforts having the potential to cause switching behavior. Now, companies obviously want to develop loyal customers and also loyal employees. Employers want to develop, but how can this happen? This can only happen if company keeps a commitment, or if the customer is satisfied with the company's commitment. Now, what can be employer's commitment to the employee? In terms of good working conditions, good money, good perk, good facilities in the times of emergency, and obviously the employee will love to stay with the company longer. There's a certain amount of relationship will be built, and that is a good organization is where loyalty of an employee is very high. There are a lot of organizations which do a lot of happiness index study, and thereby they measure the quality of employee loyalty in the organization. Same is the case with customers. Today, loyalty is a very, very difficult uh, aspect the companies have to face today. Why? Because of competition. Because the competition is so stiff, and so much is happening in the marketplace, the organizations don't really find it easy to create a loyal customer. Now, obviously, it requires effort from the other side. The it can only happen if the company is able to offer maintain the commitment. Companies, they offer the commitment. Now, like, I'll give you a very good example of a company. Uh, we were going uh, through our own lecture series, and we were talking to a few of the industries people who had gone through the pandemic. And what we realize here is today that people gained a lot of trust and loyalty, and among companies who kept their commitment of supplying their products in spite of the pandemic. Now, a very clear example is our company called Amul. Amul was able to supply milk, a very essential product which is required, and it's also healthy product to eat or drink during the times when the corona was going on in the society. But Amul geared up. its supply chain, and it ensured that it kept its commitment of supplying the product regardless of the pandemic. Now, obviously, it had led to a much stronger loyalty as far as Amul products are concerned. So, you have to understand at times, even during difficult conditions, if the company even during difficult conditions, if the company goes out of the way to go and ensure the commitment they had given to the customer, obviously the customer loyalty level will go high. Same is the case with a supplier. A supplier is able to meet a very difficult demand of a company by a short deadline, or for that matter, even a lower price because company is going through a difficult time, and the supply, the price which is the company is offering because of a commitment which was given earlier, and the raw material prices have gone up, and therefore the company is now raising the price. These obviously create a lot of these aspects of loyalty purely because loyalty is where it goes beyond transaction. It is not about profitability and loss. It's about I could have moved out both in terms of price, in terms of product, in terms of maybe quality also at times. But because of that relationship one has built up, and the trust that one has built up over a period of time, that this aspect doesn't happen at all. So, but this is not easy again. As I mentioned earlier, that loyalty is something it requires effort from uh, from the principal. That is in the case of company, if the company is targeting customers, is the company, or in the case of employer, in the case of an employee, is the employer who has to ensure that the commitment the employer has offered is certainly not uh, you know not midway changed, and the commitment is met throughout. There's not backed out at all. Important aspect of our of relationship to be kept in mind is uh, the relationship life cycle. Now, in the relationship life cycle, if you see, there is a very clear aspects here of exploration, growth, saturation, and then saturation, and there's a drop, decline of you know of the demand, and the satisfaction has gone down, low commitment purely. So switching costs, attractiveness, satisfaction. The commitment is basically a combination of satisfaction, and one has to be attractiveness, and to ensure that switching costs don't affect the customer. That's the aspect to be kept in mind here. So it is very important to keep in mind here that the companies to be kept in mind here. So it is very important to keep in mind here that the companies have to ensure that the saturation has not reached as far as the relationship is concerned. Like we say, familiarity breeds contempt. That aspect leads to a problem. We see today in our various, one good example comes in case of mobile phones, or for that matter, banking services. Today we have changed our bank. The bank could have been earlier a government bank. Today we have not looked at the government bank. We are looking at a private bank. Why? It's because of the fact the commitment given in a relationship cycle. Although there is a element of trust, but commitment is not being met with down the line, and we are not getting the kind of service, the satisfaction, and there are a lot of attractive options we have today in our in the options we in the particular service we need, or for the matter product we need, and therefore the relationship cycle starts dropping down purely. Our purchases start declining purely over a period of time. So one trust and loyalty. Okay, thank you very much. Based on now what we have discussed so far, I would like you to go through this one discussion right now. And this discussion basically will make you aware of the fact that how much have you understood what we have discussed in the past, and how much you have been able to take in whatever, because a practice will always make your learning better. So what you do here is basically is analyze the relationship you have with a supplier or a service provider as a customer. Choose a company with which you have a relatively close relationship. Describe the trust and the commitment on the part of both the parties in the relationship, and explain how this. It's not a very difficult exercise, but this exercise, the aspects of commitment, aspects of trust, aspects of loyalty, and the relationship life cycle. Because it's important where you have reached in this stage. Are you at a stage of advocacy? Are you at a stage of awareness? Are you at a stage of acquisition? Are you at a stage of conversion? Are you at a stage of retention? And are you at a stage of advocacy? That's very important today. Because it's important to practice what we have done. You know, these are the exercises which will help you to practice and understand. Go back to what you have learned, write it in your own words, take up examples, because I feel a learning happens better when you look at an example. Without example, obviously one is not able to apply whatever we have done in a able to apply whatever we have done in a classroom. So these lectures, whatever uh, stuff I have shared with you, you if you practice them through this discussion which I am giving you right now, on looking at the fact that you are taking a company by example as a customer, and obviously you must be buying a product or a service, or if you're a business person you must be having a relationship with your supplier, and look at apply all these aspects, and I'm sure you'll find this exercise a very useful one. So I hope this has given you a fair amount of idea on the supplier relationships, how they need to be looked at. I have looked at a personal factor also to give you more elaborate idea on this, and I'm sure you'll have a good time discussing this. Thank you very
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Anita, Faculty of Marketing at UPES. And today I would be taking a session on the case study discussion. So this is one of the very interesting case study on Amul. Amul, a company which is very well known to all of us. So this is going to be a very interesting case study where we would try to touch upon the various concepts of marketing, like marketing strategy, about branding, and other small concepts related to the marketing. So as the teaching objective says, that briefly we would touch upon the strategy aspect, that how do we analyze the business model of Amul and also formulate a strategic plan. And we would also talk about the branding exercise, where we would talk about that how do we really examine such kind of a brands like Amul, how they have developed in an in emerging market like India. And we would also talk about the economic and the social business practices, and we would try to evaluate the impact of Amul. So before I move further and start talking about what Amul is, let me just talk about a brief synopsis of the case, that what this case is all about. Then I'll give the description of Amul, and one by one we'll take up one question related to the marketing to understand this case better. So as we all are aware that Amul was founded in 1946, and that was around 8 months before India's independence from the Great Britain. So by 2013, Amul produced around 46 types of the dairy-based product that includes pouched milk, the cheese, butter, ice cream, and it was India's largest food producing marketing organization, one of its most recognizable brands with sales of around US dollars 2.5 billion. And in addition to the Amul business success, they were globally lauded for the social impact their cooperative model had on the India's development. So Amul was basically owned by 3 million farmers in the Indian state of capital and Indian state of Gujarat, I'm sorry, and which offered them 80% of the consumers dollar for milk and compared with around 35 to 40% typical in some of the Western markets, right? So this revenue basically led to the emergence of the milk roads across the cooperative village where social conditions like cleanliness, health, education, and equality were markedly improved. But now just talking about the dilemma in the case, right? So despite the economic and the social success, Amul faced growing challenges as they tried to balance the modernity inherent in a globalized economy and the demand of an aspirational domestic population and the aspect of their brand which were related to closely associated with the India's cultural tradition. So the most pressing threat came from the multinational like Nestle and Unilever that were increasing their presence in India, and they were competing fiercely with Amul in value added products. So secondly, the second issue was the entry of the large multi-brand retailers like Walmart, like Carrefour. I mean, they basically threatened in the sense that they tried to squeeze on the margins of the Amul, and they also undermined its low-cost distribution network. And third of the issue that the dilemma in the case is that India's large young rural population was shying away from the dairy farming in favor of the urban jobs. That normally, the youngsters basically they were getting more attracted towards the urban areas. They had a thought in the mind that we are going to earn more, and why to get indulged in this dairy market. So this was again. Going to affect the future procurement for Amul. And finally, the Amul's farmer, they formed a significant voting bloc, and the risk was being compromised by the other vested political interest. So this case basically questions whether the Amul should maintain its current operating strategy or make the fundamental strategic changes, right? So that's basically the question that we have in front of us while doing this case, right? So there would be a lot many interesting questions that we would discuss upon. So I'll just because this case discussion is going for around one hour, so first 15-20 minutes I would like to spend on talking about the Amul and about the dairy industry in India, about what were the Amul's early years, what are the operating model of Amul, what is the corporate structure of Amul, what is the competition that Amul is facing. So brief highlight on all these aspects so that when we start discussing the questions related to the marketing of Amul, things would be more clearer. Right, so as I said, Amul was founded by a late Dr. Varghese Kurian, who was former chairman and also the managing director of Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, which is also called as GCMMF. And since many years, R.S. Sodhi, he is the current managing director of Gujarat Cooperative, and he is continuing this position from last many years and have been associated with Amul from, just beginning of his own career. Right, so and he was basically the alumni of first batch of Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and he has been associated with the GCMMF since the last 30 years. So And Amul was basically founded in the year 1946, and by 2013, Amul was producing 46 types of the dairy-based products that includes cheese, butter, ice cream, and the pouched milk. And it was India's largest food product marketing organization. And it has a sales of around $2.5 billion. And Amul basically controlled a large portion of the dairy value chain, from milk production to processing, packaging, and the branding. And it's iconic butter advertising campaign that we all remember, and still we could see in the newspaper. Every day when I just open a newspaper, I just look for that small advertisement of Amul butter. That's very great to see, and it's basically based upon the current news, right? So. Um, And this advertising campaign of iconic butter, it was launched in the 1960s, and it has a popular current events, and it was believed to be the world's longest running outdoor advertising campaign. And it has basically resulted in Amul becoming India's one of the most recognizable brand. Now, talking of the Indian dairy industry, I mean, the Indian dairy industry used to be very, very unstructured, and still it is unstructured in most of the parts of India. So, but it was Amul actually who was responsible for making it. Structured. Not in all the states, but in some of the states. So, 2013, India was the world's largest milk producing and the consuming nation, with approximately 90 million families and 400 million individuals. They were involved in the dairy farming. Like we all if we are residing in a city, it's very difficult to get those fresh milk. Amul is basically the answer for all of us. And although there are local vendors, local doodhwalas from where we could get the milk, but again, if we are living in the cities, if we don't see that, how are they really procuring that milk? We are not really sure that whether we are getting actually the milk, or is it urea dissolved in water, right? So, Amul was the one who was able to provide the solution to all these problems. And there were other local companies as well. Maybe owned by the government and the other companies who are actually operating all such milk industry in the specific states. Like here, we reside in Dehradun, we have a local company like Ananda. We get all the products of Ananda, whether it is milk or curd or even paneer. So, all these farmers came from a rural population of 830 million people living in over 6 lakhs villages, and their cultivation was the primary agricultural activity in the country. I'm just talking about the Indian dairy industry, and it had farmers using byproducts to sustain their cattle also. So dairy farming, they basically provided a secondary source of income, and often was managed by the women of the household. And as we all are aware that in India, cultivation is being the primary agricultural activity, and dairy farming was only the secondary source of income. And if I just compare India with the Western countries, in Western countries, there are mechanized farms with 2,000 to 5,000 cattle. And India is basically a farmer owning average of 2 cows mainly. So in 2011, 138 million individuals landholding in India spanned around 159 million hectares, and that was around 82% of the farms were smaller than the 2 hectares, also called as the marginal farming. Now, that was one of the factor that people getting into the dairying industry. So milk, just having some data related to the milk that was produced in India, 50% was used for the self-consumption, 40% was distributed by unorganized milkmen, and 10% was owned by the organized sector. And there were around 177 milk producers unions in India. So although we have there were products distributed under the brands like Gujarat Amul, and there is one of the well-known brand in South Karnataka's Nandini, and Punjab Virka also. Like I also gave the example of Ananda, which is more popular here in Dehradun and the Uttarakhand. And 46% of the India's milk is consumed in the liquid form, and private company, they are focused more on the high margin value added products such as cheese, paneer and ghee. And there is inclusion of the buffalo milk as well. And so India's entire organized and the unorganized dairy market, I mean, as per the data of the year 2013, it is estimated at $47.6 billion. And there is an annual growth rate of 7.5%. And if we just look at when this case was written, so the average GDP growth rate was at the time 6%. So it's very important when we do a case, we are normally confined because this case is placed in the year 2000 and 2017. This case is placed in the year 2017. So I'm just referring to the data, I mean, to that year, because whenever we do a case, we normally refer to the data that's given in the case, not what is the actual situation today is. So this growing population and high demand invited many dairy cooperatives and foreign multinational dairies. And so Amul said dominating the Indian dairy businesses. I mean, although there may be the local players, but I mean, Amul is the one which is dominating the Indian industry. I mean, just take the example of milk or any other value-added product as well. Now, just talking about the timelines of the Amul, that when it was originated and how it evolved over a period of time. So, Bombay Milk Scheme, this was organized by the British colonial government in the early 1990s. And in 1930, the Paulson Dairy started manufacturing its own brand of butter in Anand, Gujarat. And the farmers, they basically opposed Paulson Dairy due to its monopoly status. In 1946, the government gives permission to farmers for their own cooperative. In the year, I mean, I'm just, although there are a lot of history to the Amul, but I'm just basically referring to the specific years which are very important as far as the history of Amul is concerned. So in 1948, Kyra Union, it began pasteurizing the milk. And in 1949, the government gives Kurian a stark choice, and Kurian was appointed to lead the Kyra Union. In 1953, Kyra Union collected over 20,000 liters of the milk daily, which was actually exceeding the demand of BMS, that is Bombay Milk Scheme. Then operational flood. And this is again very important event in the history of Amul, the operational flood. So in the year 1965, the National Dairy Development Board, they launched the operational flood. I just let me just tell you the story behind it. So Amul's success was basically recognized in this year only 1964, when Indian Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri asked Kurian to set up the National Dairy Development Board. And so it was basically our Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri ji. And the basic objective or basic task of this development board was replicating the Amul success throughout India. So in the year around 1965, somewhere the newly, I mean, minted NDDB launched the operational flood. So the objective was to create the milk cooperatives across several Indian states that would connect rural dairy farmers with the urban consumers in Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, and Chennai. So here what NDDB did was they set up over 20,000 village cooperatives, which helped in increasing the per capita availability of milk from 1.13 liters per day in 1951 to 0.3 liters per day in 2022. Yeah, so rise then the payment of the dairy farmers, it was $6.2 million in 1972 to I mean, increase to around $973.7 million. So there was a huge increase in the earnings of this cooperative. Now, just talking about the three-tier cooperative structure of Amul. So basically, if we just look at on your screen, it's visible. that they have a three layered or the three-tier cooperative structure. One is the society, then union, and then GCMMF. So society is basically at the village level where the residents could join by purchasing a share. Another level was the union, which is at the district level, and it was owned by its contributing dairy cooperative societies. And third was the GCMMF, again, the Gujarat Cooperative. And it was basically the apex body owned by the district unions, market products under a common brand. So that's about the three cooperative structure. Now, moving ahead, talking about that how Amul as a brand was built up. Like it took many years for Amul to build up a brand. So just talking about what Amul is. So Amul basically came from the Sanskrit word Amul. I mean, we all are Indians and we all understand that what is the meaning of Amul? Amul is basically the priceless, right? So Amul was used as an acronym to Anand Milk Union Limited. That's the full form of Amul, Anand Milk Union Limited. And advertising agency Press Syndicate, it gave the tagline of purely the best. I mean, just look at the branding from the very initial stages of Amul, that they tagged Amul as purely the best. So in the year 1966, butter account was given to the Indian Advertising Agency, Advertising Sales and Promotion. So you can just have a look at the figure here. This is one of the advertising campaign by Amul in the year 1966. So these are some of the illustration of that how Amul was built as a brand. So, I mean, this is the promotional campaign I was just talking about, that in today's newspaper also, if you could find all these promotional advertisings, small advertisements in the newspaper, and that's based on the recent news. I mean, that is going on at a specific time. So it's like Bajrangi Bhaijan, Amul loved across the border. So it's basically related to the success of the movie Bajrangi Bhaijan. Then there was another advertisement of Jali Gali Mein Shor Hai. I mean, that's what related to the Jallikattu. That's one of the ritual in the southern part of India. So that is why they are writing Amul, the part of the India's culture. Then there is a third promotion advertisement, like Tata not only for sons, right? So with the chairman have on the table, because that was the first time a non-Tata chairman was named as heading the Tata Sons. So then there was Uttar Mein Chadav, so Amul eat it up. So you can just see that how interesting Amul brand has been over the years, and how it keeps on I mean keeps on creating that kind of I mean interest among the people. Now talking about the managing competition, so Amul priced the fresh milk slightly premium. I mean, there are basically three categories of the milk as you could find it in the market. So you have Amul full cream, then you have Amul fresh, then you have Amul toned, and but Amul with higher percentage of fat. I mean, that was the price fresh milk, I mean, slightly premium, and Amul was basically considered the best quality product. So Nestle also launched a butter brand in 2001, but withdrew its butter brand from the market in 2005 because of the Amul's hold in Indian dairy industry. And Amul passed an approximate 80 to 85% of its revenue to farmers to share of the private competitors. I mean, share of the private competitors. And Amul spent less than its competitors on the advertising. And despite small advertising budgets, Amul positioned itself as the premium brand in India. And Amul had a record of transparency, and there was no unaccounted transaction. I mean, this kind of fairness Amul had been maintaining over a period of time. Now, just talking about the growing challenge, because our case discussion would revolve somewhere around the challenges the mole had over a period of time, right? So the challenge was to modernize a company that has risen with modern India, and increase in private and the state cooperatives that get Amul to their toes. And in 2001, there was arrival of New Zealand Fonterra. And another challenge was to attract the young consumers. Agun began sponsoring events like F1 racing, 2012 London Olympics, and the Cricket World Cup. So actually, the Amul was trying to compete with the competitors by keep on, promoting themselves in a different way, advertising themselves on a different platform. So in 2010, Amul's union began procuring the milk from West Bengal, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and the other countries as well. So these are so this is a little information about Amul which I wanted to give you, because the all the questions that we would be discussing would this is for the reference purpose. Now these are supplementary resources which you could go through. You can just pause the video here. You can just go through all these supplementary resource, like there is a movie Manthan, and so Amul, they have taken that, cut from that movie called as Mera Gaon, just to promote the Amul brand. Now, another movie on the YouTube, you could see the latest version of Mera Gaon. That means the modern advertisement of the Amul that was launched on YouTube in 2011. And there are very other interesting videos like Amul, the Taste of India, then the longest ad campaign in the world, Amul, like those cartoons of the Amul, that is called as the longest ad campaign in the world. Then there is another video called as Inside India's Best Known Companies. And there is one of the interesting interview of Managing Director R.S. Sobhi, where he has spoken about the Amul, about the history and how it succeeded within India. So these could be the interesting supplementary resources for all of you. So you can just read them carefully before understanding the case. Now, the important part, that is the questions for the discussion. So we would have three important questions to be discussed. So actually, these are not three important questions. It includes so many other interesting questions also. So one would be that how valuable is Amul mean to farmers, consumers, and society? And what are the sources of the Amul's competitive advantage, and what are the threats and the opportunities should managing directors solely consider the most? Right. So starting with the very first question, that is the how valuable is Amul to farmers and the consumers and to the society? So I would say, before taking up this thing, our first question should be to understand that why has Amul succeeded, right? So why the Amul has succeeded? So there are lot many things we could say. Like we could say the cooperative structure that we have discussed, and another reason of success is the Burgess Korean vision and the legacy. Then the NDDB's wide revolution and the high level of the consumer trust, right? So basically, there are four important points of the Amul's success. One is the Amul's cooperative model, then Burgess Korean vision and the legacy, then NDDB's wide revolution, and the high level of the consumer trust. Right. Now, the question that would come to our mind is that what is the Amul cooperative structure? Right. What does Amul cooperative structure model? So that we have seen that it is basically a three-layered structure. That is one of the strong factor behind the success of Amul here. Then what products does Amul produce? Amul produce a range of products, right, from milk to cheese to ice cream and the chocolates. So a range of the products. Now, coming to this question that how valuable is Amul to the farmers, consumers, and the society? So I'll just begin with the first one, that what is the benefit? if I just, why am I talking about the farmers, consumers, and the society? Because if we'll just look at the value chain of the Amul, it rightly starts with the farmers, then sourcing, from where the sourcing is done. So basically, the from the farmer, sourcing is done. There may be some primary processing centers, then it goes to the plant, it goes to the distribution center, then marketing is done, and then it goes to the consumer. But everywhere it's the society, right? Because consumer is nowhere dissociated from the society. So this basically, we also have to refer to the value chain, because value chain is one of the important concept of the marketing. When we start, when we study the basic definitions of the marketing, and after that we talk about the value chain of the marketing, that how do we maximize, whosoever I have talked about in the value chain, whether it is farmers, the plants, the distributors, the marketing, the consumer. So everywhere, as a marketing company, we are adding the value. That is why it is called as the value chain. Now, talking about that, what Amul means to the farmers, right? So there are a lot many benefits that Amul had. The benefits to the farmers. Basically, it was giving the farmers a stable market. Stable market in the sense that high price, the consistency, the transparency of the pricing, and there was no middleman. So this is basically the essence of making the market. Second benefit to the farmer was the assistance with the technology, right? Providing the agricultural expertise and the other inputs, right? Third is the ownership of the company and the shared risk, right? So because here in this company, the farmers were basically, it is a cooperative society. So every farmer is the owner of the company. So Amul's success comes in part from creating a model where it makes sense for farmers to offload the risk through access to the credible and the guaranteed markets. So basically, it's not only a one person who was sharing the risk; it was actually entire farmer population who was part of this Amul was sharing the risk. Fourth important benefit to the farmer is the opportunity across the caste and the gender, right? So there was no distinction made in Amul based upon the caste and the gender. Everybody was equal, everybody was given the equal opportunity to be a part of Amul. Now, coming to the second part of this question, that the consumers, that how valuable Amul was to the consumers. Again, we have got so many important things. You can do a lot of brainstorming, and you understand that there was a trust in the quality and the healthy product. Right? Today, if I just go to the market and if I have Cadbury's chocolates and if I have Amul chocolate, definitely I'm going to prefer Amul, right? Because I know that this is the company which is one of the biggest support to the farmers, right? And the quality it is giving over a number of years, right? I have seen the Amul being improving the quality of its product. I remember when I was very young, I have consumed Amul chocolate. Now I could see a difference. The difference is to the level that the chocolates of Amul are much, much better than the foreign players, better than Cadbury's, better than Nestle. Just look at the range of the chocolates also, which Amul is giving. So now coming to the basic product of the Amul, it's basically the milk. So, at that time when Amul came into the existence, the milk adulteration and the contamination is a prevalent problem in the developing nation. And today also it's a problem. Diwali season is coming. We all know that whatever sweets would be available in the market, we are not really sure of the adulteration level it is going to have. So Amul's commitment to the product quality and the transparency of the source, and that actually resonated with the consumers. Amul has adopted a low cost price strategy to make its product affordable and very much attractive to the consumers also. Another advantage to the consumer is that Amul's distribution network, it's very strong. And its strength to the extent that its availability is very much good. As far as, because as a consumer, we would seek the benefit in terms of the availability of the product, the quality of the product, the pricing also. Today, if we see that we are getting water of 1 liter at 25 rupees per liter, and we are getting milk at full cream 55 rupees per liter. You just imagine. I mean, it's basically the Amul who's regulating the prices for us. And if Amul wouldn't have been there, just imagine. I mean, Amul milk would have been out of the reach for a normal person, for a middleman. So as Amul stands for the development of the rural India, there is a sense of the national pride when consuming the Amul product. That is what I have just explained you, that it's basically when you're consuming the Amul product, it's like the nation's pride. Then as a consumer, a strong brand that resonated across the generations and the country. So milk is central to the infants, and brand I mean, since individuals have many touch points with the Amul products throughout their lifetime. I mean, so Amul had a product right from the infants, like they have a spray, Amul spray brand for the infant, although we have a lot many other competitor, but Amul, I mean, a person could associate himself with Amul as a brand right from the beginning of their life. Now, as now coming to the another thing, that is the society. So when I say society, it's basically the value chain I'm talking of, right? Because the society comprises of the farmers, the sourcing plant, and the distribution network, the marketing, the consumers. So basically the plant today, they are more advanced than any other dairy plant in Europe. And there is a good integration of technology and the scale that allows to Amul to operate the modern facilities. Talking about the sourcing, Amul sourced raw milk from around 3.2 million farmers. And um, and these 3.2 million farmers constitute only 4% of the Indian dairy farmers. Just imagine. Right. So distribution is Amul uses franchisee outlets in addition to its retail footprints, and this distribution is limited outside of 30 largest metro areas. And now coming to the second part of the question, second question, that what are the sources of the Amul's competitive advantage? So before I take up this question, we need to discuss the aspect like why does not Nestle imitate Amul? Like, I am just picking up this question because there must be some Amul's competitive advantage which Nestle is not able to follow, right? So let us talk about that. Why does not Nestle imitate Amul? So the reason is that Amul had first mover advantage. So that will also come in this category of what is the Amul's competitive advantage, that it has got the first movers advantage. So that is a concept because this is the case I've chosen because this touches upon lot many concepts of the marketing. The second unit, that is your strategy, marketing strategy, that talks about the competitive advantage, first mover advantage, that you must have studied the other strategies of the marketing. So the Amul model was the blueprint of the operational flood and all milk cooperatives that followed. However, it should be noted that this advantage is limited because there are lots of market in India where Amul is not present or competitive. And similarly, they only tap 4% of India's dairy farmers. Also that financial incentives for entry are limited, right? So Amul cooperative structure means that it chooses to retain less of its income in favor of sharing it with the cooperative farmers, so that the return on the sales would never meet the threshold sought for a global firm. So I mean, that was the first mover advantage along with the model it was working on, right? So it's also worth remembering that the outside option of Amul farmer stakeholders are more limited than those of the investors in the global farm. So that was the competitive advantage, one of the competitive advantage for Amul. And that was the reason why the foreign players like Nestle and other, they were not able to copy what the model of the Amul here. Now, second question, let me just ask you, that is again the part of this, that what is the cooperative role in Amul's success? So it's basically if I just talk of the positive part, there is an alignment between the shareholder and the stakeholders. Here, we shouldn't forget that the farmers are both the providers of the raw material and they're also the consumers of the value added products, and farmers basically reap the benefits of being the owner of the company. Now the question is that how can the Amul be successful giving something to each side, and how do they make money, and how does this business model help? So, I mean, I just throw some light on the important points like value added products. Then there are direct to consumers. There are no middlemen, and there is a scale of collecting the model. There is small marketing expenditure. There is automation of processing plants. There is a lean management structure, very strong leadership, visionary, authoritarian, and they operate on their own outlets. Although they have a franchisee, but they operate on their own outlets. Now, specifically talking about the competitive advantage, let me just throw another question for you: that why was their marketing campaign successful, and how have they been able to build the trust? So there are two important things that we need to focus upon: is the simplicity and the cost effectiveness of the campaign, right? So first is the simplicity, because I mean, the reason behind the success of the marketing campaign was that the simplicity and the cost effectiveness of the campaign and use of the political satire and the pop culture, right? If you just have a look at the modern advertisement of Amul the taste of India, so this advertisement is basically showing that how Amul has become a part of our own culture, part of our lives, right? And they are not Amul ice cream as well. I mean, let me just talk about this. This is the example which I often give to my students in the class, that Amul ice cream, if you just have I mean, consumed Amul ice cream, they have a punchline called as Amul ice cream, the real ice cream, the real milk ice cream, the real milk ice cream. That this is the only, I mean, today the ice creams are mainly made from the process, emulsification process of mixing water with oil. So actually, the ice creams that are claimed by Quality Walls and the other company, they are not ice creams made from the real milk. It's basically the Amul. That is why those companies are not writing ice cream anywhere. It's basically the pudding, and it's banned by the government of India that if you're not using milk product in your ice cream, you cannot write ice cream. It's basically the pudding. So it's only the Amul and some of the other companies who are manufacturing ice cream from the real milk. And that is why the taste is differentiated. I mean, you could easily differentiate the taste of Amul with any other provider. And there are other reasons also behind the Amul's successful marketing campaign, which includes your emotional attachment. Like the example that I've just shown you in one of my slides. I'll just go back to that. Yeah, this one. So I mean, this is we have an emotional attachment. As I said, whenever in the morning I open the newspaper, I look for this advertisement, the Amul girl, right? So second is the successfully it became a part of the national consciousness. That means Amul is equal to India. Then there is political satire. I'll just give one example of the lecture I was taking. I normally teach around 10 case studies in my MBA batch. So, I mean, I have been doing the cases, but I never skip Amul case. So it is normally one of the interesting case that students loves to participate. I mean, I could see a lot of enthusiasm among the students when it comes to the discussing the case of Amul, because this is actually the part of the Indian consumer. Then there is a political satire also, and the cost. The Amul spent only 1% of the revenue on the marketing, while most of the other multinational company, they spend around 8% to the 12%. There is a huge difference in that. And that is one of the reason behind the success of the marketing campaign, also that you are investing less and you are getting more return. Then unintended good publicity from the Bollywood movie Manthan. Like I just gave you the example of that Manthan movie, and it is one of the famous movie, and a very famous actress called as I'm just forgetting her name. You can just go to YouTube, just type Anthan movie, you would be able to. Smita Patil, I mean, very famous actress of that time, Smita Patil, and you could watch that movie. And Manthan was the movie that actually gave a kick to Amul as a brand when its promotion was concerned. Then there must be other question which must be popping in your mind, that is a company that advertising using political satire seen as a smart, or what are the potential risk of politically minded ad campaigns? Did Amul launch a successful social media campaign decade before the arrival of the social media? Right, you can just think of all these questions and look for these answers. Now, coming to the third part of this question, that is the strategic plan. What should Amul do now? Like when I started doing the case, so the basically here the question was that what should be done now, right? What so let me just talk about that dilemma point. So it was that whether Amul should maintain its current operating strategy or make a fundamental strategic changes. So that was the question in our mind, right? So so now after discussing this case, learning about Amul as a brand, about the evolution, about the mindset of the people, about the marketing campaigns and the other marketing strategy, we could see a lot of interconnectedness between the different aspect of the Amul business plan. So once the model has been fully completed, I mean, we can just we could really go back to the model of the Amul, and we could see that how this model has actually evolved over a period of time, right? So you can just do a small brainstorming of that, how it started with, what were the initial product, how it evolved, now what is the model of the Amul, what kind of product is had, how it has evolved as a brand, right? So now when we just think of that, what kind of business plan should it have in the future, we just have to look at some of the challenges. I'll just go back to the last slide then, that what are the threats and the opportunities should managing directors solely consider the most important? Because if now I would say what should be the strategic plan, what's next for Amul? So here we have to do the SWOT analysis, right? So strength we have seen, weaknesses we have seen. Now we have to see that what are the threats and what are the opportunities which are available in front of Amul, right? Then only we can devise a strategic plan for the company, right? So these are the important points when we want to make a strategy for any company. We should start with the SWOT analysis, that these are the strength of the company, these are the weakness of the company, these are the opportunities which are available to the company, and these are the threats to the company. So it makes easy for a strategist to devise a plan for the future, right? So there are some of the challenges that you might identify out of the discussion that we have done so far. The first challenge is basically the urbanization and the involvement of the youth. So as we have seen that this is one of the first challenge, that the youngsters they are no more interested in this kind of business, and they are more attracted towards the urbanization. So the growing rate of urbanization, particularly the youth migration away from the villages and the farming. So this is actually putting a strain on Amul, both at the supply and the demand side of the value chain. And as more young people they move out of the village, the future of the Amul supply is put in. I mean, that's a bigger question mark for Amul here. Furthermore, as the rural urban population is balance is shifting, the demand for milk product is increasing. And why there is a deviation? Because the farmers they are not actually consuming major part of what they are producing, right? They just keep a portion of their own consumption. Yeah. So now the question that pops up in our mind is that how can Amul make farming exciting for youth and STEM? I mean, the move to cities and the abroad, right? Because that's the biggest challenge in front of Amul, the urbanization and the youth involvement. So here Amul has to see that how it makes that farming more interesting among the youth, so that it could reduce youth moving outside to the cities, to the urban areas for their livelihood. So I mean, there must be some important points that must be popping in your mind. That includes the introduction of more technology at the village level, then creation of more opportunity for professional and the entrepreneurial growth, and third could be additional financial compensation also. Right. So these are three important things that we could think of for increasing the interest among the youth. First is that how do we introduce more technology at the village level, because here the youth will feel that it is more competitive. Yeah, technology is being used, so it's competitive job. It's not that we are residing in the rural areas. Second is I mean, creation of more opportunity for professional and the entrepreneurial growth as well. So Amul can obviously often take up such kind of assignment where they could come up with such initiatives where they come up with the programs for the professional development, for the growth of the entrepreneurs in the villages. And third is that how they can increase the compensation, financial compensation, so that these youth could feel it more attractive to stay in the villages at their own comfort level, earning more. I mean, because it's always good to be close to your families, close to the nature, right? And simultaneously earning for their families. Then, second important challenge that we discussed was the procurement and the supply. Right. So Amul is basically face the challenge of both demand and supply. So because here the limited scale of the rural farmers are there, and there is a low yield obtained from the Indian cattle. I mean, that's one of the issue, that there is a low yield, and there is limited scale of the rural farmers. Like we had a talk that only 4% of the people they are part of sorry the the milk producers, they are part of the Amul. So that's again one of the challenge. And on the demand side, there is a huge growing a huge demand gap between the urban and the rural areas. So I mean, you can just do a brainstorming that how productive are farmers, what are the procurement problems, right? And can they do better? If they can do better, how can they do better? What innovations and the technologies has Amul implemented? Why has not there been more consolidation of the cooperatives? So this is again a big question mark in front of us, that Amul, if Amul is a very successful model, why it has not been replicated in across India, across the different states? So what are the issue, that why it is not able to replicate itself? So these are the questions that you could ask to yourself, that how productive are farmers, what are the procurement problems, how can, if there are problems, how can they do better, what innovation and the technologies Amul has implemented, and why has not there been more consolidation of the cooperatives, right? So we can just think of that Amul's use of buffalo milk alongside the cow milk, right? This is one of the initiative by Amul. And the size of the unorganized milk market in India is a potential source of expansion. If we see that it has not been replicated, that means there are avenues for the growth. Then what are the problems, to understand what are the problems with the feed and the animal husbandry as well? If there is a issue, how can that problem be resolved? Then education level of the farmers, because when people become educated, they think in multiple directions. They think not only just to produce and sell, they also think in the direction that how do we increase the production level of milk, and how do I incorporate technology, how can I come up I mean, how do I increase how do I even raise the finances for having more kettles in the farm in order to increase the productivity, right? So third important threat was, because we are just trying to understand these threats and alongside the opportunities also, that how do we convert those threats into the opportunities. So there was a growing domestic competition also. So Amul was facing the stiff competition from the other cooperatives in India, like Mother Dairy, that is in New Delhi, then Nandini in southern part of India, then Varka in Punjab. So in all these cases, the cooperatives are largely on the same model as Amul, and they are preventing Amul from penetrating the other large Indian market. So that's one of the threat, right? So another source of domestic competition comes from smaller high-end dairies that are beginning to produce premium products, and these specialist dairies are working with a local farmer to produce organic. That means no antibiotics or the growth hormones for producing milk. I mean, we all have heard of that, how the farm how these um, farmers are actually using those injections, those hormones, to increase the level of milk, and they're actually going inside us only, because when we consume it, it's actually harming us. So there are people coming up with such kind of startup, where they charge premium but they don't use any antibiotics or the growth hormones. So demand of such product was growing in India as income was rising, and the consumers, they began demanding more sustainable and health conscious product, right? So I mean, now you could just think of the questions like, how can the Amul they increase its presence to better compete with other national cooperatives, and what are the challenges of the growth across numerous Indian states and the regions, and should Amul move into a premium dairy segment? I mean, these are the questions which one has to think, right? Then there is MNC competition also. So Amul was basically challenged by the large multinational companies. I mean, both at the procurement level like Nestle, and the distribution and the retailer level like Walmart. So historically, there was a rift between the MNCs and the Amul, that very well known. And Verghese Kurian, and he was always been skeptical about those multinational companies. So, I mean, he felt that all these multinational companies had been dismissive of the Indian employees and the company. And so this led to the philosophical belief at Amul that they must block Nestle's foothold in India. So that has always been a thought process of Amul, that we just have to throw all these multinational companies out of India, right? So you can just think of how the Amul should devote those resources to block Nestle and other multinational companies, and who is more dangerous, whether it is local cooperatives or whether it is multinational companies. And if you are a farmer, and then what is the incentive to move to a multinational company? I mean, if we really want to identify the opportunities, we'll have to think in the terms that if we were a farmer, whether what is the incentive we should get to move to a multinational company, and why we should not move, right? So I would like to conclude doing this case by, concluding that there are so many challenges the Amul has faced. There are so many limitations of maybe the business model the Amul has. So we can always think from the perspective of that, ultimately what is the Amul's competitive advantage. So this basically lies that every part of the value chain, from the farmers to the end users, that's basically the competitive advantage for Amul here. So that's all in this case discussion. And today as well, Amul has been an important part of our lives. And although it's difficult for any company to fight the competition, because it's not the monopoly market where we are operating, competitions will come and go. It's that how do we fight that competition. So Amul's competitive advantage was that it has the first mover advantage, and it's the quality product. Amul is always into providing that. We can never say that Amul has degraded the quality. If today also, if I consume the cheese, I would never say that the quality has degraded. Even if you consume ice cream, you would never say that it has compromised on the quality. And another the source of growth for Amul is that it is continuously increasing its product base. It's not only into milk, like it has evolved itself to meet the requirement of each and everyone in the society. So it's not only the younger people or the older generation, it's also the youth, because they have come up with products like flavored milk and variety of the chocolates, variety of butter as well. And butter as well, you have got a lot many varieties in cheese. So you just think of Amul. I mean, you have almost all the products that a company could make out of milk, right? So I'll just end up here. And uh, um, if you have any doubt, you can definitely write to me. So thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, and all the very best to you. Good morning, everyone. So today, this is Dr. Anita, and I would be taking a case study discussion on a very famous organization we all are very much aware of, Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. So the title of this case study is Market Development Through Integrating Value Chain, a case study of Patanjali Food and Herbal Park Limited. So this was the case that was written by me and other professors, and has been published with very popular Emerald Emerging Market case studies. So the basic objective behind doing this case discussion, especially in the marketing management class, is to understand the value chain. I hope in the initial sessions, you must have studied the concept of the value chain. So value chain is like supply chain, you must have studied. So value chain is adding value to each and every step of the supply chain. So how Patanjali was able to manage that, we would try to understand that concept with the help of this case study. And we would also study a concept of the market development, right? That how do we develop the market with the existing products? So the learning objectives of this case is that it presents an account of how value-based integration of the value chain is a strategic advantage, and it safeguards an organization from the business environmental threats. This case has a deep-rooted theoretical association with models like Porter's five forces model, on the other hand, and exemplifies about how an organization can utilize blue ocean strategies through value-based value innovation. So before I start talking about the case, like in the case, we would throw some light on what is the food processing industry in India, about the mega food park scheme, about the Patanjali founders, about Patanjali Food and Herbal Park Limited. So before I start giving a description about the case, let me just start with what this case is all about. A brief, the synopsis of the case. So this case focuses on the market development by Patanjali, which is a fast growing organization crossing US dollars 1 billion of sales in the 5 years of time span, and declaring a target of doubling this figure in the financial year 2016 and 17. So the prime focus of Patanjali is and has always been health food segment based on herbal and Ayurveda science through the usage of organically grown agricultural produce, by integrating the associated value chain while radically benefiting all the stakeholders in a two-way process as suppliers as well as buyers and the consumers. The fundamental context of the case is basically associated with the value chain development in terms of the value addition based on the organizational and leadership value in all the elements of the value chain of the Patanjali products, right from the suppliers to the consumers. So basically, this case is emphasizing upon the role of the Patanjali Food Park in the value chain. So this herbal park is Asia's largest integrated food park in India, which is developed jointly by Patanjali and the government of India. So let me just tell you the location of this food park. Right from Haridwar, if you move towards Luxor, I mean, this is a very big railway junction. So on the way, on the left side, you could find this huge facility. So Patanjali is constantly striving for nation building more than just the profit accumulation. And they have created a sustainable business that benefits all the stakeholders of Patanjali. So the backbone of the Patanjali Food Park lies in the robust backward linkage and the forward linkage. So here, the backward linkage is based on the hub and spoke model, where spokes are collection centers and mobile collection centers acting as consolidated point for the park. And here, the forward linkage are in the form of thousands of the Seva Kendra, Swadeshi Kendra, and Arogya Kendra across the country, ensuring supply to the ultimate consumer. The park is based on a zero waste system where all the byproducts and waste is reprocessed and utilized for some or the other purpose. They generate electricity on their own through their processing systems for self-sustenance and recycle water to be eventually or evenly distributed to the farmers of the surrounding areas at no cost. Hence, it caters to the environmental sustainability in entirety. So after value-based integration of the value chain, would Patanjali Food and Herbal Park be able to attain a strategic advantage and safeguard from the business environment threat is to be observed. So this is a case we would talk about the concept of the value chain, the market development, the sustainability of this project, and the strategic advantage this food park has, and how it can really safeguard itself from the business environmental threat so far. So beginning with the food processing industry in India, let me just give you an overview of the food processing industry in India. So this case has been published in the year 2017. So the data is confined to that specific year, because whenever we do a case, that's specific to the data that's given in the case, not based on what the current situation of the company is. Okay, let me just give the another background study of how Patanjali came into existence before I start talking about the food processing industry in India. So when in 2004, when Swami Ramdev ji, who is actually the founder of Patanjali Food and Herbal Park, he was addressing one of the yoga camp. So he, I mean, on a routine basis, he always advised all the audience to consume healthy products. Like he advised them to consume amla juice and aloe vera juice for better health. So his followers, I mean, all those who were listening to him, they raised a question that, I mean, Babaji, although you are telling us to consume it on a day-to-day basis, from where shall we get it in the pure form? And they also told him the problem that on a daily basis, it's very difficult for them to extract the juices using the juicer. So it was suggested then that these juices could be provided by Patanjali to the masses. So this idea was actually stuck in their mind. And another reason, I mean, it was a common knowledge that the post-harvest losses in the food products in India was around 25 to 30%. And that valued at approximately 7.5 US dollars per annum. So, I mean, that was the reason that farmers of the Pratapgarh, I mean, it's a small place in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where amla, which is also called as gooseberry, is produced. These farmers, they wanted to stop the cultivation of amla, as they were not getting appropriate return out of after selling that product. So actually, this scenario was calling for a revolutionary approach. So thus came in Patanjali when Baba Ramdev took this decision to establish the food processing plant and manufacture Ayurveda-based products. So this fundamental concept of Patanjali was to efficiently use the agricultural produce of millions of the rural masses. So this was the background story behind the development of Patanjali Ayurveda, and after that Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. Now beginning with the food processing industry in India. So as I talk of the year 2015, India had a population of around 1.3 billion. So it was the second largest consumer of the food products in the world. And it is the world's second largest food producer with an arable land area of 159 million hectares. So this is the data as per economic overview of India. And it was also among the world's largest producer of certain cereals like rice and wheat, some vegetables like potatoes, onion, ginger, and chickpeas, and fruits like mangoes, papaya, pulses, milk, eggs. So this was giving it a stronger base of the raw material for food processing industries. However, there was also an average estimated wastage of 25 to 30% of the agricultural produce, and only 7% of the total perishable agricultural produce was processed. And also the processable quality of the raw material was also very inferior. So understanding this need for upgrading the Indian food processing industry, the food processing was marked as a priority sector in the National Manufacturing Policy 2011, and the Ministry of Food Processing Industries was established. So that was the reason behind the establishment of Ministry of Food Processing Industry in India. So with all these steps, the Indian food processing industry touched around 194 billion US dollars in 2015, with a growth of 20% per annum from nearly a value of 121 billion in 2012. So that's about the food processing industry in India. And also Indian also in 2014, the Indian consumers spend around 31% of their income on food and the grocery item. So actually this category of the items had a total share of 60% in India's retail sector. So this is the figure, as you could see on the screen. This is the supply chain in the food processing industry. It basically comprises of the 6 steps, as you could see in the figure. So rightly starts with the input, production, procurement, and storage, then primary processing, then secondary processing, followed by retailing. So the main function of this Ministry of Food Processing Industry in India was to develop and implement the plans and policies for food processing industries. So one of the well-known scheme by this Ministry of Food Processing was Mega Food Park. Now let us understand what is the scheme of the Mega Food Park. So the basic objective of this Mega Food Park was to create a direct connection between the farm, the processing, and the consumer markets. And this was accomplished by creating a network of the collection center and primary processing center, and with the aid of the effective logistic facilities. Then these primary processing centers were then linked to a central processing unit. So basically the CPC, Central Processing Units, also called as CPC, and it played a very important role as a nucleus of all the value addition activities facilitated by primary processing centers. So as you could see here on the screen, there are farmer groups and self-help groups, and there are individual farmers also. So they just deliver their produce to the collection centers, field collection centers. From there, the raw material moves to the primary processing center, and then it goes to the central processing unit, also called as the Mega Food Park, for value addition. Because all the food items, majority of the food items are perishable in nature. I mean, they having the less shelf life. So in order to increase the shelf life of these food items, the processing is done in order to add a value, right? So from these value added products, it goes to the importers, the exporters, and also to the domestic sales. So that's the concept of the Mega Food Park. And the mega food parks were wide-ranging industrial parks used for food processing, and basically they were the common facilities ranging from the cold chain, cold storage, warehouses, power connection, effluent treatment plant, sewerage, water supply, etc. So they were beneficial for small and the medium scale units, as it is very difficult for a small company to set up the above mentioned infrastructure required to run it. So all these processing units were mainly location specific due to raw material availability. And so these parks had a major contribution in the reduction in wastage because of the fragmentation and disorganized supply chain of the raw material. And so these mega food parks were able to reduce the wastage via two channels. First of all, there was an increased sourcing from the farmers, and a better storage facility at a food park was provided. Secondly, it used waste of one product in making the another product like fuel or the gases. So the processing unit in food park, they range from food to vegetable processing, frozen food processing, purees, pulp, concentrates from the tomato, mango, pineapple, banana, bottle gourd, guava, juices, health drinks, packaging plant, candies, instant food, and the natural color extract. So this the scheme of the mega food park was introduced in the 11th five-year plan by Ministry of Food Processing, and it was launched in the year 2008 and 9 as a cluster based, and it was planned very much carefully. So initially it was privately driven with a 50-50-50 scheme. That means that each mega food park was given a subsidy of around 7.5 million US dollars. And these grants were given to a mega food park with a minimum land area of 50 acres. So initially an investment of 7.5 million was required from the park developer as well. So that time, more than 38 mega food park projects were implemented in India up to December 2015. So the scheme was pre-marketed, I mean, demand-driven, and assisted the food processing units to fulfill the safety and the environmental standards. So, I mean, the basic objective of this mega food park was actually value addition to the agricultural commodities, providing the world-class infrastructure, facilitating in implementation of the latest technology, creation of sustainable supply chain, capacity building, reduction in the overall wastage, and so on. And also the development of the area where they are established so that it could lead to rise in the income of the local people. Now, after that, let's talk about the founders of Patanjali. Swami Ramdev, I mean, very well-known figure, and also Acharya Balkrishna, who is the brainchild behind all the establishment of Patanjali. So let me just tell you, although I'm sure you must have heard a lot about Swami Ramdev, let me just tell, I mean, in detail about the founder. So Yoguru Swami Ramdev was a well-known yoga teacher worldwide. In 1953, he was born as a Ramkishan Yadav in Mahendragarh district of Haryana state in India. So after studying till 8th standard, he joined a yogic monastery in Kanpur village, where he learned the techniques of yoga and the Sanskrit knowledge. So he renounced the world and he entered into sannyas, that is the monastic living, soon after completing his period of study at Gurukul. It was then he assumed the name of the Ramdev. He went to Jind district in the state of Haryana and he joined Kalwa Gurukul. So there he started teaching yoga to the villages across Haryana and he spent many years traveling to the Himalayas, and after that he went to Haridwar, where he was initiated into the ascetic order by Swami Shankar Deva. So thereafter he joined the order of Swamis, where he started reading the ancient Indian scriptures, and he also put into practice meditation and intense self-discipline. So he was the person behind, I mean, making yoga practicing every household in the country. So they also had a channel called as Astha TTV, where Divya Yoga was aired every day at 5 a.m. in the morning, and which actually motivated the people to practice yoga from their home. Yoga teacher had always placed more emphasis on the practice of asana, that is yoga postures, and Swamiji, he taught pranayam, which was one of the factors that sets Swami Ramdev apart from the yoga teachers, because pranayam is a form of yoga consisting of 6 breathing exercises practiced in a sequence, and he regularly conducted yoga camps in India and abroad. So this is a brief about Swami Ramdev ji. Another co-founder of Patanjali is Acharya Balkrishna. He was a great scholar of Ayurveda, Sanskrit language, grammar, and Vedas. He was born to Sumitra Devi and Jay Ballabh, and he studied Ayurveda, Sanskrit language, Vedas, Upanishad, and Indian philosophy under the guidance of Acharya Baldev. So later in his career, he got a chance to meet Baba Ramdev ji, and they started this venture of Patanjali Yogpeeth, Patanjali Ayurved, Patanjali Herban Garden. So they were established to explore more possibilities of a large number of wide collection expositions and the research of medicinal, aromatic, and the ornamental plants in the organized way. So that's about the Patanjali founders. Now talking of the Patanjali Food and Herbal Park Limited. So this is the timeline of the Patanjali journey, since the figure was very big. So I have divided this figure into 2 pages. So as you could see that Kripalu Bagh Ashram in Haridwar was established in the year 1932. So, and after that, Divya Yog Mandir Trust, also called as Brahma Kalp Chikitsalaya, was established in the year 1995. Then Divya Pharmacy, which is a small scale manufacturing unit of Ayurveda medicine, established in the 1997. So if anybody is from Haridwar, they are very well known that Divya Pharmacy is established in a small place of Haridwar called as Kankar. So this was one of the thing, and after that post-harvest loss, which was around 25 to 30%, and which accounted for around 7.5 billion per annum. So the farmers they were taking decision to stop the cultivation of uh, like amla and other important plant with the medicinal values. And there was also growing the need of the people to consume amla aloe vera for a healthy living. So these were the factors or the forces that led to the idea conception to open food park in the year 2004. While Yog Guru Swami Ramdev Maharaj was addressing the camp. So in the short while, Patanjali Ayurved Limited was established in the year 2006 in order to process the food like amla, aloe vera and all. So this is in figure is in continuation with the previous one. So after that, in 2010, Patanjali Food and Herbal Park became operational in January 2010 because there was a growing demand of the Patanjali product. So Patanjali Ayurved, which is situated in industrial area of Haridwar, that was unable to meet that. So they wanted to come up with a bigger facility. So Patanjali Food and Herbal Park was the initiative due to that reason. After that, in the year 2017, Patanjali leaped to a 15th position from 173 position in Brand Trust Report 2017. Now, Patanjali, this I'm talking of the year 2017. So that time, Patanjali had plans to set up mega food parks across different states in India. That includes UP, Haryana, MP, Maharashtra, Assam, Punjab, and Rajasthan. And they have actually set up, major of these mega food parks across different state India. So that's about the Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. And let me also throw some light on the operational units and the available facilities at Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. So this food park is actually situated in the total area of the food park is around 195,000 square meters, and the allocated area was around 172 square meters, and the vacant area was around 22,000 square meters. So this food park, this Patanjali food park, was based on the hub and spoke model. Hub and spoke model is because this model helped the food park to increase the efficiency and reduce the transportation cost, because there is a hub and there are all spokes associated. So getting the raw material from the spokes and sending it to the hub for the initial processing of the product. Then just talking about the available facilities and the units which are operational at Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. So they have a basic infrastructure that includes the roads, the drainage, the water treatment plant, and then the RO water treatment plant. Then they have multi-commodity automated washing and the grading units. They have a power supply of around 33 kVA. They have in-house engineering workshop. They have parking facilities, security, Wi-Fi enabled campus, and loading area of around 200 square meter. They have a so this is all what I'm talking of, the basic infrastructure that was available with the Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. Now, there are core processing facilities like warehouse, and they have cold storage, they have vans, they have well-equipped quality control laboratory, and ultra-modern grain supply storage facilities. They also have other required non-core infrastructure that includes the admin buildings, training centers, and canteens, recreation, furniture, and IT and the telecommunications. So there are other processing units as well, which includes your juice manufacturing, candy, murabba, then flour, spices, basin plant. Then they have unit for extraction of the nutrients. Then they have utilities for the juice candy, biogas power plant, herbal extraction unit, unit for farmer education and the bioproducts. Then they have raw material storage shed, unit for the processing herbal nutrients such as Chavanprash, Badam Park. They have units of Chatpata candies, packaging units, pet jar packaging units, breakfast, food product unit, transportation facilities, and many more. Now, coming to the last point, that is the market development through integrating a value chain. So the basic uh, success behind this Patanjali is the forward and the backward linkages. Forward linkage means getting connected with the distributors, opening up their own stores, opening up the Arogya centers, opening up the mega stores, right? So that was the forward linkage. Then they also had backward linkage with the farmers, with the primary processing centers, with the farmer association. Then they were into contract farming. They had association with the government organizations. So that was the reason behind the success of the Patanjali. That means they had a well integrated value chain with the help of the forward and the backward integration. Now, moving next, before we start discussing the specific questions on the market development and value chain, let me just give you a list of the suggested readings. So Porter's five forces model, as I quoted in the beginning of the case, this is a five forces competitive forces that shape strategy, Michael Porter's. You can find it in any of the strategy book and also in the Philip Kotler, the marketing management by Philip Kotler. So this is one of a very popular and very important model of studying the forces that when we want to develop a market, what are the competitive forces that we need to focus upon? So these five competitive forces include the suppliers, buyers, the competitor, the government. Right. You can also read the books by Blue Ocean Strategy by Kim and Rene. Then there are books on value innovations, and there are other relevant articles published by very famous or elite journals like European Journal of Innovations Management, California Management Review, then Harvard Business Review, and Harvard Businesses Publishing. So in order to understand this concept in a better way, you can go for all these suggested reading. Now, just coming to the discussion question, very, very important. So we would talk about that. What is value-based value chain integration? That's very important to understand here, because the reason behind the real success of Patanjali is that how did they use value-based value chain integration? So basically, the values are fundamental in context and nature. And the roots of these values can easily be visualized in the intricate relationships of purpose of the human life, for the fellow human being and the environment, where the sustainability and the growth with the prosperity and opulence is the basis. So this value-based value chain integration considers the element of the integration and the development of the value chain with the perspective of long-term, intrinsically beneficial and prosperous output and resultant for all the stakeholders and the people. So that's the value-based value chain integration. So in the case of an organization like Patanjali, the root of the values are basically related to the ancient science of yoga. So the philosophical perspective of yoga is associated with union of mind, body, spirit, and which drives the thoughts of the followers, the practitioners towards the well-being. So this objective it then resonates itself with the well-being and the prosperity of all, where the prosperity is defined in terms of percolating the benefits of one's own existence for all the creatures. So this conceptual frame leads to a model and a business design where all the stakeholders should reap in the benefits of a process or activity if such processes and activities are institutionalized, as in the case of Patanjali. So its effects are, I mean, very, very widespread. Now, coming to the second question, which talks about that what are the key factors which are associated with Porter's 5 forces in relation to the Patanjali value chain integration, and how those factors possibly to be seen with the blue ocean perspective. So before I start talking about the case, let me just tell you that what is blue ocean strategy. Blue ocean strategy is basically a strategy where the competition is irrelevant. A company comes up with a product where just nullifies the competition. I mean, where for them the competition do not exist. They focus upon the concept of eliminating few of the characteristic, reducing some of them, raising some of them, and creating some of them. So discussing in detail about all these things, let me just start with the first part of the question. That is, what are the key factors associated with the Porter's 5 forces in relation to the Patanjali's value chain? So Patanjali is one of the unique examples that have exemplifies the Porter's 5 forces element on the other hand, and also on the other hand has strategically by virtue of their approach of value innovation through their values had been pushing the competition aside. That demonstrates the blue ocean strategy, because blue ocean strategy is different from the red ocean strategy where competition becomes irrelevant. So we did a lot of interviews with the leaders of the leaders of at Patanjali, like we did interviews with Acharya Balakrishna ji, we did interview with the CEO of Patanjali Food and Herbal Park, and also with the marketing head of Food and Herbal Park. So here we found that though they have been considering consumer products companies as their competitor, however, because of their value-based integration of the value chain, they have achieved supplier and buyer relationship with intrinsic trust and loyalty in no time, and have been strategically achieved a strong brand equity, thus catering to the threats. So in doing so, Patanjali has actually demonstrated the blue ocean strategies, and they have exemplified through the case in some of the facts which are given in the form of figures and the tables. So let me just give you a description of that, what all things were eliminated in the case of Patanjali. Like for them, they actually, apart from the conventional consumer products, Patanjali, they removed the usage of the chemicals. They cosmetic and the apparent uses just for use as for apparent reason. There was elimination of disintegration in the value chain, and they also eliminated the conventional perspective of the consumption also. Another factor that they reduced as compared to the conventional consumer product was the usage of the comparative mode of awareness. Although the things are changing nowadays, I'm not saying that Patanjali now is not into this thing, but this is the case I'm talking about 2016 and 17, that they were not using any comparative mode of the awareness. Another factor that was reduced was non-bona fide distribution chain. One factor that they raised was the integration in the value chain based on the belief. And what all they created was trust, faith, belief, and a holistic marketing orientation, market development, co creation, integration of health, consumption, and the values. So, all these factors were created, which shows the strategic canvas map for Patanjali, showing the offering levels and showing that how they opted for the strategy of the blue ocean strategy by removing some of the factors, reducing some of them, raising some of them, and creating some of them. Patanjali has also challenged the assumptions of the industry. Like in the conventional consumer products, there is disintegrated value chain, there is a use of chemicals, there is an comparative mode of awareness, there is cosmetic and the apparent usage, then there is complex marketing, then there is no integration of health, consumption, and the values. Whereas in the case of Patanjali Ayurved product, they challenge these assumptions by integrating the value chain, by being natural in terms of the ingredients they were using. Then they had an integrated value chain based on the belief. They were more focused on the informative mode of the awareness. Then they were natural products with the generic usage. It was more of simplified marketing, holistic marketing orientation. They focused on market development, co-creation, and their focus was the integration of health, consumption, and the value. So these were the factors that were responsible for the success of the Patanjali. Then how this Patanjali model may be visualized with the Porter's five forces framework. So I'll just, talk about few of the points here that it has a strong brand identity, and it has a large and the dedicated distribution network, and they have a very strong and supportive government policy in favor of the organizations that really cater to the threat of competition in the case of Patanjali. I mean, and this Patanjali were actually benefited as their distribution partners are themselves the beneficiary of the values prepared by the organization. So mainly, all the people who opened up the store for Patanjali, they were actually the follower of Baba Ramdev ji. So they have been tying up with several state governments for setting up the integrated plants for enhancing their production capability. So the intensity of competitive rivalry in this case should well be thought of as an intensity of the rivalry to the competitors, because of reasons such as the contribution and impact of the brand Patanjali and Baba Ramdev persona on the sales conversion, and it is highly substantial and very high in nature. Now, talking of the third parameter of the Patanjali five forces, I mean, the third force is threat of the substitute products. So, in the said case, it seems to be on a decreasing trajectory, because when we see it with the perspective of a package of lessons of the healthy life, because it was demonstrated by one of the founders and the brand ambassador himself. So this was basically propelled through the philosophy of the nationalism, national integration with the help of organic products backed up by the intense trust factor. So that is why if you see any product of Patanjali, they do not write "Make in India." They always write "Made in Bharat." So all the partners in the value chain felt benefited with a high level of customer loyalty, and also the customer lifetime value gained in the beginning itself. So the bargaining power of a customer buyer in the case of Patanjali is low, because of the fact uh, the customer, they submit to the cause and the positioning of the product, which represents a philosophy, basically a health, persona, and the prosperity. So bargaining power of the customer here is very low because of the inspiration, because of the association, and because of the strong brand name Patanjali has in the market. Talking about the last force, that is the supplier power. Here, the suppliers, they're also the beneficiary. So their bargaining power tend to be lower, as demonstrated by the organization, represented in this case. So, this is how we can really associate the Porter's five forces model in the context of Patanjali Food and Herbal Park. Now, another question talks of that whether there should be a context of the competition if blue ocean perspective is pursued by the organization. So basically, Patanjali as an organization has detailed about the previous. I have thrown some light on the blue ocean strategy, that how this blue ocean strategy fits best with the Patanjali and how are they able to do that. So here, since the organization is pursuing its product by including the non-users into account, I mean, they need not look at other organization or the products with the competition perspective. So because here in the blue ocean strategy, I mean, competition is made irrelevant. But nevertheless, the other products or the organization view products of the Patanjali with red ocean or competition perspective, and either they tend to follow or drag them into their sphere. So Patanjali has to take competition into the consideration so as to keep itself into a blue ocean strategy. Now, coming to the fourth question, which is about the elements of innovation felt by the subject organization. So, I mean, if I just ask you this question, that where does innovation along with the need of innovation originate, and why the organization think in terms of radically innovating products, processes, and the markets as such? So this happens because of the values, and these values are not only demonstrative of the vision of the organization, but this also exemplify the fundamental thought process of the leadership of the organization. So here, one has to remember that a yoga guru and acharya, they lead the Patanjali, and they have a strong belief in the development and prosperity of all through the roots associated with the scriptural knowledge and the philosophy of good for all with the least benefit of herself. So the profit and the loss statement becomes tool too. I mean, opulence, and not it's not only the benchmark. So this is a very important basis for the propulsion of the innovation in all the elements of the value chain, and this actually drives the self-replicative and the sustainable process, the very purpose of the innovation. Now, coming to the next question, that how well the organizations like Patanjali it contribute with the reference to the context of the sustainability. So here the products which are based on the Ayurveda and for keeping up the health of the people and the society, along with bringing in the partners of the value chain, they are beneficiary as well. So it basically promises the sustainability of the value chain. So Patanjali as an organization not only has implemented the process with the perspective of sustainability, but also has assured the inclusive growth to keep up the level of sustainability brought in. Now, coming to the next question, that is the sixth question, that can Patanjali emergence and the incidences of the organizational leadership moving from benefiting people through yoga to consumer products with value chain integration be seen with the point of view of being an example of blue ocean strategy? If yes, how? If no, why? So, sharing based on our own experience. So, during this study of the organization and their efforts, it was revealed by the leadership of the organization at several instances that many intelligence surveys conducted by market research organization. So here, the consultant basically found that the thought of integrating value chain and multiplying the number of stakeholders, that too in a rapid phase, was a very ambitious idea contemporarily. However, it was not acceptable in the light of the competition, so radically changing the consumer behavior, effectively multiplying the desire of the profits among the suppliers and the fundamental beliefs of the stakeholder. Nevertheless, the leadership of Patanjali went ahead with their value-based integration and also the growth perspective through the aspect of pushing the competition aside. So the details of how Patanjali initiated their thought process of integrating the value chain in their food park, other than the other organizational efforts, are they in itself gives the demonstration of the element of the blue ocean strategy. So whether it be on the part of associating the partners or the stakeholders of their value chain, or on the part of setting up of the food park on a strongly integrated pattern. So, and also the zero waste thinking also. So definitely the health to all and opulence for all through yoga has been the fundamental basis of all the thought. So you can also, in the suggested reading, I've also shared one of the article on Patanjali by BBC. So this presents the argument here, and very important video as well. The seventh question, that are there any such herbal product manufacturers or alternative methods of nutrition and healing products manufacturers in India and other emerging countries? If yes, then mention them and do the competitors analysis. So, I mean, I would say that there are a number of herbal product manufacturers in India, such as Himalaya, Dabur, Imami, which already exist in the market for many years. So these companies manufactures FMCG products, the medicines with herbal and Ayurvedic base, and they are also operating in Indian market since many years. In 1997, Dabur focused more on non-Ayurvedic products, as their export was 32% of their net sales, and the countries where it was exporting its products were not very fond of Ayurvedic products. But after the successful entry of Patanjali in FMCG market, Dabur realized the huge potential of Ayurveda, and they repositioned their marketing communication with a tagline called Science of Ayurveda. So here, I mean, by that time, Dabur has identified 100 rare and critical medicinal herbs for cultivation in their 3,800 acres of land to feed its product line. So the top management of these competitor company, they actually realize that Patanjali is converting non-Ayurvedic product users into regular users of the Ayurvedic products. So Imami, they then bought Kesh King, which is Ayurvedic shampoo and hair oil brands from SBS Biotech in the year 2015 to boost their presence in the Ayurvedic space. And in February 2017 as well, HUL relaunched its Ayurvedic personal care product range to fight competition that Patanjali has created in the market. And it has also acquired Indulekha hair oil brand in the year 2016. So that was all the effect of the growing presence of Patanjali in India. Now, coming to the last question, that is, what do you foresee as the contribution of organizations like Patanjali in global value chain context? So Patanjali is model to be followed, but the main protagonists like Baba Ramdev ji cannot be found in all the organizations and any other spheres of the business and the market development as such. So potentially there is a scope of several organizations from all over the globe to be included as a value chain partner of the Patanjali, along with the individuals as stakeholders. So this replicative strength of this model and this organization will definitely influence the global value chain in a better way and probably writing new rules of the game. So that's all in the case. I have some learning points which I would like to repeat, that the values are the key for the value innovation and for the value integration and for the strategic propulsion with sustainability, opulence, and prosperity. So, this integrated value chain is based on belief, faith in the philosophy of the company, and can also help a company to cut down the cost of the production and the operations. And it also raises the buyer's value, which is a foundation for value innovation. And it is a complex thought process that leads to a distrust in the mind of the consumers. And values also strengthen the value chains. So basically, the object, I think we have really served the objective of the case. So here the objective was basically to understand the replicative mode of the developed value chain and to understand the directional linkage of the value with value chains, along with considering the fact that Patanjali wants to grow exponentially. Hence, the business objective is to analyze the Patanjali business model while comparing it across the strategic logic of the competition and no competition through the Porter's five forces model and also the blue ocean strategy. So I would request all of you to kindly read the suggested readings here. They are very important. And I have another case on this Patanjali only. that's available with the case center, and that's all about the blue ocean strategy, because I have thrown some light on the blue ocean strategy in this case, but a more detailed version of the blue ocean strategy you can find it out in the other case study on the Patanjali Ayurved, and how Patanjali Ayurved they have really opted the blue ocean strategy for the implementation. Because in this market where there is a huge competition, fighting with the competition becomes a very tough task. So it's very I mean, the concept that was given by Kim and Rene, it becomes very important for the company, that how do we really eliminate, or how do we really make this competition irrelevant, so that it makes the task easier for the company, because there they don't have to fight with the competition at all. Let me just end up talking about that why this value chain of the Patanjali was unique. Because here the basically the organization was initiated on the premises of the medical and the healthcare of the masses, and especially through the propulsion and adaptation of the yoga and the Ayurveda as a mode of life. And here the promoters and basically the initiators of the organization, like Baba Ramdev ji, Acharya Balakrishna, they themselves are very renowned yogi. They are the practitioners of yoga, and they are also the teacher of the Ayurveda. So both of them, they have really earned the international fame in their field, and they have gained the intense trust among the masses. So which has now become the basis for the strength of the brand equity their products enjoy, because of the simple reason that the consumers find themselves as the beneficiaries here. So I have also talked about that how the jumping of the Patanjali to rank of I mean 15th in just 1 year. So that was quite I mean, achievement for Patanjali here, and that too in a very short span of time. So Patanjali has actually reached certain heights and still growing by opening other food park across the country and abroad as well. And so you have to really understand that is it because of the influence of Baba Ramdev ji, or whether this Patanjali Food and Herbal Park would be able to attain a strategic advantage and safeguard from the business environment threat because of its value-based value integration, remain to be seen. So that's all about in the case. I think I have touched upon all the questions. So thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you. This is Dr. Anita, Faculty of Marketing at UPES. So today I'll be taking a session on a case study, and this case study is related to the concept of positioning for marketing. And it's not only a case for positioning, I'll try to focus on the segmentation, targeting, and positioning as well. So this case. So I have taken up a spa company, that is Cloud Spa. And as I said, through this case study, I'll try to focus on the concept of very important concept of marketing, that is segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So these are three important learning objectives of this case discussion. The first objective is to find the best possible positioning strategy based on the consumer attitude and the behavior. Next learning objective is to identify the distinct consumer segments to help in decision on the target market choice. And third objective is to assess the implementation of various positioning concepts and through the marketing mix. As I also said that we would also focus upon the segmentation, targeting, and the positioning options available for this company called as Cloud Spa. So before I start giving you a brief introduction of the case, I'll just start with the dilemma of the case, what this case is all about. Then I'll share a brief description about the case, followed by the questions for the discussion. So this Cloud9 Spa was founded by two of the friends, and these two friends were they left their high paying corporate jobs, and they were working with these high paid jobs and they were earning very high. But because of the mindset of entrepreneurship, they wanted to start a wellness venture. So, being a professional themselves, they had a very tough life, very hectic and stressful life. Uh, they were actually aware of the various spa services, and they have heard that all these spa services are very de-stressing and are um, I mean, not so much. I mean, being so de-stressing and being so good for all the people who work, but they could not, the spa services could not find a good market in the Indian context because of the affordability issues. When they were having one day, when they were having a discussion with both of them, among them and the other colleagues, they found that this could be one of a venture for them to start. So they started this venture of Cloud9 Spa. So when they were having a discussion before starting this venture, they realized that there are other working professionals also who were feeling very much stressed, but they were not considering the spa services as one of the way of de-stressing themselves. One reason was the high prices. Other was the other trial barriers also, because in the Indian context, the spa services are not considered to be the one common men would prefer to go, right? Because the perception of the spa as the beauty or basically the massage parlors. So that is why both of them, they were very much inspired enough to start this chain of. Initially, they started with only one, and they named it as Cloud9, and they wanted to start this chain of providing the spa services, which was affordable and which was accessible to a common man, and specifically the working professional. So, when they thought of starting this specific chain, at that time the spa was a very relatively new category in the Indian context. And again, I'm repeating, and it had very low penetration, and it had low repeat visits also because of the multiple reasons. Right, I'll just focus upon them as well, because since I'm just talking about the dilemma of the case, the reason, I mean, the why we discussing the case and what is the problem here in the case. So the main activity, the task that was faced by both the founders was to build this category by generating the more awareness and to change the attitude of the consumers towards these spa services. They wanted to break those barriers towards trying these spa services, and wanted to make the spa visit part of the consumer lifestyle, so that when it becomes, because one thing becomes the part of your lifestyle, it leads to the repeat visits as well. So both of these people, they knew that the positioning of this spa is going to be a game changer, right? Because here they thought of changing, because today only I was teaching a session on the attitude formation and the change in the attitude. So they were actually trying to alter the attitude of the consumers and were trying to bring in the desired change in the behavior of the consumer, right? So this case can also be understood as one of the case for the consumer behavior as well. So both of these friends, they took several steps to determine what could be the positioning strategy for Cloud9. So they did a lot of things. They started with reviewing the market. They also tried to study what their competitors were doing. They looked at what could be the various segments they could target, and their what are their values, what are the preferences of these consumers. And they were also wanted to analyze the results to highlight that what could be the barriers and the prime motivators for these consumers towards the trial of the spa, and to increase the repeat visits. Now, the dilemma. I just come to the dilemma now. Now, both these friends, they are on a stage where they have to choose one of the positioning strategy. right? I'll just talk about those positioning strategies later in the case. And so, whatever data they had, whatever research they did, they have to take a decision on that what should be the positioning strategy of consumer nine, depending upon their market research, depending upon their competitors, depending upon what segment are they targeting towards. Right. So this is all about the case on the Cloud9. Now, as I said, let's talk about in detail about the case. I'll just take 10 to 15 minutes for um, telling you the facts about the case so that when we discuss the questions related to the positioning, it becomes easy for you to refer to the facts that I've told in the initial part of the case. So starting with the global wellness markets and the spa. So across the world, people are have been showing a lot of interest in being healthy, right? Healthy in terms of not only the body, but healthy in terms of the mind, having high spirits. So that is basically the overall definition of the wellness when you have a good body, mind, and the spirit. But this concept on the wellness has undergone a lot of changes over the years, like the wellness and the evolution, and there were a lot many discussions about there were innovative approaches that was given by the wellness continuum. I just wellness continuum here, as you could see here. So this was the continuum which was given by John W. Travis, and as per him, there is a continuum that exists from illness to the wellness. So when you go to extreme left, it is going to the illness. When you go to the extreme right, you talk about the wellness. So when you just so extreme level of illness is premature death, and there are treatment paradigms related to the disability, related to just when you come across some symptoms and initially when there are signs. So this paradigm, when we move to the right, it talks about the wellness program. That means once you have disability, you talk about symptoms, signs, then awareness, educate the people, then talk about the growth. So the highest level of continuum on the wellness side is highest level wellness. So in the middle is the neutral point where there is no illness or the wellness. So it's basically the neutral point here. So there has been a lot of evolution when talk about the wellness concept. So basically, on the left, we talk about the reactive approach. And when we are at the rightmost side of the continuum, we talk about the high level of the wellness. That is more of the proactive approach. That means if we remain proactive, that means there are going to be no diseases. And when we react, that means the leftmost cases of the reactive, that means when we have some problems, disability, then only we thought of looking for any ways to improve our health and become well. Now, there were several such studies by different researchers. So, there are outcomes of the numerous consumer studies which have shown that there is a more inclination towards the spa, and that was arising more from a more proactive approach to well being, because that's the right side of the continuum. So there was again a report given by the Global Spa Summit by Standard Research Institute. They adapted a Travis illness wellness continuum to identify the wellness opportunity. So that's the another figure I'm talking about here. So this is as per these are the findings that were presented by SRI, that is the Stanford Research Institute, and this report is about the spa in the global wellness market synergies and the opportunities. So this is one of the finding of this body. So in wellness opportunity, there are two things: reactive and the proactive approach. So proactive mainly talks about which help the consumer understand and select the spa's wellness to the offerings, positioning spa as the center of the integrated holistic approach to the wellness, and providing the continuity of the care to the customer. Right. So again, this is a more extended version of the previous slide. We have read it Now, so the right part of the container, which talks about the proactive. So this should be more integrated, wellness oriented approaches, basically to improve the quality of the life. Whereas the left part that was focusing on the reactive approach, that is more of a conventional and the treatment oriented approach that was to solve the problems. So, I mean, these spas basically battle for space in the wellness market. I mean, there was more of a differentiation based on the benefits and the design of the services that they offered. And so, push was constantly towards making the customer consider spa as contributing to their personal wellness on a holistic level. So this is all about the global wellness market spas, and this was the situation across the world. So as I was just referring to a report by the Stanford Research Institute, they estimated the global wellness market at approximately $2 trillion. And with approximately 289 million wellness consumers in the world's 30 most industrialized and the wealthiest country. And this report pegged the international spa industry at approximately 60 billion US dollars. So that's the situation of the global wellness market and the spa. So this is one of the research that was done by the Cloud9 finders. Now, because they had to operate in the Indian wellness market, so let me just talk about some of the data specific to the Indian wellness market and the spa consumers. So, I mean, if I just take the example of Indian history, the Indians, they had shown a lot of interest in health and the wellness practices, yoga, Ayurveda. I mean, they are the part of our culture and have been there in the culture from thousands of years ago. I mean, Maharishi Charak, we all are very much well aware, and how the Ayurvedic formulations were made thousands of years ago. Baba Ramdev, who have been talking a lot about the yoga, and it was already there in the ancient history of India. So Indian consumers, they had consciously and proactively moved toward a more preventive approach to the health and the wellness. But India and in the social context, if I would say, there is more of an increase in the hectic lifestyle, and which is leading to the stress among the people, and so which has actually prompted a shift towards the conscious self-care, so that the person could ensure a healthy and the active lifestyle with extended version, right? So that they could increase their lifespan. So this shift in the Indian industry was one of the opportunity for the spa industry. And there was another change that was happening in the Indian context. Was it was not just merely confined to the women, because earlier we used to have those beauty parlors in place. So it was not only confined to the women, even the men, they were getting attracted towards all these services. And the men, they were also looking at those healthy living approaches, so that they can have a better physical state also. But however, I mean, such phenomena was only confined to the urban cities, and which is, I mean, if I just take the example of Indian context, 60% of the population is rural, so it's only 33%. So if I take urban, that means only 33% people, not I wouldn't say that all of them were using all of them who are residing the urban areas, they are visiting the I mean, healthy lifestyle, and they all were getting the access to the beauty parlors, but that was the potential market. But there was 7% of the market, rural consumer, who were not actually being so had so much exposure to such industry. And still in India, people, I mean, majority of the people, they are conscious about the price. And because when I say the working professional, but that's not the case of them of using these services. And when even in this context, they are even ready to pay the heavy prices for using such services. So that's the case of the Indian wellness market and the spa consumer. Let me just throw some light on the data as well. So in the year 2010, The wellness market in India, it reached to around 490 billion, and the growth of this wellness market was around 20% as compared to the previous year. And the market included the beauty care, that includes the parlors, the salons, and also the preventive therapies. Also, that includes your dietary supplements, fitness services, wellness foods, and the physical enhancement. Also, like we had so many products related to slimming, the treatments for cosmetic, and the other products and the services. So this spa segment was estimated to 4 billion to 5 million in Indian rupees, and it is expected to grow at a annual rate of approximately 20% over the coming 3 years. So, like in since 2005, Indian consumers' gross disposable income has also been doubled. So that's the status of the Indian wellness market here. Right. Now, talking about the Cloud Spa, the company which was founded by two of the friends who were working in one of the multinational company and who left this company in order to start a venture where they wanted to offer spa for the people to make it more affordable and make it attractive so that more and more people start using these spa services. So that was the vision of both these people. So this was the first generation entrepreneurial venture whose aim was providing the de-stressing the Indian consumer at the affordable prices. So because they also had such kind of experience when they were working with one of the multinational companies. So, I mean, sharing their own experience because when they were working in the corporate, they had to travel a lot and they had very stressful life. But I mean, when they were traveling, it was even difficult for them to use these spa services. So, on the regular massages because of the costing also, and also because of the availability of such spa chains. So, mm, so that was about the cloud spa here. Now talking about now, I would say now just talking about the research that they did to analyze that what kind of opportunity they had in the Indian context. So first of all, they wanted to understand. They wanted to understand the consumer because when they want to start such kind of network, and first of all they have to identify that who are going to be their consumers. Second question was if these many segments are available, which segment is going to be most attractive for them to target? Third was that how do they position themselves? How are they going to position themselves so that it makes them I mean different. It makes them different from the other competitors in the market. So what they did was because they wanted to understand the market well, so they hired a market research firm to I mean do a research with more than 300 first time and the frequent consumers of these spa services, and also the same number of all those consumers who did not use these spa services at all. They also did a lot of interviews with the men and women lying in the age group of 25 to 55 years of age, and all these people were either working with the private companies or the public companies, or maybe that they were self-employed or they were the homemakers. So they did not confine themselves only with the working people, but also the self-employed and the homemakers as well. So they did the qualitative research to understand that what should be their positioning strategy here. They also did a lot of focus group discussion. So, I mean, after doing interviews, focus group discussions with around 600 people, random people belonging to the different professions, so they had a lot of data with them. So this research went on for around 4 months, and they got a report from the market research as well. So there were some key insights from the focus group discussion, and there were some key insights from the interviews as well. Now, when they had such data, they had to identify the appropriate consumer segment. So I'll just come to those segments as well. Then they have to see that what kind of value they were supposed to give to their specific segment. Because value, when we define a value, is basically the benefit that a person seek out of the price that he's paying to purchase a product. So once the segmentation has been set, they need to see that what kind of value proposition are they going to give to that specific segment. And last was the last choice. I mean, their value proposition could vary from reducing the stress, undergoing the scientific therapies, making time for myself, being physically fit, or being pampered, or being in a happy state of mind, or looking beautiful, going on a vacation, taking a break, relaxing. So many value propositions were available to them. So they had to take a call on that which one value proposition should we go with, and that was ultimately dependent upon their positioning strategy here. So they basically had, I mean, after just going through all the data, they had three options in front of them. Right. So I'll just end up here talking about the case. I'll straight away go to the questions. Right. What are the questions for the discussion? So basically, we would be discussing four important concepts to understand the segmentation, targeting, and the positioning strategy. So the first question is that what is the current situation in the nascent Indian wellness market, and what should be the cloud spa approach in this market? Identifying what should be the variables that should be used to define the consumer segments in this case, and who is the target audience for cloud spa and why, and which are the three positioning available to the cloud spa, which one, as based on our research, which one should be recommended for cloud spa, and what should be the implementation plan for the positioning concept that has been chosen by the cloud spa here. Right. So, first question says that what is the current situation? So, this I have already talked about the current situation in the Indian wellness market, that there is a huge market available here, and there is a huge market available here, and it's not only just target, because we have 125 crores of the population available here, so there is a huge potential, and not everybody is using these spa services. So I mean, if we just target them, even if 1 or 2% of the population they turn to Cloud9, there's going to be a huge market for them. So when I say what is the current situation in the nascent Indian market and what should be the approach, first of all, we need to understand the 5C framework as well, that you must have studied in your, you must have done it in your previous module as well. Then we also have to understand from the consumer perspective, that when we really want to understand the consumer perspective, we need to understand that what is the current trend, how much is the competition, who are the bigger players in the market, what is the broader consumer needs, what is the attitude and behavior of the consumers. So that is the thing which a person needs to consider while understanding this question. So when I say current situation and what should be the approach, so first of all, I mean, before going to the positioning concept, the person, these Cloud9 founders, they need to understand that what are the segments available here in Indian context. So there are some parameters for the segmentation. So because we cannot straight away go to the positioning until and unless we understand what is the segmentation. So when I say segmentation, there are some parameters for the segmentation. One is that how much is the consumer likely to spend? That means what is the ability and the willingness also. Right. When we study the concept of the demand, we say that the person should have the willingness and he should have the money, appropriate money to purchase that product. So first is that how much is the consumer likely to spend? That means what is their ability and what is their willingness to purchase the product. Second is what is the awareness and the exposure to the health and the wellness concept. Because here, health is not just about not having any disease, right? Or not being aware of any disease. We might be suffering from disease. We feel that we are healthy, but we may not. So that how much are the people really aware about the awareness concept? How much information do they have regarding the health and the wellness concept? Third is willingness to try and change the consumption parameter for health benefits also. One is that you have money, you have awareness also. Third is that are you really willing to try and change the way you spend money? Like if I prefer to go to parlors, I may not be prefer myself to visit to an spa also, right? Because of the perception that people have in the mind related to the spa services. Then what is the behavior, usage behavior based upon the receptivity to the wellness information also? That was also very important. So when I say segmentation, basically there are, I mean, although we have four segmentation criteria: geographic, demographic, psychographic, and behavioral. So in this context, we are not actually talking about all these things. We are because in relation to the industry we are focusing upon, we have four important segmentation criteria here. One is the what is the primary benefit sought, what is the willingness to spend, what is the behavior and the usage, and what is the psychographic. So basically in this case, we are not just talking of demographic, psychographic, behavior. We are majorly talking about the primary benefits of, like you must have studied in segmentation, Wells model, WALS, Wells model. So four criteria we have taken here, on the basis of which we may decide upon that what should be the approach for the cloud spa here. Either it is primary benefit, willingness to spend, behavior and the usage, or the psychographic. Now there are four type of segments available here with us. These four segments are snails, climbers, racers, and the sprinters. So when you have studied a segmentation basis, you must have studied the concept of the snails, climbers, racers, and the sprinters. Snails are basically, I mean, we tag a line that if at all to spend. And sprinters is they talk about that how much to spend, right? So snails are more in number, climbers are a bit less than the snails, racers are again a bit smaller than the climbers, and then the sprinters. They are, I mean, very less in number as compared to the snails. Because these sprinters are actually talking about that how much to spend, whereas these snails talk about if at all to spend. So let me just give you a brief description about these four category of the consumers, because understanding these four category of consumers is very important, because these could actually play a lot of role in defining a positioning strategy for the consumers here. So when we are talking about understanding the variables that we are going to use to define the consumer segment, we have to keep this thing in our mind as well, that what is the category of the consumers available here. So who are the snails? Snails are basically the people or a group of people who are guided by the convenience, habit, and the affordability. These people, these snails, they are unwilling to make any major lifestyle change or the compromise on their habits. And even if the information on the health and the wellness was maybe important to them, they would make change to their lifestyle only in the case of an ailment or any medical attention, because these are not the people who are going to use any service like that only, that they're only going to use it when any symptoms occur. Then is for them the affordability was a concern for majority of the group. So I mean a key factor in their consumption decision, because affordability is one of the issues. Climber is another category which lies after the snails. So this group basically showed a mixed behavior across the age group. They have the younger members, which shows the inclination for experimentation and spending on the new item. They are high in aspirations, and they are more influenced by the celebrities, and that includes the movie stars, the models that they like, and also follow upon that what kind of fitness regime do they follow. And they were keen on keeping fit. They're interested in knowing that which practice to follow, which to avoid to ensure a flawless personal appearance. And typically this group would dine out, maybe I mean more frequent, and spend more money on taking a dinner outside their home. And but they are also careful at what do they spend. And these climbers also look for quick results and instant gratification. That's very important, and want to compete with their peers. So that's very important characteristics of the climber. Third category or the segment includes the racers. So these racers are basically the group of urban consumers who are closely followed, who closely follow the health and the wellness information, and they are the people belonging to a typical age group of 25 years and old, and they have more of the brand affinity as compared to the climber, and they were conscious about the brands they bought. So this is these characteristics I'm talking based upon the research that was done by the marketing firm, which used this company for collecting the data and doing the analysis. So snails, climbers, racers, sprinter concept remain the same, but this talks about that how I mean the people that they interviewed with, from whom the data was collected, what are the typical characteristics of these people. So these racers, their racers were more had more inclination towards the natural and the organic product for the wellness program, and they were actually willing to spend on the wellness program, provided that they were convinced with the benefit they were going to get. Third type of the segment of the consumers was the sprinters. So they were actually at the end of they were actually at the end of the continuum of the consumers, and they were on the spending pattern, and they were the urban working professionals that they were there in the age group of 25 to 49 years, and they were basically the opinion leaders for this category. They had high levels of awareness regarding the wellness, and they kept an eye on the global development in the health and the wellness space. Typically, this group sought not only the functional benefit of the spa therapy, but also perceived spa visit as a lifestyle statement. And they clearly sought a high order solution for their general well-being. So these were the typical four different type of the consumer segment available. So I would also like to throw some light on I would also like to throw some light on the focus group discussion where the options for segmentation was available to them. So I'm just repeating them again. That is the frequency of use, the profession of the user, purpose of the visit. Is it pampering yourself, rejuvenation, stress management, cure? The age group between less than 25 and 25 to 50 years and 50 plus, and their gender, male and female, and the geography also. Maybe the urban cities or maybe the upcoming cities. So here, urban cities were basically referred to the cities like the metropolitan cities, basically, and the upcoming cities included the list like Agra, Chandigarh, Gandhinagar, Indore, then Lucknow, Ludhiana, Trivandrum, Pune, Surat, and other upcoming cities. So these were the options available to the Cloud9 here. So I think we have covered three of the questions here: current situation, identify the variables which is used to define a consumer segment here. So the variables are basically the primary benefit sought and willingness to spend, behavior and the usage, and the psychographic. Now, talking about when we are supposed to do a segmentation, we also have to uh, uh, see that what kind of value propositions are going to be offered to their targeted segment. So basically here it has to be identified that who is the target audience for the spa here, right? So there are basically three positioning strategy as I was talking about was available to them. One was the affordable indulgence, then affordable health, and third was a little vacation. So let us understand this targeted audience for CloudSpy in more detail here. So first of all, we need to see that all these category of the consumers, like which we classified as snails, the climbers, racers, and the sprinters, how they were different on the basis of the segmentation criteria. So when I say primary benefit sought, so for snail, it was more of a cure for the existing ailment or the medical condition. For climbers, it was more of an enhancement of the personal appearance. For the racers, it was more of a natural and the organic solution and the benefit for both appearance and the wellness. Whereas in the case of the sprinters, it is more of the holistic wellness and the solutions. When I talk of the second segmentation criteria, which is willingness to spend, so here basically the snails thought of the lower level of the affordability. Climbers, they thought of the difference that happens across the different age groups. Here, generally, youth are more willing to experiment, and there are medium levels of the affordability. In the case of the racers, which is the size is around 15 to 25 million. They are willing to pay a premium for a high quality and credible offering. Whereas in the case of the sprinters, they seek premium services, high willingness to pay for services with different functional benefits. When I just thought of the third kind of the segmentation criteria, that is the behavior and the usage. The snails, they are more passive towards the wellness, and they have reactive approach to the health related needs. Whereas the climbers, they are first step in preventive care, and this thought of that what is to be avoided rather than what to do, and they look for the instant gratification. Whereas the racers, they are more brand loyal. They are more inclined towards the natural and the organic solutions, and they are actively involved in the wellness related issues. In the case of the sprinters, which makes a size of around 1 to 2 million, they are basically the opinion leader. They have higher awareness or of the wellness, the trends in the case of health, and they basically take more of the proactive step towards the wellness. Then fourth category in the segmentation is the psychographic. So for snails category, basically, they are deeply ingrained habits. They are unwilling to make any significant lifestyle changes, and they also do not compromise on the taste and the habits that already exist with them. So that's the problem with them. In the climbers category, if I talk of the psychographics, they are more influenced by the media, peers, and the celebrities, social recognitions, and the self-image, and that's more important to them. And they want themselves to be associated with the status groups, like to experience luxury and to dine out. And these racers, they closely follow the health and the wellness information. They show active interest in going to the gym, doing exercise, doing yoga, pampering themselves, because it is what they feel it as the good factor, feel good factor. They are very modern in the outlook. They like to experiment, but at a moderate level. And they also prefer the techniques, the therapies which are proven, which are traditional in nature. Whereas in the case of the sprinters, they are more evolved, they are more successful, and they are open to taking the risk. They seek solutions beyond simply the well-being, and they're also have a high reception towards the solution with the distinct functional markets. So that's the typical characteristics of the snails, climbers, and the racers, sprinters in terms of the segmentation criteria. Now, coming to the third question again, more specifically, I would like to discuss this question that who is the target audience for CloudSpy? So, I mean, for the from whatever discussion we had initially, basically the benefits sought would likely to have emerged as the prime segmentation variable. So even by the number, if we just look at the number, also the size of these segments, the snails and the climbers, they seem to be more lucrative segments, and but they have the barrier of the trial in this segment because it's higher. The trial barrier is going to be higher, and especially for the snails category here. And even for the category of the climbers who seek more beauty benefits, so I mean that's again a problem. So addressing the climber as a primary audience would mean that this Cloud9 would compete with salons and the beauty parlors. One best way of doing this analysis is also to make a positioning map as well. When we make a positioning map with two of the criterias, where on the x-axis we can have a continuum from the affordability to the premium, and on the y-axis also we could have another continuum right from beauty pampering to the holistic healthy wellness. So we can just put up all the competitors that were available. So we actually saw that there are other. I mean, there were more of uh, the space that was characterized by the intense competition and the clutter. So in this case, the racers and the sprinters, they were likely to be more concerned about the health and the wellness, whereas the racers, they were looking for solutions which are natural and which are organic in nature to enhance their wellness. And they are maybe more inclined to a first time trial as well. And for racers, there was one more advantage that they are more brand loyal. So they can also serve as a future advocate and the brand ambassador for Cloud9. Whereas in the case of the sprinter segment, they are although they are an active segment, they are generally prefer the premium spa option and the brands which are established. But here the question is, would targeting the racers would also, I mean, provide a sufficient large consumer base for Cloud9 to achieve its marketing objective? So at this point, we can just do a brainstorming that what is the consumer trend in the market now, right? And also see that what are the segments which are evolving. And we also see that do we have what number is actually growing? Is it climbers? Is it the climbers moving towards the racer segment? So basically, the climbers are socially conscious group who tend to act as recommendations by the racers and the sprinters, and also the endorsements which are given by the celebrities. So although these climbers they seek beauty benefits, so Evo, I mean, can also, I mean, this company, sorry, the Cloud9 can also build their preference for the wellness solutions. So therefore, Cloud9 can consider the climbers to be a secondary target segment. So I think we are able to understand that who all are the target audience for the spa, for the cloud spa, and which is going to be the better segment. So here the Evo, Cloud9 can build their preference for the wellness solution, and they can consider climbers to be a secondary target segment for them, racers and then the climbers. Now, our last question is which of the three positioning strategies which are identified by CloudSpa is going to be recommended by us? And whichever positioning strategy we recommend, how do we make the implementation plan for that? So, let me just talk about all three positioning strategies which are available to the Cloud9. So, basically, there are three type of positioning strategies which are available to cloud spa. One is positioning as a little vacation. That means I'll also just talk about that what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, and how it has to be communicated to the right consumer. So when I say positioning cloud spa as a little vacation, here the assumption is that the consumer will be amenable to the different kind of the vacation to seek rest and the relaxation, and all these consumer they seek such experience when they are away from the normal routine. So this is the assumption that we have for vacation. The advantages for this specific positioning strategy is that everyone wants a vacation. So the proposition could be built upon the existing need of the target consumer. So the entire family can go to a spa retreat for a vacation. And if this spa retreat were closer to the home, such family vacations could be taken more frequently. Because when we go on a family, when the places are closer to a house, even they could even visit on the weekend as well. Because family trips cannot be, I mean, done on a very, I mean, quick level planning is required, and there are other work related to the household during the weekends. So if the place is, I mean, closer to their houses, it could be there could be more frequent visits for the people. Then there are cons also. I mean, there are disadvantages also. The challenge could be the change in the attitude that vacations were to be taken only at certain time of day. So that basically, I mean, if we target such people, so normally they have in a mind that for a vacation we don't go on every weekend. We just normally go once or twice in a year. So the frequency could be the issue in this case. So how it has to be communicated is a different vacation experience, and spa as a vacation spot to relax. So here the spa has to be treated like a little vacation for the consumer. So this could be one of the positioning strategy for cloud spa. Another positioning strategy for cloud spa could be as an affordable indulgence. Affordable indulgence. That means here the people, the spa could be understood as the lower pricing, and so that more people would be motivated to try the spa therapies, which was actually not there in the Indian context. People were not visiting these spa because of the affordability and the kind of image it had. I mean, contradiction with the massage parlors and the other things. So here the advantages could be that it did not aim to disturb the consumer perception that spas are were feel good experience. Right? So they wanted this perception to be remained in their mind. But here the challenge is going to be that to convince the consumer that this once expensive experience was now available at an affordable price, because people had this perception that they are very expensive, but it is affordable. Maybe once they have to pay the price, but then again, is also it is affordable in nature. Then how it has to be communicated is that spa, which were once the privilege for a few, are now being brought within the everyone's. So this could be one of the communication, that affordable indulgence. That means you could get access to the indulgence which is affordable in nature. Third kind of positioning strategy could be here is the affordable health, right? So here, basically, the assumption is that the bigger barrier to the trial was the lack of the consumer awareness regarding the spa benefit and how they can aid in the healthy life. Here, the advantages is that because health is taken seriously by the targeted consumer, and there are tangible outcome as well. So it was basically easier for Cloud9 to communicate it to them. That is affordable health which is affordable. So basically, but the difficulty in this positioning strategy was that the delivery of a serious benefit such as health was required to attract new consumer to this category, and credibility was were very important, because here the health is concerned, right? And communication could be that emphasize on the awareness of the scientifically proven health benefits of spa therapy. Like we all have heard of the mud therapy, we have heard of the oil therapy. So these are tried and tested and scientific methods available, right? So when one person would, I mean, look for the affordable health, I mean, he will definitely going to look for some proven, scientifically proven benefits of such kind of therapies. So these are three positioning concepts available to Cloud Spa. One is the little vacation, then affordable indulgence, and third is the affordable health. Now, um, the Cloud Spa has to take a call on this, depending upon that what segments are available to them. Now, talking of the implementation plan, that how it has to be implemented. So first, we have to group the customer value propositions on the positioning concept also. Like we talked about several value propositions which are available. then how those value propositions based upon the consumer segments are available, they fit into the positioning concept. Like for a little vacation, a person would always look for a value proposition like taking a break or going on a vacation. Then for affordable indulgence, the value proposition could be being pampered, being extravagant, making time for myself, being in a happy state of mind, relaxing, looking beautiful. Whereas in the case of the affordable health, the value proposition is going to be a bit difficult, right? It has to be reducing the stress, developing the immunity, then undergoing the scientific therapy, being in a happy state of mind and general well-being, being physically fit. So this could be one of these are some of the value propositions available for the affordable health by CloudSpark. Then, for making a detailed marketing execution plan, like what you, I mean, I suggest all of you to make a table on a sheet of a paper. On the left side, you can write the title as the positioning concept in one cell, then what should be the positioning statement, what should be the communication strategy, and this communication strategy could be should include what are the key functional and the emotional benefits and the communication emphasis. And one of another important component could be that what should be the strategy of the message and how what should be the message appeal also, what are going to be the service package treatment included and the categorization, what are the service portfolio, I mean what are the services offered under this, then what is the spa ambience, place layout and considerations, communication tactics, and that ensures the trials and the repeats, the media channels, and the other referrals also. So if we just categorize this execution plan for CloudSpa, definitely I'm sure that you can come up with a implementation plan for the positioning concept that has to be chosen. So it's never right or wrong in when we do a case. I mean, if any positional strategy that you choose with, it should be that how effectively are we really able to communicate it to our consumers. So there are things for positioning. Now, let me, before ending up this session, let me just throw some light on the other implementation plan also. Now, there must be some questions in your mind that which positioning should I go with? Because again, you have three options and you have a lot of data with you. You know that which are the segments available. You know that what are the value propositions available and what is the size of the market. So every picture, I think it's clear in your mind. Let me just repeat the segments available, and the value propositions available to those segments, three positioning strategy, and how do you map those value propositions with the positioning, right? Everything is clear in your mind. Now you have to actually look for a favorable positioning concept here. And I mean, I'm sure that two positioning concept I mean would be coming in your mind, which is of critical interest to you. So I mean, as again I'm saying, I mean, you can choose any one, but there must be two, three things which maybe in their mind, right? But we have to see that which option is more stronger, which is viable. As I'm said again, that whatever choice you make, and if you make a appropriate implementation plan, and if it works, nothing could be better than that. I mean, whatever we say, if we are really able to justify that point, nothing could be better than that, right? So nothing is right, nothing goes wrong. So whatever options we have with us, I mean, it should be it should be strong if they are viable, and they should qualify the important considerations for choosing the options as well. So maybe that in one of the option, like out of the three positioning strategies available with us, one option may also convey a functional benefit, that is the de-stressing for the good health, whereas the other is basically talking about the emotional benefit, that is the indulgence, right? So functional benefit is de-stressing, which is talking about I mean, a small holiday or a little vacation, while as the another one is more of talking about the emotional benefit, that is the indulgence, that is the affordable indulgence. So both of, I mean, to me, I mean, these two positioning strategies, that is more positive for me, and they have good potential in terms of the differentiation, in terms of differentiation as far as the consumer is concerned, because indulgence is one of the value proposition which could easily, I mean, work with the consumers, because this appeals more. I mean, if I just go on with any promotional event, here the message could be easily communicated, and the positioning could be easily could be communicated, and it could be convincing also. But here the implementation for the affordable health positioning is going to be a little difficult, because it is more of a tangible in nature. Because if I'm going through any health issue, if I don't see any positive result out of that, I mean, so it is more of a result driven here. So this could be somewhere going to be difficult for cloud spa here, right? So the concept like affordable indulgence, which is another potential positioning strategy for cloud spa here. And this is relatively abstract and variable idea, that means different things to different consumer. But most importantly, we have to see that the affordable health positioning has a much higher, greater potential to generate the repeat visits. Affordable health, right? Because we are just trying to go through the positives and negatives of all three positioning strategy, but we feel that as per the data that we have gone through, the affordable health positioning is going to be much greater, I mean, viable, and it might also lead to the greater visits compared to the affordable indulgence also. Because affordable indulgence here, it is because basically focusing upon, I mean, only the indulgence. It has got not much to do with the health of a person. So I mean, I'll suggest all of you to make a detailed plan in a tabular sheet, and write that what should be the how it has to be implemented. If I'm just going with the affordable health, how am I really going to market my product, and how am I really going to um, come up with a come up with the promotion plan, what kind of services am I going to offer, what is going to be my positioning statement, what is going to be my message strategy, and how am I going to appeal that, what all services will I be really offering, and what kind of spa ambience as well am I really going to offer to my consumers. So that's all in the case. I hope you all have understood the case well, and I hope I'm able to deliver the content related to the segmentation, targeting, and positioning. And one more thing that's very important when we study the targeting concept is that the whatever segment that we choose, the size has to be enough that it leads to the profitability, it leads to the I mean, the good number of people, the targeted segment should be, I mean, approachable in terms of, the promotions, when whatever promotion messages we make. So these are some of the characteristics of a good segment. So thank you so much, all of you. Hope you enjoyed the case.
Today we will discuss about CRM in service sector. As you know today, that service sector is one of the most important areas where CRM plays a very big role, and I mean, service sector is essential for any industry which is into an activity where where there is a product which requires, say in the case of consumer durable, which requires a regular servicing. Also in FMCG products where you are, but largely in IT products and electronic products, servicing is a big, not so much in FMCG products. but it's a very important. And just want to give you a slight idea. For the last 30 years, there has been a substantial shift. The primary and secondary sector, you know, uh, in the industrial, in highly what you call industrialized countries, the the territory, the tertiary sector is now the largest sector of the economy. In India, especially, if you find today, around 60 to 70% of the industry today is service sector, largely because IT and telecom, banking, all these sectors, there's so much is happening in the food industry, e-commerce, they're all service sector companies. The service sector consists of soft parts of the economy, where people offer their knowledge and time to improve productivity, performance, potential. The basic characteristic of this sector is production of services instead of end products. So, unlike any other product, in this case, what you offer is production of services. You don't sell a product, you sell services, and of course, the customer remembers a good service or a bad service. So, it's very essential to keep this factor in mind when you are looking at the service sector CRM, because CRM is all about customers here basically. So that needs to be kept. So what is the basic importance of the fact that what is CRM in the service sector all about? So we'll discuss this in the next slide. Okay. So let us start now from the area which we are discussing. That earlier slide we had discussed about the fact that the service sector is becoming a very important area as far as the government is concerned, and therefore industry is also now, because what is important to keep in mind here is that besides it is very important for the industry, it is also important from the economy point of view, because it generates a lot of employment opportunities. So service sector is receiving a much deserved attention resulting from its inevitable role in a country's economic development, where it is mainly focusing on developing an inbound relationship with the customer, which helps in terms of retaining the customer, because service is an intangible good, include attention, advice, experience and discussion. And the scope of CRM in service sector is vast, where it includes government, healthcare and hospitality industry, education, banking, insurance, financial, all these are legal, consulting, news media, restaurants, hotels. You can have all these car services, car rentals, tourism, retail, and that's how big the entire service sector is. Can you imagine the importance of the service sector in the CRM importance in the service sector? So, if you realize today is becoming a very very important component of this of CRM, because it's about you have to have a service system, you have to create a ownership, and what you have to keep in mind today is that is something where once done cannot be taken back. It's inseparable to entire activity today. It consists of what? Delivery. It consists of infrastructure, and service is a product. It's not just something magical which happens purely. So, friends, I hope you are able to follow this very clearly. Understand this from the point of view of industry. That is very important, and if you see that, it is something where you will find every industry today looks at it has to be take the case of say a simple payment system. You go to make a payment and you're not able to get a good payment on time to your say any particular e-commerce or even for that matter Ola services. You'll feel irritated, or you get debited amount which is you are not planned to do. You get more amount debited, So, these are, psychologically the customer can get really badly put off. And then what happens? If a customer gets put off, the entire organization's image goes down the drain. That is the important thing to keep in mind. Everything, you may have a great product today. You may have a fantastic product today. But the product itself may not be enough, because if your end activity, that is your service, is not good, then take the case of reservation. You want to reserve your ticket to a particular place, and it's urgent for you to reach a particular destination. But what suddenly you find you're not able to book your ticket. And then what happens there? What happens there is that you are not able to generate that kind of positive feeling. So guys, keep that in mind very clearly. Secondly is the fact that it has to be dynamic, it has to be packaged well. There's a lot of loyalty and aspect involved here. It is also, keep one thing in mind, especially now with the advent of online shopping going up, and we are getting used to this aspect, online food delivery, everything, and cars, everything, is going to get a lot of importance within the CRM activity. So today you can't think of any service today which is without the CRM activity. Therefore, there is a lot of huge importance today. Today's servicing is not in isolation to CRM. I would say today, even the ideas today, if you see in marketing, we used to apply the 4 P's of marketing. There is the 7 P's of marketing in services today, and there is involved the process. The entire process of servicing needs to be clearly laid out. What is the process of system? What system are you following today? The process is that 7 P of out of the 7 P's of marketing. The 4 P's, of course, as you know very well: product. Service is also a product. Service is also a price. Services also, you need to promote your services today to show to the customer that how good you are. You see a lot of time people will say, Amazon, when they came to India, they said 1-day delivery. Now that's called promoting services. You have to promote it. And of course, there has to be a location to it. There has to be a service center, or you have to reach out to the right place. That's how it is today. So I think, friends, I hope you're able to understand the importance of servicing, especially with the e-commerce and the IT sector going up. It's very important to keep in mind that servicing is going to get very, very important in the days to come, and one will have to, give it a lot of importance today. So what is you need to also do maybe a research there. You need to also build some strategy for servicing. You just can't look at, and you need to invest in IT here. Information and technology will play a very big role as far as servicing is concerned. So that's another aspect to be kept in mind. As you see today, I just want to give you an example. You will have, in hospitality, healthcare industry today. Now with the advent of pandemic, now look at the way the healthcare industry has today totally, I would say, revolutionized across the world. There's a total revolution in the healthcare industry today. You go to a hospital, the services they're providing to the people is phenomenally different than what it was before the pandemic. And what is important, people are now claiming, hospitals are claiming that they are going to give very good service to the customer, and they're going to look at it from an angle of a customer, not just really a services. And they will also provide. Take the case of pharma companies online today, PharmEasy, NetMeds. They are giving you online consulting services to people, advising people on how to go about their activity. The care factor on health is also very, very important. And I think the idea here is that you have to create a lot of good customer touch points. That's a very important part. You got to have a customer should feel very relaxed mentally that there is a good CRM or there is a good service system involved with a customer focus. A lot of time we should feel secure when you buy a product, especially an IT product or a consumer durable product, where you should feel that I'm buying the product, I know the servicing is not a problem today. A lot of companies today are, if you have seen the famous Maruti ad, and where you see today the car going to the Ladakh and there the customer in the ad film asking some, I think, Tibetan young boy, asking him, what all do you have available? You have hotel, you have restaurant? He says no. And then he asks, is there a Maruti service center? And he says, yes, there is one. What he's trying to show is making the customer feel very secure that there is a good service system for this company. Well, again, now you see all of us are using mobile phones. We are using mobile services of various organizations like Vodafone. We're using Geo. And look at the fact today that how Geo today has romped home by providing a good data service. Now, data was a very rare item before we started using mobile phone. We were using only mobile for only the calling. Now today we are using it for data, and today for data, for all our needs of data today. And look at the way the whole life has changed. And that is what, and so customer service has become a big differentiator today for companies in telecom sector. And I think it will become for all the industries which are focused on services like IT, telecom, hospitality, e-commerce. Services will become predominant reason for a customer to buy the product or buy the services of the company. So there is no reason why it will not have a CRM aspect, and there is no customer focus there. So I just want to end up in this slide by saying customer relationship management entails all aspects of interaction of a company has with the customer, whether it's sales or service. It starts with the foundation of relationship marketing. CRM is a systematic approach towards using information and ongoing dialogue to build a long-lasting, mutually beneficial customer relationship. From the above available data, it is clear that how CRM is playing a vital role in the service sector. So it makes more sense. So idea is to make it more strong, make it more solid. That's the idea behind this. So what do you have to keep in mind here? Don't treat CRM as an activity which is a low priority. You can't anymore, because every business you do today will have the aspect of service, and service is basically making your customer, and one of the important functions of service is that is going to bring back the customer, the potential customer to you. That's the main advantage. Well, what is the service development process? Service factor, if you see hotels, trucking, resorts and recreation, there is service shop, there is hospitals, auto repair, other repair services. There are mass services. There are retailing, wholesaling, schools, retail banking. There is professional services, doctors, lawyers, accountant, and architects. And there are so many others now that we are a growing economy worldwide. Everything is happening, and with what really happens is with technology. Now the service sector obviously is getting a lot of importance, and now let's take the case of hotels today. We know that hotels today, if you go and check into a hotel, what kind of room you get, how much money you pay for the hotel, and what kind of service ultimately you get in the room in terms of food service, housekeeping services, even the check-in factor. Even when you check into the hotel, you'll find today the good reception you get at the time of hotel entry makes a world of difference to your stay. Sometimes we get into a brawl with front office people, and then suddenly you find the servicing has gone for a toss, and we change the hotel today. It happened to me so many times. It must have happened to you all also a lot of times. Of course, then we see recreation facilities. You go to any club, you go to any resort, and the same aspect, you see the ad in the paper, you see the resort of a particular type, but actually you find it very different. Now again, that also makes a world of difference to the aspect of service. Typically, when you go to a service, you have a two-wheeler, you have a car, or you have electronic product, you go to a service center, and you find today that the service center is not well equipped. Service center is not giving you the required basic services, in terms of they are not able to solve your problem. Obviously, you have a very poor image about the brand, about the company. Because, ultimately you don't buy a product, you buy a complete system. As a customer, we don't buy just, let's say, a product and we forget about it. Ultimately, we need. I remember having met a very senior person, and in fact, it happens if you realize today in your own life that the more strong the brand is, probably the servicing is weaker. You'll find with most of the companies. Because what happens here is that today people buy in large numbers. Now, when the numbers are large, it's not possible for a company. And therefore, it's, I would say, IT. The technology is a boon today for a lot of companies, because technology is making life much better. Because now you're able to reach out. Earlier you couldn't do that. In fact, social media today is such a great advantage. You can go to the social media site of a company and post your complaint or any difficulty, and you'll get a response immediately. I remember, a few years back when I had some issue with the quality of a product, I had to send an email. Now, email still was better than calling a number, customer care. Now, even the customer care would not probably understand, because sometimes they are not well trained, or now that again is a big factor today. And I remember I didn't get a good response, so then I had to send a mailer to the head of the services of that particular company. It was Nokia, I think. And then the Nokia people got back to me, and then I went to the local service center, and then I got the service. So if you see today, technology has, and therefore when you come to a mass service, especially products which are sold in large quantity, suppose you buy a biscuit or buy a cheese or a dairy product, and there it becomes a very humanly impossible to give everybody. But I remember I used to work in Amul. I want to give you a small story. I used to myself handle this servicing factor for the products all India basis, and I remember I used to ensure that whatever complaints come, the customer needs to be pacified. First thing is not to question a customer. First thing is to satisfy the customer. That's it. Because you cannot question a customer, why are you complaining? You have to just specify. So if there is a product where you have, the customer is not happy, you will go and listen to the customer. And I think I'll tell you one thing. In majority of cases, even if you're listening to the customer, that itself solves a major problem today. Sometimes we want to hear. We have to hear the frustration of the customer. So if you see a retail shop, a retailer is very rude. He's talking to you not politely, and he's very busy. So then what happens there? There also you have to ensure that your service is good to the customer. You cannot take this for granted. The customer will come to me. Now there are so many retail shops, and not only retail shops. Now a retailer, if he misbehaves or doesn't give a good service, the customer has an option of e-commerce. Today every product is available on e-commerce today. Even a highly perishable item also today is available on e-commerce. There is a 10-minute delivery. I remember some time back an ad came out in that big basket is offering now delivery in 10 minutes for all perishable items. So the life is changing now. School and colleges are another very, very important aspect. We are providing service. As education sector, we are providing service. In schools, we are providing service to parents and to young children. We have to ensure there are adequate facilities available in school for students to learn, to do to enjoy their hobbies, sports. There is IT infrastructure available, so they can learn, technology. These are things which are very, very important today. And if you don't have, then that's the service factor will get affected. You'll have low admissions. Today, infrastructure is playing a big role, and IT in that sector is playing a big role today. So please keep that in mind. Banking. Another big sector is banking. Today, how many of us today go to the bank? I remember earlier we used to go to the bank and do our major needs of banking in a bank. We would get a very nasty customer care person, or you get a staff member who doesn't have time. You are standing in a long queue and you're waiting for the money withdrawal, or to also deposit the money. Sometimes even to meet a branch manager, it took you some more than 5 to 10 minutes because the branch manager is busy in meeting. Now it's so easy. Today, for all our needs today, we are using a mobile phone. Today, all our needs today, we are using, let's say, ATMs. But ATM again is important. They will go to ATM to withdraw money of a particular bank, and we find no money there every time. So you'd gain a bad reputation. The customer can always shift their focus to other banks. They can shift their focus to other technology. Today, we don't go to bank not because of the fact that today bank is not near my house, because we don't need to go. But the bank is losing that aspect of human touch, and that has a bearing on the customer. It does have a bearing on the customer. So, friends, you must understand this very clearly. Today, a lot of professional services today, security services, and all kinds of services today are happening. Consulting services today are now available today. But again, here a very important factor is servicing, because you are dependent on the service provider. You are not able to do anything without the service provider, and the service provider lets you down when you are in for a tough time. Doctors is again, they are very important service providers today. To get a good service from a doctor today cannot take you for granted. He cannot behave that he is a big doctor and therefore he is going to make you wait, because you can't afford to wait. You have online. Now you also have a pharmacy and you have other options to fall back. And not only that, you have other doctors to go to. So you will just shift and go. Lawyers again are giving a lot of services today. These are all parts of professional services which are available. And accountants, they give you service in terms of what kind of what kind of advice they give you on various aspects of accounting, how to maintain your profit and loss, how to ensure that your cost is under control, and not generally how to get your finance under control today. And there are architects who have to design your house, they have to design your various furniture, they have to design various things in the house. So all these aspects are very important of servicing, and you cannot afford to keep the customer into account. There's no more a seller's market today. Everybody has got a lot of options and they can always move out to the various options. So I'm sure you must have got an idea from all this which I'm telling you right now. And therefore keep one thing in mind, that customer in all these aspects. So CRM is going to play a very important role in all these activities which you undertake for servicing. While we're discussing services, it's important to also understand the service process matrix. Now, the service process matrix is a classification matrix of service industry firms based on the characteristics of the individual firm's service process, the degree of customization, degree of labor intensity, and degree of technical complexity used. The matrix was derived by Roger Schemmer and first appeared in 1986. And although it is considerably different, the service process matrix can be somewhat as a service industry version of Wheelwright and Hayes product process matrix. Now, the service process matrix can be useful when investigating the strategic changes in service operations basically. In addition, there are unique managerial challenges associated with each quadrant of matrix. That's the important part. For each quadrant which you have in the service, you have to understand what are the unique challenges you are going to face. By paying close attention to the challenges associated with their related classification, service firms can improve their performance as far as the customers are concerned. And the classification characteristics include the degree of labor intensity and a jointly measured degree of customer interaction and customization. Labor intensity can be defined as a ratio of labor cost to plant and equipment. A firm whose product, or in this case service, requires a high content of time, effort with comparatively little plant and equipment cost would be the labor intense. Customer interaction represents the degree to which the customer can intervene in the service process. For example, a high degree of interaction would imply that the customer can demand more or less some aspects of service. Customization refers to the need and ability to alter the service in order to satisfy the individual's customer particular preferences. And I'm sure you'll understand how CRM will play a big role in ensuring the service is obviously top class or optimum. Thank you very much. I hope you got a good idea. I will discuss about the customer, the CRM measurement aspect. What is CRM measurement? Now, in CRM measurement, you look at how your customer relationship is measured. What are the aspects to be looked at? How do you measure your relationship? What are the aspects to be looked at in a customer relationship when you have to evaluate how strong the relationship is with the customer? What are the aspects to be looked at in the customer relationship management? You know, because if you don't measure, measurement is the only way through which you will get to understand how effective has been the effort in the relationship aspect. And a lot of organizations, if they don't measure the initiatives or steps taken to build a customer relationship activity, what will happen is obviously the we'll not get to know the reality. What exactly is the result of any initiative or effort made by the company? So customer relationship measurement should be done on a regular basis. You got to look at the right aspects of relationship here. As we have discussed here, the aspects are very, very important. And in the aspects, you have to look at the fact that, as we discussed in the earlier uh, slides and earlier discussions, at what stage is a customer? Exploratory? Is it at the growth stage? Is it at the stage of maturity, decline? That's how you look at a relationship aspect. In the relationship policy, where exactly is the customer? Is the customer at a stage where they need more particular, at exploratory for the matter, the customer needs to be engaged more because the customer can switch the brand or the company immediately. There's no relationship at that factor. So even at the growth stage, although the customer is buying more, I may buy more a product doesn't mean I'm loyal to the customer. Typically, it happens to a lot of companies. You feel sometimes that because I may buy more for various reasons. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, also in my earlier slides, I've mentioned, and it happens to all of us in our daily life, that we buy more because sometimes we need more or there's convenience, there is a requirement, but not necessarily there's a loyalty factor. So, customer relationship management measurement is very critical because the decision making will obviously weigh on that. So if you don't measure, and if the measurement tool is not smart, then obviously there's going to be a wrong decision taken. And if the wrong decision has been taken, then obviously there's going to be something. It will be something which will not be effective, and if it is not effective, it will not result in the objective of the company which they want to reach out to. In the sense that even in the case of loyalty programs, which will be done. So I think every aspect of CRM, which has been developed by the company, needs to be measured very, 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 I think, clearly, so that the clear picture is in front of the company and so that a proper decision is taken. Another aspect is going to be you have to measure is the loyalty factor. Now, how do you measure loyalty? Loyalty obviously will be the fact that how frequent is the customer coming back to you. The frequency of the customer is going to be very, very important. If the customer is not coming frequently, because if today you're buying a product for that matter, let's say take the case of grocery business today. Now, in grocery business today, if I'm not going to a retail shop or to that supermarket every month when the groceries are bought regularly by every customer, that means there is a loyalty dent. So the customer needs to monitor and start offering, various promotional uh, uh, communication so that the customer is reminded to come and buy. A lot of time loyalty is also, I may enroll on a program. I may get into a enrollment process, but I may not be able to use the loyalty process. So a regular, measurement why and how to get the person back to the fold to purchase ultimately. Please understand these are all efforts which we are talking about is towards purchase, and the purchase is very important. The loyalty has to be towards the company, the product, and services. So the monitoring will help to ascertain how deep is the loyalty. Has it remained? Sometimes loyalty change. All of us have seen today that in terms of mobile, after there was initial Nokia, then came Samsung, and now uh, we have so many Chinese brands, and I think a lot of people have shifted their brand to various Chinese brands, and even Samsung today is having a tough time to retain the the customer to themselves. So this is what it means. This is what it means, and it's important that all these aspects, customer relationship and loyalty, both need to be measured so that a proper situation is in front of the company or the supplier. Lastly, is customer retention. Now we've discussed earlier that in spite of all these efforts in customer relationship and in customer loyalty, the customer, if the customer is not retained, then obviously there's a problem. If retention of the customer is not there, then there's a big problem because uh, the customer needs to be held on. Uh, Acquiring a new customer is going to be very difficult. So it's important that we hold on to our existing customer and understand why the customer is needs to be retained. Why the customer may go out. That aspect one the company or the supplier should know. Because a lot of time we don't know, and then we run out at the last minute to retain the customer. So customer retention is a very important aspect, and all efforts should be made to retain the existing customer and not lose the customer at all. If you don't lose the customer, obviously we are in a better situation. The customer is going to talk good about the company and the products and the services, and obviously the company's market share and the business will go up in the days to come. So I think all of you must have got an idea what exactly measurement means. So we are going to talk about the CRM measurement aspects on customer relationship, loyalty, and retention. So what is the purpose of CRM measurement? Well, as we discussed in the earlier aspect, that CRM measurement is required in loyalty, is required in customer relationship, and is required for retention. So why is it important, and why measurement is uh, you know very important for these aspects? So obviously the first main purpose of a CRM measurement is to influence or validate decision making. The major objective and the purpose of a CRM measurement is that whatever influence or strategy to influence a customer is being uh, developed by the company, and that needs to be very effective. And whatever decision making is being made, that must be justified. So when you measure a certain aspect of activity by the customer, you're able to decide the program or the initiative in a more let's say apt manner because it shouldn't go wrong. The resources will get wasted, and obviously the effect will not there. One will lose the customer loyalty, and one will not be able to retain the customer. Second is the aspect of to guide the ongoing activities and tactics. So there are a lot of activities, which are going on or we are planned, and a measurement tool will obviously, you know, guide it. I mean, maybe let's take the case of a pandemic today. Pandemic happened, and a lot of the CRM uh, strategies which were being followed pre pandemic had to change, because the buying, the loyalty factor changed. New products came in, and the consumer buying power also got affected. Now, here, if there's no measurement done, obviously the any ongoing activity to be planned will be ineffective because the consumer behavior has changed totally. And so the customer who was buying something at a particular time earlier obviously is not going to be the same. And where his shift is happening. So that exactly is and why the quantum of purchase gone down or why the product shift happened. If these aspects are, or the value of purchase has gone down um, over a period of time, the customer may be buying that product somewhere else but not buying here. Why? Because maybe the income has gone down. So there could be a lot of factors could be there. So to ascertain, to make the ongoing activity more effective or the strategy more effective, it's very important uh, to measure the CRM activity. And lastly is of course the fact that to predict the future. Now, a lot of data is required to forecast and to predict the future because if you don't have any data, any study, any kind of exercise done, then how would you predict your future estimates in terms of business, in terms of customer, numbers, estimated number of customers based on the current activity? So this is another aspect to be kept in mind. So purpose is very clear. Purpose are three main purposes: to influence or validate decision making, to guide ongoing activities or tactics, and to predict future sales. Okay, so this will give you an idea on the purpose of measurement. What are the ongoing activities? Now, ongoing activities consist of brand performance measures. Now, brand performance measures which brand is selling how much quantity, which brand is selling more, which brand has gone down, which brand pack sizes are selling more, why is the preference more for this brand, not for the other brand in a similar category. So, these kind of measurements help in to plan brand focus activities. That's again, as we looked at the earlier slide, look at the aspects of how to plan, take a decision making regarding a brand activity. So brand performance measures are important to be kept in mind. Customer behavior or a consumer behavior. How has the consumer behavior changed? And it has changed in what way? All of us know today that the buying of a customer gets affected once the income goes low. The buying of the customer goes low if there is a lot of uncertainty in the society. So is it so? Is it because of that? Because certainly there's preference for more products which are healthy. Um, Products which are unhealthy, in any case, at the moment you want to refrain from because you want to remain healthy. One would like to reduce the purchasing quantum itself. The overall pie would come down, and therefore this is very important to keep that in mind. Because what is important is that if you don't study the consumer behavior, uh, obviously the decision making of the customer on what aspects the customer is looking at is very important, and therefore is very very critical to study these ongoing activities. Customer asset management. Customer is an asset Are we managing the asset of our customer properly? That's a critical part. Are we treating the customer as an asset or not? That's another aspect of it. And this measurement has to be done because a lot of times we miss out on this aspect. So this is another aspect of customer management. Now, just want to elaborate what exactly is customer asset management. Well, it'll give you a bit of idea on exactly what exactly I would like to say about this particular. So, customer asset management is basically looking at aspect of something that has a potential or actual value to an organization. It can be tangent or intangent or intangible. Can have a present or a future value. And so if that is asset, right? So customer asset is a customer being looked at as an asset. That's very, very important. Now it has to be holistic, it has to be systematic, it has to be systemic. Now what is holistic? Looking at the whole picture, the combined implication of managing all aspects. Systematic, uh, a real methodical approach promoting consistent, repeatable, and auditable decisions and actions. Systemic, considering the assets in the asset system context, optimizing the asset system value. Risk-based, focusing resources and expenditure and setting priorities appropriate to the identified risk and the associated cost. So I think if you see today, this is how a good asset management, considering the customer to look at, as an asset, very, very important from the company point of view. Marketing performance. Now, marketing performance also is important because how effective has marketing been? Has it been effective or has not been effective? That's another point to be looked at. You know, has the marketing activity or the expenditure or the initiative taken on social media or on any other medium been effective? Then marketing performance has to be also measured, and a proper or a modification can be done in case you are aware of the marketing. If the marketing performance is not up to the mark, a certain changes need to be made. And maybe a certain cost can be saved if that can be understood at the right time. Salesforce. Now, Salesforce is a very important component of CRM because they interact with customers directly. And how many complaints or how many grievances or how many settlements have they been able to do of the customers during this period, and how have they done it? Have they failed? Why did they fail? So, because ultimately, don't forget that Salesforce is one who's directly interacting with especially in the case of B2B customers, and also in the B2C customers, he is supplying to the retailer, and there the retailer is a customer, and is he able to manage what's has been the performance? Because sometimes it could be that marketing activities are very good, but the sales activities affect the overall result. The sales activities have not been up to the mark, distribution has not taken place, and therefore the customer aspect has got disturbed. So that also needs to be understood through a measurement process. Service center performance is also important. How many people have gone satisfied on the service center? How many have come, firstly? Are there many who have come to get their issues sorted out, or have the service center performed well? Have they been able to sort out servicing issues well on time and send satisfied customers? That's another area because ultimately, don't forget, these are going to have a bearing on your marketing and sales performance. But servicing is a totally different aspect, and the servicing is especially in a consumer durable product category, or it can happen in any category for the matter now. Now with but in service center can be more pertinent towards durable, because service centers are normally held by the, durable, requires immediate attention. Unless you have a problem with food particular category, one can wait. One doesn't die. One food product is not replaced immediately. But in service center, if there is the IT crash or there is some air conditioner problem or some light problem, you need immediate solution. And if a service center has not performed well, it's a matter of concern because they can have a bearing on the overall uh, customer performance. Same is the case with field. One is service center, which is physical. It's a location. It's a fixed place, and then there is field service performance, where your field process, service staff, how efficient they have been. Do they have some kind of feedback where they mention getting back to the service center and inform them about the number of complaints or number of servicing issues which they have settled. That gives an idea about how effective the service team has been. And next is supply chain and logistics. Distribution of the product. Factory is located in Madras, or Mumbai, or Pune, or any part of Maharashtra or Karnataka for that matter. How effective has been supply chain and logistic performance? Because it has a bearing on your customer relationship activity. The products don't reach on time, the customer can be very unhappy and can be very dissatisfied. And so supply chain and logistics very, very important that it should reach, and this can happen also in B2C, because of the fact that today B2C purchase is going up in India. Because of the fact that today the logistics and supply chain performance is very good. One is able to order most of the products today online and get delivery at home without the customer moving out of the house. It's a big time change in the Indian buying cycle, where you have most of the products now are being bought online, and therefore there is a pressure on ongoing activities of supply chain and logistics. Finally, there is website performance. Now, why it is important is ongoing again. Is that how many visitors come to your website? Do they come at all? If they don't come, that's a worry. How many come and what do they look at? What aspects of the website are they interested in? It's a fantastic opportunity for the organization to get back to the customer in case there's an inquiry. So, which section is very popular on the website? Is the navigation smooth? Are all the services displayed very clearly? And how has the customer benefited by coming to the website? Has there been some extra knowledge, extra activity by the customer? And website performance, especially because a lot of companies' online advertising activities happen for different product categories and stuff. So, is the company able to effectively drive traffic to the website, to the marketing campaigns? So, this is all going to help in understanding the ongoing activity. Measurement will help big time in all these aspects. The CRM measurement frameworks. These are basically, confined to brand building, customer equity building, customer value management, customer equity management, and customer value analysis. Uh, as we discussed earlier, a customer is an asset. So when you look at an asset, you have got to look at equity. The value of are we really looking at the customer is, like when we have a brand equity, are we looking at the customer equity? In the sense, is the customer looked at in a manner how in the brand equity, the customer looks at the company. That's the difference here. Is the organization looking at customer from the point of view how the customer looks at brand in brand equity? Brand building, of course, is a very, very important aspect because all these measures are being taken to improve the brand building activity. Let's not forget that brand building activity is it happens because the customer is loyal, and when the customer is loyal, obviously the brand building gets better and it gets more let's say effective and more stronger in the mind of the customer. So it's very important to keep in mind that the CRM measurement frameworks are, I would say, looked at in a manner that they result in all these values for the company. Because otherwise, the very purpose of the entire CRM measurement activity will not be served. Because it's important to keep in mind that the critical part here is to keep in mind here is that the CRM activity has to result in positive gain for the company. And the positive gain for the company can only happen if there is a gain in the customer equity. There is a gain in the customer value management. There's a gain in customer value analysis, and there's a gain in customer equity management. And all this will result in brand building activity for the company. So it is very important here to keep in mind that measurement is basically uh, to ensure that all these aspects of you know equity are kept in mind, or the customer activity are kept in mind. So it has a bearing on the brand of the organization or the supplier. So I think what needs to be looked at here is that initially we always feel that today our brand building activity is largely due to performance of marketing activity. No, it is not due to that. A lot of CRM measurement activity also builds a brand. For example, I mean, we can also discuss between us today is that today if the relationship of the customer with the organization or supplier is good, obviously the brand value will also get better. If the customer goes and tells 10 other people in the market about the experience the customers had with the brand, obviously, so that measurement of this activity is very, very important. That's what I feel today is that the these are the areas. If the brand is building, if the brand is building, it means here if brand is building its customer base more so today. If Swiggy, Zomato, they are brands. If they are building their customer base today, it obviously means that the customer is being given a lot of importance from these organizations, and obviously the CRM practices or the framework is looking at aspects of equity, value, and analysis. So this is what is it required in the measurement, uh, of CRM, so that the company's activities keep on being effective. And that's what we are trying to ascertain from a measurement activity for of CRM. So I think in a nutshell, you must have had an idea that we'll obviously discuss another part of CRM in our next round of CRM measurement. But please don't keep this in mind today. Whatever we have discussed now, the next last half an hour is very important, and those areas need to be focused to make the CRM measurement. We will discuss about the CRM measurement aspect. What is CRM measurement? Now, in CRM measurement, you look at how your customer relationship. is measured? What are the aspects to be looked at? How do you measure your relationship? What are the aspects to be looked at in a customer relationship when you have to evaluate how strong the relationship is with the customer? What are the aspects to be looked at in the customer relationship management? You know, because if you don't measure, measurement is the only way through which you will get to understand how effective has been the effort in the relationship aspect. And a lot of organizations, if they don't measure the initiatives or steps taken to build a customer relationship activity, what will happen is obviously the we will not get to know the reality. What exactly is the result of any initiative or effort made by the company? So, customer relationship measurement should be done on a regular basis. You got to look at the right aspects of relationship here. As we have discussed here, the aspects are very, very important. And in the aspects, you have to look at the fact that, as we discussed in the earlier uh, slides and earlier discussions, at what stage is the customer? Exploratory? Is it at the growth stage? Is it at the stage of maturity, decline? That's how you look at a relationship aspect. In the relationship policy, where exactly is the customer? Is the customer at a stage where they need more particular, at exploratory for the matter, the customer needs to be engaged more because the customer can switch the brand or the company immediately. There's no relationship at that factor. So even at the growth stage, although the customer is buying more, I may buy more. A product doesn't mean I'm loyal to the customer. Typically, it happens to a lot of companies. You feel sometimes that because I may buy more for various reasons. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, also in my earlier slides, I've mentioned, and it happens to all of us in our daily life that we buy more because sometimes we need more, or there's convenience, there is a requirement, but not necessarily there's a loyalty factor. So, customer relationship management measurement is very critical because the decision making will obviously weigh on that. So if you don't measure, and if it is the measurement tool is not smart, then obviously there's going to be a wrong decision taken. And if the wrong decision has been taken, then obviously there's going to be something. It will be something which will not be effective, and if it is not effective, it will not result in the objective of the company which they want to reach out to. In the sense that even in the case of loyalty programs, which will be done. So I think every aspect of CRM, which has been developed by the company, needs to be measured very, 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 I think, clearly, so that the clear picture is in front of the company and so that a proper decision is taken. Another aspect is going to be you have to measure is the loyalty factor. Now, how do you measure loyalty? Loyalty obviously will be the fact that how frequent is the customer coming back to you. The frequency of the customer is going to be very, very important. If the customer is not coming frequently, because if today you're buying a product, uh, for that matter, let's say take the case of grocery business today. Now, in grocery business today, if I'm not going to a retail shop or to that supermarket every month when the groceries are bought regularly by every customer, that means there is a loyalty dent. So the customer needs to monitor and start offering, various promotional uh, uh, communication so that the customer is reminded to come and buy. A lot of time loyalty is also, I may enroll on a program, I may get into a enrollment process, but I may not be able to use the loyalty process. So a regular, measurement why and how to get the person back to the fold to purchase ultimately. Please understand these are all efforts which we are talking about is towards purchase, and the purchase is very important. The loyalty has to be towards the company, the product, and services. So the monitoring will help to ascertain how deep is the loyalty. Has it remained? Sometimes loyalty change. All of us have seen today that in terms of mobile, after there was initial Nokia, then came Samsung, and now uh, we have so many Chinese brands, and I think a lot of people have shifted their brand to various Chinese brands, and even Samsung today is having a tough time to retain the the customers to themselves. So this is what it means. This is what it means, and it's important that all these aspects, customer relationship and loyalty, both need to be measured so that a proper situation is in front of the company or the supplier. Lastly, is customer retention. Now, we've discussed earlier that in spite of all these efforts in customer relationship and in customer loyalty, the customer, if the customer is not retained, then obviously there is a problem. If retention of the customer is not there, then there's a big problem because the customer needs to be held on. Uh, Acquiring a new customer is going to be very difficult. So it's important that we hold on to our existing customer and understand why the customer is needs to be retained. Why the customer may go out. That aspect one the company or the supplier should know. Because a lot of time we don't know, and then we run out at the last minute to retain the customer. So customer retention is a very very important aspect, and all efforts should be made to retain the existing customer and not lose the customer at all. If you don't lose the customer, obviously we are in a better situation. The customer is going to talk good about the company and the products and the services, and obviously the company's market share and the business will go up in the days to come. So I think all of you must have got an idea what exactly measurement means. So we are going to talk about the CRM measurement aspects on customer relationship, loyalty, and retention. So what is the purpose of CRM measurement? Well, as we discussed in the earlier aspect, that CRM measurement is required in loyalty, is required in customer relationship, and is required for retention. So why is it important, and why measurement is uh, you know very very important for these aspects? So obviously the first main purpose of a CRM measurement is to influence or validate decision making. The major objective and the purpose of a CRM measurement is that whatever influence or strategy to influence a customer is being uh, developed by the company, and that needs to be very effective. And whatever decision making is being made, that must be justified. So when you measure a certain aspect of activity by the customer, you're able to decide the program or the initiative in a more let's say apt manner because it shouldn't go wrong. The resources will get wasted, and obviously the effect will not there. One will lose the customer loyalty, and one will not be able to retain the customer. Second is the aspect of to guide the ongoing activities and tactics. So there are a lot of activities, which are going on or we are planned, and a measurement tool will obviously, you know, guide it. I mean, maybe let's take the case of a pandemic today. Pandemic happened, and a lot of the CRM uh, strategies which were being followed pre pandemic had to change, and because the loyalty factor changed, new products came in, and the consumer buying power also got affected. Now, here, if there's no measurement done, obviously the any ongoing activity to be planned will be ineffective because the consumer behavior has changed totally. And so the customer who was buying something at a particular time earlier obviously is not going to be the same. And where his shift is happening. So that exactly is and why the quantum of purchase gone down or why the product shift happened. If these aspects are, or the value of purchase has gone down over a period of time, the customer may be buying that product somewhere else but not buying here. Why? Because maybe the income has gone down. So there could be a lot of factors could be there. So to ascertain, to make the ongoing activity more effective or the strategy more effective, it's very important uh, to measure the CRM activity. And lastly is of course the fact that to predict the future. Now, a lot of data is required to forecast and to predict the future because if you don't have any data, any study, any kind of exercise done, then how would you predict your future estimates in terms of business, in terms of customer, uh, numbers, estimated number of customers based on the current activity. So this is another aspect to be kept in mind. So purpose is very clear. Purpose are three main purposes: to influence or validate decision making, to guide ongoing activities or tactics, and to predict future sales. Okay, so this will give you an idea on the purpose of measurement. What are the ongoing activities? Now, ongoing activities consist of brand performance measures. Now, brand performance measures which brand is selling how much quantity, which brand is selling more, which brand is gone down, which brand pack sizes are selling more, why is the preference more for this brand, not for the other brand in a similar category. So, these kind of measurements help in to plan brand focus activities. That's again, as we looked at the earlier slide, to look at the aspects of how to plan, take a decision making regarding a brand activity. So brand performance measures are important to be kept in mind. Customer behavior or a consumer behavior. How has the consumer behavior changed? And it has changed in what way? All of us know today that the buying of a customer gets affected once the income goes low. The buying of the customer goes low if there is a lot of uncertainty in the society. So is it so? Is it because of that? Because certainly there's preference for more products which are healthy. Um, Products which are unhealthy, in any case, at the moment you want to refrain from because you want to remain healthy. One would like to reduce the purchasing quantum itself. The overall pie would come down, and therefore this is very important to keep that in mind. Because what is important is that if you don't study the consumer behavior, uh, obviously the decision making of the customer on what aspects the customer is looking at is very important, and therefore is very very critical to study these ongoing activities. Customer asset management. Now, customer is an asset. Are we managing the asset of our customer properly? That's a critical part. Are we treating the customer as an asset or not? That's another aspect of it. And this measurement has to be done because a lot of times we miss out on this aspect. So this is another aspect of customer management. Now, just want to elaborate what exactly is customer asset management. Well, it'll give you a bit of idea on exactly how what exactly would like to say about this particular. So, customer asset management is basically looking at aspect of something that has a potential or actual value to an organization. It can be tangent or intangible, can have a present or a future value. And so if that is asset, right? So customer asset is a customer being looked at as an asset. That's very, very important. Now it has to be holistic, it has to be systematic, it has to be systemic. Now what is holistic? Looking at the whole picture, the combined implication of managing all aspects. Systematic, uh, a real methodical approach promoting consistent, repeatable, and auditable decisions and actions. Systemic, considering the assets in the asset system context, optimizing the asset system value. Risk based, focusing resources and expenditure and setting priorities appropriate to the identified risk and the associated cost. So I think if you see today, this is how a good asset management, considering the customer to look at, as an asset, very, very important from the company point of view. Marketing performance. Now, marketing performance also is important because how effective has marketing been? Has it been effective or has it not been effective? That's another point to be looked at. You know, has the marketing activity or the expenditure or the initiative taken on social media or on any other medium been effective? Then marketing performance has to be also measured, and a proper or a modification can be done in case you are aware of marketing the marketing performance is not up to the mark. A certain changes need to be made. That cannot, and maybe a certain cost can be saved if that can be understood at the right time. Salesforce. Now, Salesforce is a very important component of CRM because they interact with customers directly. And how many complaints or how many grievances or how many settlements have they been able to do of the customers during this period, and how have they done it? Have they failed? Why did they fail? So, because ultimately, don't forget that Salesforce is one who's directly interacting with especially in the case of B2B customers, and also in the B2C customers, he is supplying to the retailer, and there the retailer is a customer, and is he able to manage what has been the performance? Because sometimes it could be that marketing activities are very good, but the sales activities affect the overall result. The sales activities have not been up to the mark, distribution has not taken place, and therefore the customer aspect has got disturbed. So that also needs to be understood through a measurement process. Service center performance is also important. How many people have gone satisfied from the service center? How many have come, firstly? Are there many who have come to get their issues sorted out, or have the service center performed well? Have they been able to sort out servicing issues well on time and send satisfied customers? That's another area because ultimately, don't forget, these are going to have a bearing on your marketing and sales performance. But servicing is a totally different aspect, and the servicing is especially in a consumer durable product category, or it can happen in any category for the matter now. Now with but in service center can be more pertinent towards durable because service centers are normally held by the durable requires immediate attention. Like unless you have a problem with food particular category, one can wait. One doesn't die. One food product is not replaced immediately. But in service center, if there is the IT crash or there is some air conditioner problem or some light problem, you need immediate solution. And if a service center has not performed well, it's a matter of concern because they can have a bearing on the overall. uh, customer performance. Same is the case with field. One is service center, which is physical. It's a location. It's a fixed place, and then there is field service performance, where your field process, service staff, how efficient they have been. Do they have some kind of feedback where they mention getting back to the service center and inform them about the number of complaints or number of servicing issues which they have settled. That gives an idea about how effective the service team has been. And next is supply chain and logistics. Distribution of the product. Factory is located in Madras, or Mumbai, or Pune, or any part of Maharashtra or Karnataka for that matter. How effective has been supply chain and logistic performance? Because it has a bearing on your customer relationship activity. If products don't reach on time, the customer can be very unhappy and can be very dissatisfied. And so supply chain and logistics very, very important that it should reach and this can happen also in B2C, because of the fact that today B2C purchase is going up in India. Because of the fact that today the logistics and supply chain performance is very good. One is able to order most of the products today online and get delivery at home without the customer moving out of the house. Big, it's a big time change in the Indian buying cycle, where you have most of the products now are being bought online, and therefore there is a pressure on ongoing activities of supply chain and logistics. Finally, there is website performance. Now, why it is important is ongoing again. Is that how many visitors come to your website? Do they come at all? If they don't come, that's a worry. How many come and what do they look at? What aspects of the website are they interested in? It's a fantastic opportunity for the organization to get back to the customer in case there's an inquiry. So, which section is very popular on the website? Is the navigation smooth? Are all the services displayed very clearly? And how has the customer benefited by coming to the website? Has there been some extra knowledge, extra activity by the customer? And website performance, especially because a lot of companies' online advertising activities happen for different product categories and stuff. So, is the company able to effectively drive traffic to the website, to the marketing campaigns? So, this is all going to help in understanding the ongoing activity. Measurement will help big time in all these aspects. The CRM measurement frameworks. These are basically, confined to brand building, customer equity building, customer value management, customer equity management, and customer value analysis. Uh, as we discussed earlier, a customer is an asset. So when you look at an asset, you have got to look at equity. The value of are we really looking at the customer is, like when we have a brand equity, are we looking at the customer equity? In the sense, is the customer looked at in a manner how in the brand equity, the customer looks at the company. That's the difference here. Is the organization looking at customer from the point of view how the customer looks at brand in brand equity? Brand building, of course, is a very, very important aspect because all these measures are being taken to improve the brand building activity. Let's not forget that brand building activity it happens because the customer is loyal, and when the customer is loyal, obviously the brand building gets better and it gets more, let's say, effective and more stronger in the mind of the customer. So it's very important to keep in mind that the CRM measurement frameworks are, I would say, looked at in a manner that they result in all these values for the company. Because otherwise, the very purpose of the entire CRM measurement activity will not be served. Because it's important to keep in mind that the critical part here is to keep in mind here is that the CRM activity has to result in positive gain for the company. And the positive gain for the company can only happen if there is a gain in the customer equity. There is a gain in the customer value management. There's a gain in customer value analysis, and there's a gain in customer equity management. And all this will result in brand building activity for the company. So it is very important here to keep in mind that measurement is basically uh, to ensure that all these aspects of you know equity are kept in mind, or the customer activity are kept in mind. So it has a bearing on the brand of the organization or the supplier. So I think what needs to be looked at here is that initially we always feel that today a brand building activity is largely due to performance of marketing activity. No, it is not due to that. A lot of CRM measurement activity also builds the brand. For example, I mean, we can also discuss between us today is that today if the relationship of the customer with the organization or supplier is good, obviously the brand value will also get better. If the customer goes and tells 10 other people in the market about the experience the customers had with the brand, obviously, so that measurement of this activity is very very important. That's what I feel today is that these are the areas. If the brand is building, if the brand is building, it means here if brand is building its customer base more so today. If Swiggy, Zomato, they are brands. If they are building their customer base today, it obviously means that the customer is being given a lot of importance from these organizations, and obviously the CRM practices or the framework is looking at aspects of equity, value, and analysis. So this is what is it required in the measurement, uh, of CRM, so that the company's activities keep on being effective. And that's what we are trying to ascertain from a measurement activity for of CRM. So I think in a nutshell, you must have had an idea that we'll obviously discuss another part of CRM in our next round of CRM measurement. But please don't keep this in mind today. Whatever we have discussed now, the next last half an hour is very important, and those areas need to be focused to make the CRM measurement. What we'll discuss now is customer equity. Now, what is customer? Run through these three drivers: value, customers' objective assessment of the utility of a brand based on perception of what is given up or what is received. That is your value equity. Brand equity is the customer's subjective and intangible assessment of the brand above and beyond his objectively perceived value. And thirdly, retention equity, the tendency of the customer to stick to the brand above and beyond the customer's objective and subjective assessment of the brand. So these three, drivers are very important, objective assessment of a brand, subjective and intangible assessment of brand, and the tendency of the customer to stick to the brand, retention equity. So these are the three aspects to be kept in mind, and customer equity will be retained or it will be enhanced if these factors are maintained and the company is able to maintain these drivers in its strategy. When we were discussing in the last slide about attributes of a CRM measurement framework, we talked about uh, field breadth, field depth, and field tractability. Now, field breadth is again an aspect where how wide is the product or the CRM activity gone far, and how what is the width of the entire activity is what breadth is all about. Field depth is again how deep has the activity gone into the customer relationship management, and tractability is basically how we measured these two aspects. The measurability is another important. CRM measurement is done through these three aspects. First is field breadth, field depth, and field tractability. So we'll discuss briefly breadth in the next slide. What is field breadth? Typically, companies try to control the field breadth in the following ways. Product deployment. A measurement of approach is rolled out for all customers for one specific product or a service. Segment deployment. A measurement approach is rolled out for one customer segment for all products or services. Narrow deployment. A measurement approach is rolled out for one customer segment or subsegment for one product or service. So what you see here today is that sometimes in the product deployment, what you do is you follow a measurement approach where you roll out uh, all the products of the company and how is the customer uh, is approach is towards the company. What is the approach of the customer towards the company for all the products? So there is no one specific product here; it's for all the products. So you look at it from a total angle. Is the customer uh, you know happy or satisfied with the range of product the company has? Because the customer may not be buying all the products at the same time, but the customer needs to be aware in case tomorrow the customer has to shift or move and try. The customer should know what kind of range. And sometimes it happens. Why is it important here? Is that today a customer is, if suppose the customer is buying one product from a company, it's quite possible if they're not aware, how would they buy the second or third product from the company? So a company has to make the customer aware of all the range of the product. So how is the customer responding to that? And first, the breadth has to be taken care of because this is called building awareness. Unless you are, you are finding out uh, for all the, you know, is the customer aware of all the products here, and if is the customer knowing that the company has got such a wide range of product. In the field breadth, it's important that the approach should, uh, study in the measurement approach. Is the customer aware? Because a lot of times when we buy a product from a company, we buy because we feel it's part of a big company. It's got a wide range of products, and therefore it has a bearing on my buying pattern. So this is an important aspect. Second, of course, is the segment deployment. A measurement approach is rolled out once customer segment for all. So as we have here, here we have for one specific product in the earlier one product. Here it is looking at segment. So this is for one customer segment for all the products. So here we have for all customers for one product, and in this case we will have a study will be done on field breadth. The measurement approach will be taken as for one customer segment. Now, what is a segment? It could be based on gender, geography, whatever. Could be based on lifestyle. Could be based on all these factors for all the products or services. So here, in the first aspect, all customers for one product. In second, a measurement approach for is rolled out for one customer segment for all products and services. Next is narrow deployment. A measurement approach is rolled out for one customer segment for one product and service. So, is it the same as the first one? What is the first one? A measurement approach is rolled out for all customers for one. So here it is. In the first case, it was rolled out for all for one product. Second is one customer segment for all products. And narrow deployment is a measurement approach is rolled out for one customer segment for one product. So here you will get an idea what is the customer, um, let's say, uh, response to one particular product itself, not for all product. So this is what is not from all customers, from one particular customer. More you're getting into the deeper into the whole aspect. This is very important. So these are all measurement areas of CRM, which will give us a clear idea on the reach of the brand or the product. Very important. So based on the reach, this is how field breadth is looked at. Measurement. Within each deployment model, companies can control scope further by restricting the remaining two vectors, depth and tractability. Controlling the field depth by limiting how detailed the measurement approach is, and controlling the field tractability by limiting casual research, data collection, and analysis. See, it's very important. So, what you have to keep in mind here that within each, this is how one has to measure. Companies can control scope by further restricting the remaining two vectors. Okay, controlling the field depth by limiting how detailed measurement approach is, and controlling the field tractability by limiting casual research, data collection, and analysis. Important part in marketing, customer lifetime value. Now in CRM, customer lifetime value is a very important aspect to be looked at. We will be discussing at length in future, but at the moment, since we are talking about customer equity and measurement, this is another aspect of measurement which needs to be looked at. And it's a new concept of customer lifecycle management. Is a present value of future cash flow attributed to the customer relationship. Now, this is very important, and customer lifetime value is what is going to be the biggest focus for any company. Well, how much is my customer buying from me? And these are customer lifetime value is the objective of all the companies to achieve ultimately, because customer lifetime value will ensure how good and how effective the company's strategies and policies have been, and you know how they have been effective, and how they have been able to you know make this effectiveness of the. And what are the key benefits of measuring CLV? You can make tailor-based programs, high ROI, increase retention rate, and reduce customer churn. Now, this is the advantage of measuring customer lifetime value, because if you do that, as I said some time back, you tailor-made customer programs. You would have a higher ROI. You have increased retention rate and reduced what do you call reduced reduce churn basically, or the let me go back again. So that's the point which needs to be kept in mind, and you know, a lot of companies don't understand, don't realize the value of a CLV, and they struggle. And so that the company doesn't struggle, it's important to keep this factor in mind. Retention rate, ROI is very, very important. And a lot of companies need to understand this and look at it from an angle of, you know, I mean, what we are saying here, I just want to go back again, what I told you some time back. Tailor-made programs, the benefits of CLV, high ROI, increased retention rate, and reduce customer churn. This is how it is to be looked at. Please understand, you know, how do you optimize your CLV? Customer service and gamification, omni-channel model to be followed, POS satisfaction, brand advocacy, co-create with customer, and mobile first focus. So, these are the aspects to be looked at, and if you do this, obviously the customer retention rate and what we are talking about is to be kept in mind. There's another thing to be kept in mind. Customer lifetime value is very important in the sense that today it ultimately boils down to what has been your acquisition cost, your marketing budget. All these things get affected by this in a good way. Long-term profit, retention cost goes low, individual customer profit will go higher, and customer valuation will increase further. So I think you have now a great better idea on the journey of customer lifetime value, and I think this will help you to understand deeper aspects of how we need to look at customer CLV and ensure that the customer is always kept in high shape. We'll discuss more in detail about CLV in other slides. Okay, thank you. What are the models to collect the CLV? Models to collect the CLV aspect. Now, the model to collect is uh, basically here it is churn rate, discount rate, retention cost, periodic revenue, and profit margin. Now, what is the churn rate? Churn is how quickly are the customers churning out, are they moving out? What is the churn? What is the churn basically? So it's very important to, you know, keep in mind the churn rate is not high, churn rate is low, and that will help to keep the company's cost or loss in mind. You know, so that's important, and that's very very critical for a company point of view. What are the discount rates we are giving out? What are the discount rates are being given to the company, and what are the cost of that? That's very very important again. So that's another area to be looked at, and it's important to be aware of this. How much is the retention cost of the company? Are we spending enough, more, less, you know, less, more, and various aspects to the and is the cost very high? Is the cost low? Is the cost we are spending a lot of area money basically. So this is again the area to be kept in mind. Uh, what is the period are we looking at the the customer lifetime value? Is it a period where it is making a lot of sense? Why why the customer or has the customer remained or left? Why has he left? So let's me understand basically what is the customer lifetime value. Simple terms calculate. It is CLTV equal to customer value into average customer lifespan. So how many years the customer has been? The period here I'm talking about is how long has the customer been with the company and his customer value, how much he has been bought during this period and how long he has been. These two things need to be looked calculated, and you will get the CLV percentage. Now, are, are there periodic revenues which are being looked at? That's another aspect to be to calculate CLV, and of course, the profit margin. Again, the profit margin will also give you an idea on how the CLV, how the customer lifetime value has had an effect on the profit margin. What the company needs to keep in mind is that churn rate should not be is a percentage of rate subscribers who end or discontinue their subscription to a service within a given time frame. So churn rate is something a rate of attrition. It's very simple. What is the how fast are people leaving the product or a brand or a company? So it's very important to keep this aspect in mind. Churn rate is important to calculate and to understand. A churn rate is vital to know in order to keep your business not as afloat but growing. I heard a very high churn rate indicates an impediment of growth and a damper on profits, whereas a 5% increase in customer retention can increase profits by 25 to 95%. So I think this is what I thought I'll just in other business context. Churn rate also refers to employee turnover as the existing workers leave and leave the company. I thank you very much. I hope you have followed this. Customer equity is a very important aspect of CRM, and all these aspects must have given you a good idea on what exactly we are coming from. Thank you. So good afternoon, friends. What we are going to discuss now is services and complaint. Any business today, there could be very few businesses today in the world where you can ever be satisfied in any service activity. It is very hard to imagine that particular service would be without any complaint or any particular issue. So it is hard to imagine a customer transaction not vulnerable to problems and complaints, be it buying groceries, connecting to cable service, purchasing a car, or having a home. Nor is it hard to see why businesses benefit from making concerted efforts to prevent and respond to customer complaints. The companies attract and keep customers when they follow customer service standards and policies that prevent problems from arising and are honest, fair, and responsive when things go wrong. It's very possible that things can go wrong, and that's the point today. The company should respond, should get back to the customer and say if there is any specific problem, let the customer know about it. And customer complaint management system can be set up. It encompasses techniques, processes, and systems that lessen the chance of customers having problems and allow business to respond fairly, efficiently, and effectively when complaints arise. Highly successful businesses work hard to keep their customers satisfied. Although prevention is better than cure, it is almost inevitable that at some stage you will receive a customer complaint. And the reason could be any. I mean, a lot of times it's also due to the fact that customers may not be aware how to use the product properly. It could be the customer has used it wrongly. It could be also the fact that today the product isn't really gone bad because of the company's issue. Like in a case of some products, they may not have been stored properly in a retail outlet, but the customer knows the company. Customer doesn't know the retailer, and therefore customers always get back to the company for any solution. Don't presume a customer complaint is a negative experience because if handled well, it can be a valuable learning tool. Sometimes it can also be very useful to get a customer complaint because it's possible that feedback is something we should welcome. And if majority of cases are purely for curiosity, In that case, also it makes you have some interaction with the customer. It helps you to create a bonding with the customer. That's the important part to be kept in mind. An effective complaint handling system is essential to any business, for that matter. Your business can benefit in several ways: improve product quality and service delivery, fewer mistakes and less time spent on fixing them. If you have a proper system, you could spend lesser time efficiently. Better understanding of customers' needs, greater customer loyalty, more customers through word of mouth advertising. Because if you solve a problem and if you make a customer happy, obviously there is a lot of word of mouth and they will go and tell 10 people. That is the advantage of settling the customer complaint. It's a big advantage. I would say it's a very positive thing to happen if at all it happens with any company. Less time and money spent in attracting customers. A healthier bottom line. Remember, you could be pushing profits out of the door if you do not have an effective complaint handling system. So it is very important to have an effective complaint handling system. We've discussed about the fact that people at different levels are aware of it properly. They know the complaint handling procedure, and the reports have to be made to the senior management about complaints. So senior management gets an idea where exactly is a serious problem or not. What are the types of customer complaints which are there? Some are voluntary in nature, some are focused towards a certain aspect, like could be a retailer, single store. Some are competitor because you also need to understand today your competitors will take advantage of the complaints which arise in the market. And then of course government fear too. A lot of complaints are made to the government and legal framework. There could be some legal issues coming up if there is a complaint not handled properly by the company. So what are the types of customer complaints? Some are product specific, wait times, misunderstanding, delivery error, personnel. But what are the categories? At least 5 types of complainers can be identified. Each type is motivated by different beliefs, attitudes, and needs. Meek customer will not complain. So what happens if a meek customer, he will change the brand. He will not complain to you. That's a loss to you as a company. So you'll have to create a system wherein they get back to you. It's part of the fact you need to take corrective action. The aggressive customer, opposite the meek, he will respond immediately the moment he has a complaint. So you must act appropriately to resolve the complaint. Response has to be listen completely, ask what else, agree, and that a problem exists, and indicate what will be done to solve it and when. Danger. Being aggressive in return, the aggressive customer does not respond well to excuses or reasons why the product or service is unsatisfactory. So you can't be over aggressive to the customer who is over aggressive. The higher roller customer expects the absolute best and is willing to pay for it. Likely to complain in a reasonable manner unless a hybrid of the aggressive customer. Response. What is the response to a high roller customer? Is interested in results and what you are going to do to recover from the customer service breakdown. Always listen respectfully and actively and question carefully to fully determine cause. Ask what else and correct the situation. Like the aggressive customer, the higher roller customer is not interested in excuses. The rip-off customer. The goal is not to get the complainant satisfied, but rather to win by getting something the customer is not entitled to receive. Here is more keen to embarrass the company rather than the complaint. A constant and repetitive and not good enough response to effort to satisfy this customer is a sure indicator of a rip-off artist. Response. To use accurate quantified data to back up your response. Be sure the adjustment is in keeping with what organization would normally do under the circumstances. Considering what can I do to make things right after the first not good enough. The chronic complainer customer is never satisfied. There is always something wrong. This customer's mission is to whine and as frustrating as a customer can be. Now these are customers also you get. What do you do? Extraordinary patience is required. One must listen carefully and completely and never let one's anger get aroused. A sympathetic ear, a sincere apology, and an honest effort to correct the situation are likely to be the most productive. Unlike the rip-off customer, most chronic complaint customers will accept and appreciate your efforts to make things right. This customer wants an apology and appreciates it when you listen. Tends to be a good customer and will tell others about your positive response to his complaints. So if you realize today, these are the various types of customers you will come across, but you'll have to listen to all types of customers. And these are complaints will come to you, and you'll have to take care of these customers. A complaint is any measure of dissatisfaction with your product or a service, even if it is unfair, untrue, or painful to hear. Complaints may be about service content, delivery, quality, response time, personnel, documentation, requests, billing, communication, and follow up. To increase the visibility of complaints, you should listen to the customer. Solicit complaints. Everyone always should collect and report complaints. Complaints don't always identify themselves. Someone who is requesting the same information for the fifth time isn't asking for information anymore. It's a complaint. Record complaints. One of the things you must do is you must record the complaint. This is a customer complaint resolution process that anyone can implement. In the initiatives which we are talking about right now, this is another important. When we're talking about focus, if you can't immediately solve the problem, respond to the customer and identify an owner who will be responsible for the final resolution. Complete the communication loop with the customer. If you have referred with the complaint to others, make sure there is closure. If you have left the customer hanging without response, you have become part of the problem. So don't leave it hanging. Focus on the customer and settle the issue. Focus on the complaint. Collect all complaints from external customers and categorize them in a way that allows you to analyze data to see trend patterns, concentration tendencies, etc. Focus on process improvement. Use the database and of complaints to define processes that are important from the customer's perspective and to improve the most critical one. Based on analysis of database, make appropriate investments to prevent issues that result in customer complaints. Look for permanent improvements to response time, cycle time, internal processes related to complaints, and complaint frequency. So, what are the advantages of online complaint handling system? Advantages are enhance effectiveness and save time and money, streamline back office functions and automated routine tasks, increase participation through a setting that is perceived as safe and neutral, a comfortable enough safe environment, uninterrupted access to 24/7 availability. That's the critical part of advantages of the complaint handling system. These are the initiatives you must take: voluntary, focus on the customer, look at your competitor, have the apprehension that government may interfere and that could be very embarrassing, and look at the legality aspect also. That could also have a focus on this. And try to prevent conflicts as far as possible. I think so far you have an idea about what exactly I'm talking about. Let's move to the next. Well, one of the biggest benefits are preventive measures help to assure the customer that an organization is meeting customer service, a very customer service driven company. And don't forget today that a good customer service also results in improving the image of the company very much. Image is very, very important. All the good products in the market, whether it's automobile, durable, or if the company gives you an assurance that it will meet your customer complaint, you obviously buy more of the product. So prevention measures help to assure the customer that an organization is meeting customers and reliability standards and that customers will be compensated. So keep that in factor because these are big benefits and they need to be understood very, very clearly. Complete information about how business responds to customer complaints is available. You must share your information. Today in the age of internet, in the age of social media, it is better to share. Be transparent about your system, about a company handling procedure. Customers will appreciate this. They will obviously tell others also this company is a great company. They are sharing their issues. Not many companies would like to share this. And if you do that, it will be a fantastic step forward. The number of problems with the products and services likely decreases. The best part is that it decreases any kind of acrimony, any kind of dissatisfaction, any kind of negative feedback about the organization. It decreases disputes also. In my experience, what I have seen that whenever there has been a complaint, I have ensured through my team that please don't argue with the customer. Don't tell the customer they are wrong. In fact, tell them thank you. And whenever there is to be a problem, because customers don't buy the product from the company directly, they buy from a retailer. And a lot of times, companies don't really know very well where their customer has bought the product from. And customers on their own don't know how this product has to be stored. It's a retailer who doesn't store properly, and what happens here is the retailer tells the customer that the product is not good enough. In this case, what happens is that obviously the customer comes to the company because ultimately the customer knows the company, not the retailer, because they buy a product regularly and they are attached to the problem. So that is one aspect today is very, very important to keep in mind. One of the most psychological things is once we settle a few complaints, the customer also realizes the company is caring, they don't want to hold back something. So even if tomorrow they make a mistake or they find there is some complaint, they will not come to you. But which is not a good thing. But the idea being here that they will not complain to you if anything petty. And that will decrease your disputes. You can focus more on a customer service and targeting more other customers in the process. The number of complaints will reduce, and obviously, it's a very healthy sign for any company. If the complaints reduce, obviously, the goodwill in the market will start spreading around. One important thing, aspect to be looked at here is feedback can be utilized to better product services. You see, a lot of companies today spend money on feedback. You do research, spend money, you hire an agency. Even one customer can give you a very authentic feedback. And it is very important then, in that case, to hear that feedback properly. And at the same time, give the customer a proper feedback. Because what is important here to keep in mind here is feedbacks, firstly, don't come easily. What exactly is in the feedback? And it can be utilized. Sometimes they also give you a feedback on taste. So this again can, because you're making thousands and quantities in large number is quite possible. It also decreases disputes, especially legal disputes. These days, companies waste time on legal dispute because something has fallen during warranty time and companies have not replaced some product. And legal time gets wasted. Time gets wasted, and so it's better to avoid getting into this situation. Unless see, these are issues can be avoided. Don't forget, legal costs are very expensive. They're time consuming also. So this aspect also needs to be looked at as a benefit for the company. Sometimes the benefit is the feedback or the complaint may complement existing laws and it will improve relation with the government agencies and the regulatory bodies. Public policy objectives can be attained by non-regulatory means also. So public policy objectives are also met in the process and they can be met without getting into regulation and without looking at regulatory bodies to be involved here. A lot of times a feedback makes us go beyond, improve the quality and go at the same time go beyond the minimum standards also. Need for government intervention can be reduced. A lot of times, say in the case of banking or in the case of any pollution or in the case of any product quality which is very inferior and government intervention on something which is very serious in nature, you can reduce that. There's no need to go to the government, and it's a very high embarrassment today. If today a customer is able to go to the government and complain, and the government has to intervene, and then the matter gets sorted out. So this can be avoided. And the idea here is today that as much as possible, the complaint should be done in a manner that there is least of the problem today. Standards and criteria are less expensive and can be adjusted quickly than using laws and regulations. A lot of flexibility is required here. Flexibility is very important because a lot of times you can't follow rigid rules and regulations. Customer needs answer. You need to politely get back to the customer, and it's better to sort out the complaint without any kind of delay. So, as a company, as an organization, one doesn't have to go through various laws and procedures to change any regulation, any policy. So, if you see today, prevention, sharing of information, preventing any escalation of any issue coming up. Positive feedback, a good feedback is always welcomed. And it's very important to keep one thing in mind today is that customer today is the most important entity because regardless of what product you handle, you need to keep one thing in mind is that customer will always have the last laugh. And so please do not forget these benefits very clearly. Prevention, information, decrease in dispute. Earlier, bottom line is treat your feedback as a positive feedback because the good part about feedback is that it always makes you look inside the organization's policies and systems. Even in our education system today, we get a feedback from a student saying that something is can be better. It obviously makes us strive towards that, and we try to take that feedback in a very positive manner. So, friends, I think I've been able to give you a lot of idea on what exactly customer complaint and service complaint is. One important thing is your internal customers and external customers both need to be in good shape. And if that is taken care of, I'm sure there is no reason why this aspect of complaint will always work in the interest of the company. Thank you. Have a good day. After having heard the benefits of complaints, what is important is to understand very clearly what are the kind of complaints which generally happen in the marketplace. And one of the most popular complaint which offers it happens is due to product specific complaints. Customers receive products or services that do not operate correctly. A lot of time we have seen today that we have bought something and in the shop it operates okay. When we come home and we want to operate that product, something goes wrong and the entire family gets highly disturbed, and that's a very putting off scenario for any customer. You have a complaint and you are not able to settle it, and not only forget settle it, you get so disappointed that you want some solution immediately, and so one gets very angry, one gets very disappointed, and this common complaint can be handled by fixing the product or replacing it with a new one. It sounds very easy, and I have seen it myself so many times, and I'm sure you must have come across this so many times yourself. When we go to the retail shop or to the company says, well, you have not handled it properly, you have done this, you have done that. I frankly feel today this is a very small issue. Not many customers come back to you with this. Could be few of them may come back with you. Product specific problem. Company is a big entity. It's better for a company to settle it immediately without escalating it beyond. If you don't settle the problem, the customer will get switched off. Because no customer accepts their own fault. They will always blame the company. And in this case, they will blame you because you have not settled the complaint. Our idea should be to educate the customer. While settling the complaint, we should educate the customer that next time when you use the product, don't use it like this, use it in this manner. If the kind of goodwill you create with the customer is going to be humongous, and that is the objective. The objective is the customer is coming to your door. Use the advantage. Use the entire opportunity to make the customer feel great. They will go back happily singing good things about the company and the brand or the product. What more does the company want? And what is the cost? In the bargain, nothing. It's too minimal a cost to settle the matter. Customer service training expert cautions against blaming the customer when the product is faulty. As I said, don't blame the customer. If you blame the customer, a customer will feel very hurt that you are trying to mock the customer. That's the danger of the whole thing. Don't mock the customer. If you mock the customer will react very violently. A lot of times, customers have come back with very basic complaint, about a product in my company. What we used to do, we used to take a letter from the customer. Suppose if it is a box of chocolate consisting of 10 slabs of say 20 grams, we would give him a replacement of if there is some insect in the chocolate, we give it to him. And the issue is for a company is to lesser cost, but the goodwill, because the customer keeps on buying your product, tells 20 people that the company is great, they look after us very well, and I don't think next time he'll ever come back with that complaint, because the matter has been sorted out amicably and smoothly. So friends, product specific complaints should be handled very smartly. Even if customer is at fault, don't blame the customer. In fact, he's your customer. Hold on to him. This is the best way to retain a customer. You are going to retain a customer a lifetime if you are going to ensure that they go back smiling. Moment you blame the customer, what will happen? The customer will go back angry, dissatisfied, and probably will never buy your product again. So never do that, and that's a very important lesson to be kept in mind. Next is wait times. Long wait times are frustrating to many customers. Whether on the phone or in a store, lengthy queue times will generate customer complaints. See, wait times in India is a very common phenomenon, and especially if you go to a government bank. I remember we used to all have earlier access to government banks, government airlines, and we suffered a lot during these times. We suffered in the sense that we always found issues like waiting endlessly for any issue. You go to a bank, want to meet a branch manager, the branch manager is busy, he doesn't meet you, you're waiting the whole half a day, and you come back frustrated. You will have a complaint in a product, you go to a service center, and you find a long queue, and you are not able to solve your problem. I remember very, very clearly at one time when train ticket was being bought. Look at the customer service now with IRCTC, or the flight for that matter. You have to wait for a long queue to check in your baggage in a India Airlines flight. Imagine the frustration. Your flight is going to take off, you are still in the queue, your baggage is not properly checked in, and all these issues lead to a lot of frustration today. Waiting time can be really a killer, because time is money, and we can't afford to make a customer wait for too long. I've seen this happening also in call centers. Initially, when the call centers came up, we used to use the call center for various issues like telecom problem, mobile issues, banking issues also. We used to call up the call center, and the lady will make you wait, make you listen to some music, and you are waiting for 5 minutes, you are waiting for 10 minutes, and there's no answer. And you wonder at times why it's taken so long. There is no regret also for delaying the whole discussion or the interaction. Now these are very basic training which you need to give to your own people. Like you need to give your own people training for the product specific complaint, you also need to train your people to quickly dispose of any calls. Welcome, a nice way to politely say thank you for calling us. At the same time, also ensure that you note down details and you give a reference number to the customer. So the customer next time when he calls the call center or any other number is able to refer to the complaint which was handled by you or somebody else. These are things which are very basic. If you see today when I'm telling you things like product specific and waiting time, these are not something which are very highly complex issues. But I think as human beings, we are very difficult handling even the basic issues today. And that is where the problem is. Majority of these issues are human handled. And because the human is interacting here, it is creating more problem today. And this is what we need to understand. Human can be a great asset if you are able to give clear-cut guidelines for the policy, and the human being can easily take care of that smoothly and quickly. Misunderstanding happens now. As you know, today misunderstanding can happen between two individuals. It happens here too. The way you say something is also important. Please understand today, if a customer service associate or a call center lady is not talking politely, tone is not very polite, or for that matter has used certain words which has created a confused misunderstanding with the customer. Now that can happen. You have to be very polite and you have to ensure, keep on asking the customer so that the customer has understood everything very clearly. Don't look for a quick answer. Explain, patient, and ask for a nod, ask for a clear-cut confirmation. Misunderstanding can lead to a lot of, again, loss of customer and of course, complaint can again lead to loss of revenue, because the customer, suppose he happens to be your best customer today, especially keep that in mind. So don't create a misunderstanding with the customer. Don't let a customer misunderstand something, what you meant was something, but they understood something else. And I have seen it happening on a regular basis. What is told is very clearly something else. What has been understood is something totally different. Now the fault lies with the company. Why is it being told like this? Why is it being said in a vague manner? Why can't we be clear? Why can't we be specific? We should be specific and clear, and so that the matter is understood very clearly. There is no misunderstanding in there at all. My friends, again I am telling you, these are issues, again, they are very basic in nature, but they are problematic and they can lead to a lot of, let's say, bad blood and confusion, and also loss of trust between the customer and the company. Delivery error is a very common phenomenon these days, since all of us are into e-commerce transactions, and we find that deliveries can get delayed, or they can get you a wrong stuff. You ordered something else and you got something else. Now, these are humanly impossible to check at times, but we need to handle it in a very, we have to be apologetic. We have to be very polite. Accept the mistake. See, one of the things we need to do is accept it. Say sorry. We are sorry, sir. Sometimes we to say sorry changes the whole scenario, changes the whole atmosphere. Rather than saying, sir, I'm sorry, we can't help it because, we have too much of pressure and it's something we could not do much about it. Either you take it or otherwise we'll see when can it come. We'll see when can it come. First and foremost, in this scenario is to accept the mistake. Say, I'm extremely sorry. Please don't take it to heart. Please give me some time. I will make amends for this error which I have done. Now, this is a very, very important thing to keep in mind, that you must always accept the mistake. Because at the volume of operation which is being handled today by the e-commerce companies, it's quite likely that such thing will happen on a regular basis. There's no reason why it will not happen. And as a customer, customer will not understand your problem, because the customer is looking at his product. Tomorrow it could be a birthday, it could be anniversary. So for them, the timing is very important. What as a company we could do is how fast we can make amends should be our objective, and accept it and try to make amends ASAP. Now, in the delivery error, I told you very clearly that while online shopping is on the rise, delivery errors increase. Upset customers may complain to the company, but the company may use an independent shipper, complicating complaint resolution. So what you need to do here is immediately send something faster than the normal time in the delivery error issue. I just thought I'll mention you this solution. So that is another way to resolve and make the customer feel great about, rather than just saying sorry. Find an alternate solution immediately and send the product ASAP by express delivery. Look at the joy, look at the kind of feeling you're creating in the customer, and the rest is history. The customer will always be loyal to you. Lastly is personnel. Now, personnel is a very, very important. I'm going to spend some time on this more. Personnel is something your own people. Customers may feel slightly slighted by employees who are rude and uncaring. In government companies, especially when I used to travel by India Airlines, people were very rude. Very rude. They would talk to you as if they are doing you a great favor. You are traveling by India Airlines. That is not the way. Today you go to any private airlines, they make you feel great. They make you feel as if you are the most important person. And that is how you have to make the person feel. I'll give you an example of personnel and how exactly Jet Airways was my airlines I used to travel by, and I had a frequent flyer card. And when I was traveling by Jet Airways, I realized sometimes on the other day, I used to feel very happy traveling by Jet Airways. It so happened during that day I was traveling, and it happened to be the anniversary day of Jet Airways, and they were distributing gifts and stuff to all the customers. I dozed off, and they forgot to give it to me because I was sleeping. When I got up, I saw everybody else having a gift and a bouquet except me. I felt very funny. So I asked the steward, "Why have you left me aside? Why this extra affection for me?" And the steward said, "Oh, sorry sir, I got over." I said, "But then how can you get over? You had a required number of tickets in the flight passenger. You should have insured. Forget me. There could be somebody else like me also who must have slept behind, and you have also missed the other person and not given him the gift on your wonderful anniversary day." She got rattled, very much rattled. And what it showed was the consciousness of customer service. She was trained to react in a manner which was, she was sorry, she was regretful. "I'm very sorry sir, you can send a feedback to our chairman." And I did that. I just sent a feedback, I won't say complaint, a feedback, saying that why I was left out and blah blah blah. It so happened I had forgotten about this incident. I came back to my office in Mumbai, and I got a call saying, "We are from Jet Airways, we want to meet you." I was wondering why Jet Airways wants to meet me. Then it suddenly struck me, maybe it's possible that because I have complained and they want to meet me and to resolve the issue. So I went ahead and called them to my office. They came, they met me, they were very apologetic. They gave me a bouquet, they gave me a gift and said, "We are very sorry." Now this is how the personnel need to be trained. Personnel can make a world of difference. If they talk rudely, if you go to a hotel and they talk to you rudely, they don't welcome you, and they talk to you very rudely in an impolite manner, you'll feel terrible. You go to a hotel to eat food and the person says, "Quickly, order quickly. Come on, order fast." How would you feel? What is this going on? You find the waiter fighting with somebody. These are issues which are very important to be kept in mind from the company point of view. And customers will not like this. If they don't find a caring and a rude sales staff or a customer service staff or any staff for that matter, they will not like it. So you got to handle it very carefully. Golden warns, and the Golden is the author in CRM, that customer service representatives and other employees must remain caring and polite even when dealing with angry customers. Don't react. Listen, smile, say sorry. There's nothing wrong at all. What you are gaining is letting the steam out. The angry customer will let the steam out and you are able to solve your problem. So guys, I think you got a fair amount of detailed idea about types of complaints. I'm sure you'll understand this better when you practice it and you see it in your own organization better. We have done this part. The meek customer, the generally will not complain. The response must work hard at soliciting comments and complaints and act appropriately to resolve complaints in the case of meek customer. The aggressive customer, opposite of the meek, readily complains, often loudly at length. The aggressive customer will make a noise, make others also hear the complaint, and therefore it's important. Listen completely, ask what else, agree, go with his stride. Don't interrupt him, don't question him again because he is aggressive. Indicate what will be done to resolve it and when. Danger, Suppose today you get put off as a customer service person and give him an answer back. What will happen? You will infuriate him and matter may get worse. Because the customer is aggressive. You have to handle him very differently. The high roller customer expects the absolute best and is willing to pay for it, likely to complain in a reasonable manner unless a hybrid of the aggressive customer is interested in results and what you are going to do to recover from the customer service breakdown. Always listen respectfully and actively and question carefully to fully determine cause. Ask what else. Correct the situation. Like the aggressive customer, the high roller customer is not interested in excuses. They don't want an excuse. This happened because of this. No. I want a solution. I want to know what are you going to do about it. So you have to immediately give a solution. Rip off. The goal is not to get the complaints satisfied, but rather to win by getting something the customer is not entitled to receive. So a customer comes to you, but you try to give the customer something extra, more than he would have got, because he's a rip-off customer. A constant and repetitive not good response to effort to satisfy the customer is a show indicator. What you have to keep in mind is that try to settle, hear him out again, listen to him, and give the customer his due, and see to it that a rip-off customer basically can also be customer regrets paying the money, may refer to an inferior imitation of the something as a rip-off. So what is the rip-off? Let me make it more easier for you to understand. Something that costs more than it's worth. A cheap or a bad imitation of something. Please ensure that the customer is made to feel that he's got something extra and not paid less for something. So that's very, very important. And if you're able to satisfy the customer here, then that's the best thing to happen. And you must keep in mind, we use the word term rip you off. Let's say ripped off something higher. So you need to be very careful here that you may feel that you're being cheated. And that is the danger of this term which we are using here. If you say that something that you bought was a rip-off, you mean that you were charged too much money and that it is of very poor quality. And that is something which needs to be handled very, very carefully. So please give the customer more than the customer may get so that he goes back satisfied. If the customer says it's not good enough, it's not a good thing to happen. Okay, the chronic complaint customer. Well, there are some customers who are chronic. In rip-off, you can always be within the policy of the company and give the customer a certain benefit. In chronic, it's never satisfied. There is always something wrong. And this is a chronic problem. They always find some fault in the product or a service. You can't do anything about this kind of customer. This customer's mission is to whine. There's always going to complain something or the other. This is not good. The packaging is not good. The taste is not good. The appearance is not good. So what do you do? But he's a loyal customer, buying your products regularly. So what do you do in this situation? Extraordinary patience is required. One must listen carefully, completely, and never let one's anger get aroused. A sympathetic ear, a sincere apology, and an honest effort to correct the situation are likely to be the most productive. Unlike the rip-off customer, most chronic customer complainers or customers will accept and appreciate your effort to make things right. So once you settle the complaint, they'll be very happy. So make them happy. This customer wants an apology and appreciates when you listen. So just listen to the customer. Don't argue. Tends to be a good customer and will tell others about your positive response to his complaints. Because he's a chronic customer, he comes to you. But he's actually very loyal to you. And he'll talk good things about you to the others. Then I think it's worth handling such a customer and taking care of such a customer. So I hope you got a fair idea of the categories of customer complaints and which will make your customer handling much better. To the final slide, how would you develop a good complaint initiative. So, what do you do? Define the problem, gather more information about a customer as much as possible, and find out what exactly needs to be done. A lot of time we don't define the problem, so that's one thing you must do that. Second is discuss it with primary stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders involved here? You must decide. It could be your retailer, could be your distributor, could be your customer also, could be your supplier. So please talk to everybody and discuss with all the primary stakeholders. Prepare a draft of appropriate structures. In the sense, have a hierarchy, have a system in place, and so that it's followed properly by everybody. Consult the stakeholders also. One is discuss it and also consult them on a regular basis. Being in regular touch with your stakeholders obviously makes your system more effective. Market the initiative. Whatever initiative you take, market it. Let the people know about it. A lot of time we don't let people know about an initiative. They don't know what to be done. You must have seen a lot of times people hear about companies talking about the fact, please get back to us on this number, at this call center, at this number, this email ID, so and so. Market it. Let people know that you're open to feedback. If the customers know that you're open to feedback, they'll psychologically feel very happy. Maybe they'll not complain much because they know there's already a system, so I don't need to complain much. Trust factor needs to be created with the customer. That's the critical part. Implement it. Once you market it, implement the initiative in a very serious manner so that it is followed by everybody, training the people and making them understand the procedure. Monitor, review, and improve. Keep on monitoring your initiative on a regular basis. By monitoring, it means here that you need to also do one thing, that see that if your procedure is being followed properly, speed up your process here, make it more effective, and make it more customer friendly here, basically. What you need to keep in mind here is monitor, review, and improve. Don't just settle up a thing that your problem which you have set up is enough. Keep on improving. If things need to be improved, once you review it, if you find something better can be done, let's improve the system. That's the only way we are going to make our customer happy. And finally, all this thing we do today, why are we doing it? We are doing it for customer satisfaction. End of the day, your customer is satisfied, your customer is happy, and your business is going up. What more do you want from the customer? So, friends, this is what you need to keep in mind, that please define the problem, gather information, discuss with the primary stakeholders, create a working group, prepare draft and appropriate structures, consult stakeholders, market the initiative, implement the initiative, monitor, review and improve. And finally, bottom line is customer satisfaction. So our entire goal here is to provide a high level of customer satisfaction to our customers, and that is what we must always strive towards. I hope you understood the complaint well, and I'm sure it will improve your knowledge and initiatives in your respective organizations. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. And today I'm going to take a session on the relationship policy, which is an important part of CRM. To the practices, processes, strategies, and the technologies that the organizations use to manage and analyze the customer interactions and the information throughout the life cycle of the customer with the goal of improving the business relationships with customers, assisting in customer retention and driving the sales growth. To obtain the personalized strategy, many organizations are using the relationship policy in their marketing strategy. What is this relationship policy? Relationship policy is a policy which helps to build a relationship in order to increase the value of the customer base. There are different ways to do this. The first way is to increase the value, that is, to select a relationship policy by segmentation. The relationship policy by segment is by two or more different segments which are compared to create a better relationship. Specific value proposition in terms of customization and pricing also how the company will communicate to the customer are discussed in this policy. Another way is to increase the value of the customer base. This takes the customer's lives into account, mostly by considering the customer's critical, meaningful, and important periods. By looking into the customer's lifestyle, life cycle, to create a relationship to increase the value of the customer base. There are different ways to increase the customer base. First is by improvement of the size and the quality of the customer database. Who do I want as a customer? What are the differences between the relationships? And what does this imply for my relationship policy? These are the questions which are related to the customer database and they lie at the basis of the development of a relationship marketing policy. For a supplier, it is important to create a plan whose objective is to increase the quality and the quantity of the customer base. In relation to the customer pyramid, a policy will have to be developed that aims to increase the number of the top customers. The top customers are the most profitable customers. In some of the pyramids, they are seen as platinum, and some of the pyramids they talk them as partners. The lowest in the pyramid, at the base of the pyramid, are sometimes called as the lead. In some pyramids, they'll be called as bronze. In some pyramids, they are called as the prospects. These are the non-profitable customers, and they need to be discouraged from making purchases from the supplier in the future, or will have to be approached on a transaction basis. The non-profitable customers are the customers who are not valuable customers, who switch very easily, and the frequency of the purchase is very less, and they have a very less customer life cycle. Leads are the prospects. Once we develop a relationship with the leads, they are converted into the customers, which are given a tag of silver in this pyramid. These are the profitable customers. A customer is one who has at least once purchased a product from the company. CRM starts building the relationship with the silvers, with the customers, and slowly, as the relationship grows, the satisfaction increases, the rate of retention increases, and the result is that these customers become the advocates. They start giving suggestions, reviews. These are the people who write reviews. Now they are called as the advocates because they tell you what is wrong, what is right. They write reviews, they give you suggestions. It means that they are connected with your organization, they are concerned for your organization, and the relationship has grown over the years. These are called as the gold. They are highly profitable customers, they are the valuable customers. They float a positive word of mouth, and we can do a lot of advertising to these customers. There are very few platinums, which are called as the partners. These are the customers who are your loyal customers, highly profitable, with a high customer life cycle, and these are the ones whom you involve in taking the suggestions. And the organizations are so deeply connected, the relationship is so deep that the organization implement their suggestions, and that is why they are called as the partners. The relationship policy refers to the development of the relationship marketing policy. A relationship marketing policy emphasizes on increasing the quality and quantity of the customer database. It is important to increase the quality and quantity of the customer database Now, why do you think it is so important to do so? If you refer to the pyramid, most of the companies want to turn their customers into partners. Refer to pyramid, silver to platinum. The customer who turns into partner will become a profitable customer. And the companies, they call these customers as quality customers. However, not only the quality that the company is chasing for, it is also chasing for new customers. Without the growth in the number of new customers, the future of the organization will be uncertain. Therefore, the quantity and the quality of the customer is equally important for the companies. So when I say quality customers, I mean platinums and golds. And when I say quantity, then I mean the new customers, the silvers, acquiring new customers, converting leads into silvers. With a larger database, company might increase its chances to acquire greater number of customers. With the large number of customers, the company might increase its chances to turn the customers into partners. In relation to the customer pyramid, a policy needs to be developed that aims to increase the number of top customers. A balance must be found between acquiring the new customers and developing relationship with the existing customers. A question comes in mind: do we want to maintain relationship, develop it further, or do we ever want to end it? The answer is yes, we want to maintain a relationship. We want to develop it further. And we don't want to end it. We want loyal customers. We want a never ending relationship. What is the return on investment or the lifetime value that the supplier expects to see as a result of its activities? The supplier wants loyal customers. The supplier wants retained customers. The supplier wants valuable, highly profitable customers. The customers who continuously give on business to the organization. Another important aspect in relationship policy is the relationship policy per segment. The relationship policy should be elaborated further according to different segments. Like you see in this chart, there are three segments: gold, silver, and bronze. And on the basis of various parameters like access, service levels, communication, they have been segmented. By understanding the customers from different segments, a mutually profitable relationship can be developed. How to elaborate the relationship policy from different segments? There are many ways of doing this, depending on the creativity of the organization. However, a good practice is to build a framework on the basis of the financial arguments, which means that the segment is divided into three different distinctions based on their financial contribution towards the company. So let's say the three different distinctions are gold, silver, and bronze. The gold customers represent those who contribute the most profit in the company. We're talking on financial contribution. Silver contributes lesser and bronze the least. By understanding the different segment of the customers, the company can determine the most suitable way to satisfy and develop the relationship further. If we look at this table, which talks about the relationship by segment, we see as far as the access is concerned, to golds, we can make free calls, personal calls, the account manager can talk, we can involve them in the newsletter, and they are seen on the personal page. The silvers, we can have regular telephonic face-to-face calls, emails. The call rate is high. Account manager does not have an access, direct relationship. They may be there in the newsletters and the personal pages. The bronzes are high in number, maybe 800 to 900. No personal communications, no communication with the accounts, and they are nowhere seen in the newspapers and the newsletters and the personal pages. If we talk about the gold, we can talk to them 24/7. The response time which we get from them is 20 seconds, and 90% of them are with the first line people in the call centers and 10% in the second line. Silvers, again 24 hours communication can be done. Response time is 30 seconds, and 80% are dealt with the first line and 20% with the second line. Whereas the bronze, we only communicate or give the service in the office hours only. This is the relationship. This is the outcome of the relationship. For the golds, the email response time is 1 hour. We respond in 1 hour. For silvers, it is 4 hours. And for bronze customers, the company responses in 24 hours. So this way we categorize. Internet personalization for the golds and the silvers is high, whereas for the bronze, it is low. If we talk about the communication, with the golds, we communicate through the hard copies by letters. We communicate through internet. We communicate through emails. We call them, invite them in the seminars, and we do a face-to-face communication also. With the silvers, we communicate through the internet, through mail. We communicate through the telephones. Whereas bronze, we communicate only through the internet and the email. We do not do the telephone calls or the face-to-face, or we do not invite them in the seminars and conferences. If we talk about the service levels which we give to them, whether it is the newsletters which we give them, or the personalization we offer, or we give them some incentives. For golds, we give a 12 years service. There is personalization. For silvers, we give a 4-year service. Let us say frequency of giving the newsletters. And for bronze, we give a 3-year service. But for bronze, there is no personalization. The transaction frequency for the golds is 12 years, 6 years for silvers, and 3 years for bronze. And for all, the cost is free. The frequency of education means telling them what all, giving them messages of what all new is coming and all that through various activities. For gold, it is 2 years, silver again 2 years, and for bronze, it is 3 years. If we talk about the incentives, to golds, we give a maximum of 25% incentives. To silvers, we give a maximum of 15% incentives, and to bronze, only 5%. So this way, we can develop, or we can build the relationship by segment. We segment them into gold, silver, bronze, and accordingly, we provide them with the facilities, and accordingly, we build the relationship with them. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Today, we'll have a session on relationship policy. In part A, we talked about the relationship policy by segment. Today, in this session, we'll speak on the relationship policy by the relationship phase. Then we'll talk how do we translate the relationship policy into contact moments. And in the last, we'll be speaking on the loyalty programs. In the implementation of the relationship policy per segment, wherein we talked about the bronze, silver, and the gold, the relationship life cycle will have to be taken into consideration. This indicates that the pattern the relationship will follow in its further development under the influence of the internal interaction illustrates an average relationship cycle which is encountered in many markets. Under the relationship policy by the relationship phase, the companies should not use the relationship per segment alone. The relationship life cycle will have to be taken into consideration. The relationship life cycle indicates the idea of the type of approach that is suitable for customers, although they are in the same segment. There are 4 phases, and these 4 phases are exploratory, growth, maturity, and decline. And we are talking on transaction, commitment, objective, and policy. If we talk about the exploratory phase, during this phase, the relationship starts out positive. The goal for the relationship policy in this phase is to reinforce the relationship and to increase the commitment. The supplier at this stage should increase the volume of the transactions to get return on investments from the relationship made. The supplier has positioned itself as an attractive company in order to acquire the customer. This will raise certain expectations among the customers or the potential customers on the company's products or services. And that is why it is important for the supplier to spot negative developments of the relationship to make sure that the relationship does not end. At this stage, the relationship is still quite fragile since there is no history created. This means no sentimental value created on the product or the services. In the exploratory phase, the transactions are low, the commitment is average to high, objective is very high, and the policy is to inform, to differentiate among the phases, to measure, and to satisfy the customers. Let's come to the next phase, that is the growth. In this phase, the transaction is growing, commitment decreases, objective is high, and policy is to interact, appeal, do the cross selling, focus on customization, and try to exceed the expectations of the customer. Then only you will grow. The goal of the relationship policy during the growth phase is to increase the commitment and to continue the positive growth trend which is seen over the years in the turnover. This can be done by having unique and appealing activities that continue to attract the customers. Let's say, for example, giving rewards to repeat purchase customers can create attractiveness in the relationship. So we can give rewards to the repeat purchasers. It's going to attract them and we will build the relationship. Apart from that, giving good services with extra warmth and care to the customers may also show appreciation towards the customer. If this service is able to leave an unforgettable impression, the relationship will grow, nourish, and will be getting stronger and stronger. So the aim in this phase is to grow the relationship. Next phase is the saturation or the maturity phase. The transaction becomes stable, quite stable in this stage. Commitment is to its maximum. Objective is to retain customers. And the policy is to change the routine. Whatever routinely you are doing, make some changes because it's the saturation point. At this stage, a supplier encounters its most profitable and loyal customers. This means that the investments in the customers have already been recovered and the chance of the relationship being terminated is low. You've already cashed the relationship and the level of the spending by the customer is relatively high in this. Each party, when I say each party, so I mean the supplier and the customer, they know what they expect from one another. At this stage, the trust has already been built up in the past in the growth phase, and both the supplier and the customer, since they have reached this phase, have proven to be reliable. If any one of the two makes any kind of a mistake, it does not lead to an immediate end of the collaboration because you've reached a maturity level. You know each other well. So even if a small mistake is made, it will not affect the relationship or prevent similar habit patterns from forming in an early stage. At this stage, the parties must continue to express their mutual appreciation for the relationship. The next stage is the decline stage. In this stage, the transaction declines, commitment becomes low because the relationship is declining now. It's towards this end. Objective is to prevent, and policy is to determine the cause and suggest solutions. The decline phase shows a possible end to the relationship. The turnover decreases, the commitment lessens. The objective of the relationship policy in this phase is to determine the causes of the change. Normally, the cause of the changes in the relationship is due to the external factors such as the need for supplier services has disappeared. A person may no longer have their car. This means the relationship with the supplier is no longer matured enough and the relationship is no longer needed also. Now, how to retain this type of a customer who's in the decline phase? The suppliers may actually get in contact again with the customer in a new way with the new objective, just as we are in the introduction or the growth stage. Now, once we have done this, then we need to translate the relationship policy into the contact moments. In order to realize the relationship management, a communication plan must be outlined. A great deal of thought must be given to communication and the events organized by the supplier. The customer and the market has to be assigned a position within the framework of the planned relationship development. Translating the relationship policy into contact moments means identifying the customers from different segments and phases and match with the most suitable communication means to approach the customers. This means once the customers are identified and classified based on the different segment and the phases, now the supplier should identify the most suitable communication means and strategy to approach the customers. A communication plan must be outlined to appreciate an effective relationship management. The communication plan must be outlined and it should be geared towards the realization of the subsequent transactions, which is a crucial component of the relationship. It is recommended that the communication calendars should be developed, which may be used to note when the customer will be approached and with what particular information. And the concrete goals may then be linked to the achievement of a specific result during a certain period. In addition to the cross-selling possibilities which arise during the customer contact in the exploratory phase, the outcomes of the cross-selling analysis may also be used to the company's advantage. These may indicate what the chances are of the customer considering the purchase of the product concerned within a certain time period and whether or not approaching him or her is worth the effort. The customers who have made more transactions in later phases of the relationship prove their value to the supplier. It is financially justifiable to bend and shape the relationship from a transactional one into a relational one. The reasons to communicate with the customers could vary from one customer to another. It is important to seek the contact with the customers who threaten to end the relationship or those who have already done this. Simply demonstrating the interest can provide an important reason for the customers to adjust their image of the supplier. Even a portion of the customer who have already left may be persuaded during an exit interview to give the supplier another chance. The reasons to communicate with the customers could vary depending on the customer. It goes with the saying that an organization cannot succeed in developing in an efficient and meaningful dialogue with all of its customers in each of the different segments. The company may be introducing new products, created a special promotion, or to inform the customer about specific developments in the industry. For example, insurance company has a new form of savings account or would like to provide customers who are insured via their employer with an extra special offer or inform them about the consequences of upcoming legislative changes for their pension fund. In creating the contact plan, the supplier, depending on the stage in the relationship, how to translate the relationship policy into communication with the customers, or in other words, what are the initiatives to maintain a good communication that may strengthen the relationship with the customers. Normally, at exploratory phase, the suppliers are suggested to offer a welcome packet or make a welcome call to the customer. This initiative allows the company to gather important information about the customer. This can be done by giving questionnaire or customers interview. The questions are asked about the other wishes and the purchase plans of the customer and their satisfaction with the product or service. Develop the communication calendars. The communication calendars are useful to note when the customer will be approached and with what particular information.
This is Dr. Anita, and I would be taking a session on, basically it's a case study discussion, and I would be discussing the concept of the segmentation, targeting, positioning, marketing strategy, pricing strategy, the overall marketing program with the help of this case discussion. So I have taken this case study on Sega Academy. So this is a case study on the marketing strategy of the Sega Academy. So the basic learning objective of this session includes the case basically presents an account of the marketing strategy, developing new businesses and pricing. And also the objective of this case discussion is to understand the concept of segmentation, targeting, positioning, online pricing, freemium, and software as a service. So the flow of the case discussion would be like, I'll start with what this case is all about, the introduction, and what are the issues with the subject of the mathematics, developing the Seka Academy, and the industry of e-learning. So students, kindly remember for this case discussion only, I have taken the name of the Sega Academy, right? So this is the hypothetical name which I have taken for this specific case discussion. Yeah. So starting with the introduction about what this case is all about, what Sega Academy is. Right. So in the year 2009, the one of the tests in India related to the student assessment, it showed that student had a very low level of the mathematics achievement among the children of India. And they were really lagging behind their peers in several other countries close in Asia and the countries like US. So math was really perceived as an important subject for the future generation. So there was a huge concern by the government, the educators, and the educational institutions basically. So this test was conducted to just to see the assessment level of the students. So there were two of the founders, I mean, two of the people who met together to have their own startup of coming up with an e-line learning platform where they would only deliver the lectures or the e-learning content related to mathematics in order to improve the capability of mathematics among the students. So what happened was these two friends, when after 2 years of developing and testing the blend of offline methods with a state-of-the-art artificial intelligence combined by a web-based technology, they were ready to, I mean, have a big push into the after-school math learning space. So actually, they were trying to launch this Sega Academy as an after school math learning space. Although, I mean, the software they were working on that included the artificial intelligence and web based technology, they had several obstacles. So these obstacles were supposed to be resolved before they go on launching this product in India. Because in India at that time, the e-learning market was still at very nascent stage. And they tried connecting with the parents of the students. So they did not get any good response from them regarding this platform. They had several uh, uh, competitors in the market, like Khan Academy was the one. Government was also working with several e-learning platforms like NPTEL and all. So these were the online offerings, and Coursera was also there. Khan Academy, as I'm repeating again. So they were basically giving a free offering, and they already had, like Khan Academy already had a very strong presence across the world. Similarly, Coursera also, it had a strong presence. Indian platforms were under process, like government having the platforms like Swayam, NPTEL. So, I mean, those were still in process, not full fledged. They were available online. And the companies like Khan Academy, or whether it is government platform, they had a very strong funding. Like if it is Swayam or NPTEL, they had a strong funding from the government of India. Khan Academy had a very strong funding from the big players like Google, Bill and the Melinda Gates Foundation. So that was the option, reason behind growth of Khan Academy. Whereas the Sega Academy did not had any such financial support from any of the provider. So they had to take a call on whether they are supposed to give it for free or they are going to charge. Because of the fact that because of the fact of the absence of any financial uh, backing. At that time, the examples that I've just quoted, I mean, here the Khan Academy basically had a positive media coverage also. And slowly, other platforms like Byju's, Vedantu, Topper, Unacademy, Coursera, they were also upcoming platform and had a very good reach in terms of the promotions across several media. So here, both these friends had to really overcome all these obstacles, and they were supposed to build a brand in this competitive space. Now, the question was there in front of them that what are the segments which are available to them? How are they going to target them? And how should they position their product to avoid any competition, direct competition to their brand? And how should they really work on the marketing program that includes your product, price, place, and promotional strategies? So that is the main introduction about the case. Now, coming to the second point, that is issues with the subject of mathematics. As like I have also passed my schooling, my daughter, she's also studying in school. So, I mean, this is the common perception of mine that all those students who are good in mathematics, they remain good in mathematics. And the students who do not like mathematics or who are afraid from mathematics, that fear remain with them throughout. Yeah, so there is a complete contrast. Either the student is good or the student is not good at all. So that was the trend, I mean, across the country. And after that assessment result as well, it was clear that the action was required to raise the capability of mathematics among the students. Because math is considered as a basic requirement to succeed in the life. And after school activities is not so much attractive in the Indian context. So if I just say mathematics, I mean, it is required for most of the technical degrees, or for mathematical reasoning, or even the logical reasoning also, for any pursuing any career in sciences. So basically mathematics was required everywhere. So that is why maths have been compulsory in India till 12th standard, and after that student get a chance to, I mean, either go with mathematics or leave that. I mean, because after that students, they can choose biology, or they can choose mathematics. Although there are students who may even opt for both these subjects if they want to go for medical and engineering. Or and today, I mean, there are several other disciplines also which are coming up, and students are interested in joining them too. But math was considered as a subject which was, I mean, prerequisite. I mean, it's not only about getting the degrees, but also about uh, being, how do you succeed in your life, because everywhere I feel that everywhere mathematics is required. So that was the idea, that was the idea behind it, coming up with this academy. Now, developing Sega Academy, what was the reason? I mean, reason, it was very much clear that both these friends, they wanted to really take an action against the situation. I mean, for really challenging this situation, that the students were losing their interest and their capabilities when it comes to mathematics. So they were working with one of the multinational company, and they were good friends, and had good and I mean good friends, and had similar interest also. So these two friends, they really, both of them really enjoyed learning from a very early stage, and they were very good students academically. So since both of them were Indian, so they were really concerned about the students of India, and they wanted the upcoming generation to even succeed in mathematics, because they did not like it that all these students, I mean, majority of the students did not do well in the maths examination. And even there were researchers which confirmed that I mean the uh, initial intuition that mathematics was largely responsible for failure at the school. So, I mean, from the initial researches, this was confirmed that if the student is not doing well in the mathematics, the schools are basically responsible for that, because schools basically forms the I mean, responsible for the initial growth of the students. They basically provide the foundation for all the students. Everything comes later. And and after the research, it was also found that mathematics was one of the subject mostly hated by the kids. And and sometimes they even could not relate it to, as they had always liked maths or not. I mean, they were really confused that do they like or do they not like. Uh, and they like because they are good at mathematics, or they are not good at mathematics. That is the reason why they don't like it. So these two friends, they drew up a business plan. And these two, I'm sorry, I just forgot to name these students. They were Vivek and Gaurav. They drew a business plan, and their vision statement and the mission statement. So basically, they touched upon this market opportunity, and they took a decision that technologically innovative solution was needed to address this problem in the country. So by 2014, the first version of this product was developed, and there were testing was done for another 1 year, and pilot testing was run across 30 students and around 1500 participating students. And after 2 years, that means by 2015, 15, their product was ready for launching in the public. So that's about developing the Sega Academy. Now, talking of the industry of e-learning. So basically, uh, there are several platforms, e-learning platforms developed by the government of India that include Swayam, Diksha, eShodh Sindhu, then ePG Pathshala, then Swayam Prabha, then NPTL. So some of them are new. I have just included them the in the slide here. Just wanted to make you aware that what is the situation of the e-learning platforms now. So Swayam, the objective of Swayam is to provide a learning platform to all, and including the most disadvantaged. And Swayam hosts almost all the courses taught in the classroom from class 9 till post graduation. And more information on Swayam can be obtained on the official website, that is swayam.gov.in. And Diksha is another platform which is an initiative of NCERT, that is the National Council of Educational Research and Training, Ministry of Education, Government of India. So Diksha can be accessed at diksha.gov.in by the learners and teachers across the country. And currently, I'm just talking about the current data. It currently supports various courses of NCERT, CBSE, and SCERTs across India. Then is eShodh Sindhu that will continue to provide current as well as archival access to more than 10,000 peer-reviewed journals and a number of bibliographic citations and factual database to its member institutions. And it can be accessed at ess.inflinet.ac.in. Then fourth platform, e-learning platform is ePG Pathshala, which is an initiative taken by the MHRD under its National Mission on Education through Information and Communication Technology, which is being executed by the UGC. The platform, this provides interactive e-content in around 70 subjects across all the disciplines of social science, arts, fine arts, humanities, natural, and the mathematical sciences. Then is Swayam Prabha. So this basically consists of 34 DTH channels, which is devoted to telecasting the high quality educational program, just 24:7. And here the course contents are provided by NPTEL, IITs, UGC, IGNOU, NCERT, NIOS. And this website of Swayam Prabha is swayamprabha.gov.in. Another very famous e-learning platform is NPTEL, which is a national program on technology enhanced learning. It is an initiative by IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, IIT Guwahati, and IIT Roorkee, with the Indian Institute of Sciences, IISc Bangalore, in 2003. So this is the platform which provides open online courses across engineering and core science subjects. So that means this is for the students for the higher learning. Then there are other popular e-learning platform as well that includes Byju's, Vedantu, Topper, Khan Academy, then Unacademy, then Coursera also. So, I mean, if I just go back and look at the e-learning industry, it had its origin um, in offline methods such as Japanese Kumon method, which was developed in the year 1956. So, which by 2012, this was present in 40 of the countries with more than 4 million students. So, this I'm talking of the e-learning industry across the world. So self-paced e-learning was basically, I mean, coming into the high demand in Western Europe, Northern America, Latin America, and in India also. So, I mean, within the K-12 segment, that is for schools, the first 13 years of schooling. So, I mean, there was a huge expectations that it would reach to a market of around 16.6 billion by 2023. And the expectations of the annual compound growth was expected to be around 35%. So basically, here the industry was basically divided into two different type of the audience. First was the school oriented market, and the second was the after school market. So when I say school oriented market, I mean to say the B2B market, that is business to business market. So actually in this case, I'm also trying to touch upon the two different types of the markets. All right, one is consumer markets and the business market. So here, uh, there were in the industry there were two different type of the audience. So one was the school oriented market, that is business to business market, and another was business to consumer markets, that is B2C market. So although, I mean, if you have studied both these different types of the market, you must be very well aware that in both these markets the approaches are different, right? I mean, we can't go on with the same kind of marketing strategy for both the markets. Consumer markets are different, business markets are different. So if you are talk of any product or the pricing strategy or the distribution strategy or the promotional strategies, all these strategies are going to be different for both these types of the markets. So a clear distinction was required for addressing both these markets. So let me just throw some light on okay, I'll just come to that point later when we start discussing about the questions. So because of its strong world presence, I mean, because e-learning was present across the world, so both these co-founders, they were mainly concerned about Coursera and Khan Academy, because the Khan Academy, as I told you, that they have a very strong backing from the Google and Gates Foundation. So they were actually, I mean, offering all the courses free of cost, and multiple courses were available on this platform, and they had a presence worldwide. So it was giving a tough challenge to Sega Academy to go ahead with the operations, right? Because they had several options in front of them. So, just talking in little about the Khan Academy, this was the non-profit educational organization, and it was developed in the year 2016, sorry, 6 by Salman Khan, and his intention was to provide the world-class education for everyone, which is free of cost and anywhere in the world. So on Khan Academy, if you just go to the Khan Academy website, you would see that there are short lectures were present in YouTube type video, right? So there were several practical exercises available. There were several tools for the educators which were available, and resources were also made available without a fee, right? So that Khan Academy was able to do with the help of very strong support of the financial institutions like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Google. So initially, Sega Academy, Khan Academy also started with mathematics, but as their funding were increasing, they could expand themselves to the other areas of education as well. That included history, medicine, finance, economics, music, astronomy, and the computer sciences. Now, there were three options available in front of Vivek and Gaurav. So these three options were either they go with the B2B market, either they go with B2C market, or they choose a combined strategy of targeting both the options of going with B2B as well as B2C market. So here, when these three options were available, uh, Sega Academy was supposed to ensure that it shouldn't get it into the competition, right? Because here, if they start with a wrong step, it is going to cost them a lot throughout their lifetime. As we could see that the initial research indicated that they had a convenient alternate, and it has an unstructured approach also. So consumer could choose that how long and when to log in. So there was a lot of flexibility available with the Khan Academy, that they could really log in at any point of time and complete their course. So, keeping all these factors in the mind, Khan Academy was supposed to, sorry, Khan Academy, not Khan Academy, Sega Academy was supposed to take a call. Let me just throw some light on all these offerings also. So, there was one approach, that is the direct sale approach. They could target with the help of the B2B market, because B2B markets are basically the direct sales approach, and they could really start with employing 30 to 40 people who are very much trained and are the sales executive, who can visit the popular educational institutes in India, meeting the authorities, meeting the schools, their teachers. So here, their main point of differentiation was that they were offering the maths as the extracurricular education from home at any time to complement what is taught to the school. So basically, they were trying to position themselves as the best private maths tutor. I mean, also called as the push approach to the market. So they both these friends had a feeling that I mean, this approach is can work for Smartech. So here, one thing was very important, to educate the customer about the product. And the school and teachers, they were open to new ways of improving the student score. And I mean, any approach they could go with, the subscription, or that how the learning hours are going to be for the students. Then they had another option of going ahead with twofold business offering. I mean, going with B2B market as well and B2C market as well. So that means this could allow the firm to reach both half of the market, the schools directly, and also the customers, or the students directly via their parents. One of the advantage was that Khan Academy and the other examples that I have just shown here, they were not present in the B2B market, and many, so that is why the many teachers, they were recommending it as a home supplement. So Khan Academy was not operating through the schools. So that is why the teachers were basically recommending Khan Academy to be done as a supplementary homework from the home. So then what these people did, both these friends, Vivek and Gaurav, they hired, I mean, uh, the they thought of hiring the 5 experts on online media to develop their online presence, and for search engine optimization and marketing on the social media. So initial investment was also required on the representatives as well, because search engine optimization was an option that could generate, I mean, interest among the consumers, I mean, as compared to the salespeople. And they thought of not hiring so many salespeople, because it's going to be a huge cost for them, because paying their salaries, giving them the incentives, cost of traveling. So a lot many things are involved. That is why they thought of going with the search engine optimization to cut down their costs, because of uh, no strong financial banking for this company. Now, the third option that was present in front of them was launching this as a simply service, that is the B2C market, where they wanted to directly uh, interact with the parents, understanding their queries, their issues of their kids, understanding the learning level of the students, customizing the product based upon the individual requirement, and coming up with a suitable subscription for them. So that means they were thinking to come up with high level of customization for the students directly. So they were thinking of the registrations through online sign up, and providing the pedagogical assessment, and was the thinking to provide the more personalized or the customized user experience. So these were the three options that were available to the Sega Academy, whether they want to go with B2B market, B2C market, or a mix of B2B and the B2C market. Now, talking of the dilemma here, because here the market was not so much developed here in India. So Sega Academy was supposed to move very fast and to outsmart their competitors, specifically Khan Academy and other upcoming players like Byju's and the government initiatives. And they were supposed to accelerate or increase the adoption rate initially in India and across the world as well. So here the question is how to differentiate themselves from the competitor and those competitors which were available for free, I mean without any fee. So that is the dilemma here. So we have these questions with us, that how should Vivek and Gaurav position the brand, and what should be the key attributes could they use as differentiator from the rest of the market, and defining in more detail the various options for implementation, and which one should you recommend to maximize the profit or maximize the impact on the society, and what kind of pricing strategy should be recommended by you, and here should the firm expand internationally or focus on India only, and even if the firm decides to expand internationally, how and to which countries should they expand. So these are the questions which are supposed to be discussed. Let me just tell you something about the how this Sega Academy was working. So they had a lot of maths exercises on the web platform, where the students could really solve the maths exercises during a very short period time of 15 to 20 minutes on a daily basis. And this study program was basically focusing upon that how to improve the mental calculation skills and other problem solving capabilities as well. And it was also very interesting that they were getting the instant feedback just after I mean writing each and every answer. So students were finding it so interesting to do all these mathematic exercises. And they also used the concept of the gamification technique for motivation of the students, and I mean maintaining their concentration at a maximum level, because they were only doing it for 15 to 20 minutes. So that interest was intact. And they also had virtual word, okay, because here I mean this virtual world was only accessible by after this session was rewarded. So this virtual world was designed in a such a way that it motivates the student with the star reward system based on daily, I mean, attendance and the efforts by them. So students or these kids can use the stars awarded in exchange for the accessories to decorate their avatar, their room, their feed plants and animals, or even awarded with the bigger houses. So, I mean, because the kids, it was mainly for the school kids. So actually for school kids, they find it so interesting earning awards. I mean today if I see these school kids loves to play a lot of games in the online mode, and whatever they earn, that they earn in terms of points. There are very popular games which are being played by the students. So this is how the SmartTech was working, and there was also a parent module also. So parent module provided the comprehensive information to the tutors, basically, that is the parents and the teachers, um, on the students' daily work and what kind of progress they were making. So they were this Sega Academy was fostering their involvement with the students' learning and motivation also. And these parents and even the teachers, they may reject some content or may introduce some incentive to the students. So I mean, they also had this flexibility with the help of this parent module. Now, starting with the first question, that how should Vivek and Gaurav position the brand, and what kind of key attributes could they use as a differentiator from the rest of the market? So if you just look at the various competitors which were available, I mean, we may start with, we had Khan Academy, then there were NPTL, then we have Swayam, then we have Byju's, Toppers, several e-learning platforms were available. Now, the dimensions which could be used as a point of differentiation would be that it was fully online, and other could be highly personalized, right? One could be free versus paid versus free. One distinction could be that timing and the frequency of the sessions, because as with the offline option, this offline option of the Sega Academy, because it offered also limited duration sessions at a predefined frequency. The second question which comes to my mind is, I mean, because we have got several point of the differentiation, because this Sega Academy was only focusing upon the mathematics, and it was not taking in the entire day, but 15 to 20 minutes a day. And I mean, and it's also, although they were taking a decision of making it whether it is free or paid. If it is paid, then what kind of charges should be taken from the school, or maybe from the students. So first of all, before taking a decision of going with which model, whether it should be B2B or B2C, first of all they had to take a call that how do they differentiate themselves with their competitor. So there could be several points like uh, offline approach. It was also giving the option of offline approach. It there was they were following the customization of the content based upon the individual requirement, then paid versus free, then timing and frequency of the sessions. So the second question that comes to my mind is that why do teachers recommend Khan Academy, right? Because Khan Academy has been one such platform that is, I mean, has a positive influence, has a good backing of the donors. But it may be the negative influence, maybe that it is free of cost, right? Because when the things are free of cost, generally, I mean, it's not easy to customize those items. Those are meant for all students of all the levels simultaneously. And all these sessions, all the modules of the Khan Academy were too broad, and they were not personalized. So that was also the case with the other platforms like Byju's, Toppers, and Academy and all. So from this initial analysis, we could all reach to a consensus that there could be some dimensions which are not covered by the Khan Academy and the other competitors. Okay, so I mean, if it is not offered by the other competitor, so it could be like the opportunity for this Sega Academy. And one thing was that the market, I mean, the market here in India is highly segmented, and the preference of the people across various segment, it varies significantly. So that is why there were three market segments which were available to the Gaurav and Vivek with Sega Academy. That there were three segments like B2B, B2C, and a combination of B2B and B2C. Let me just talk something about the B2B market. So B2B market basically refers to uh, providing the digitally supplementary products for free to secure the book, paper-based market that includes the schools, boards, and and the challenge was they normally were the startups with a different level of the funding. That includes Khan Academy, and then there were other platforms also. Second was the extracurricular market. So that was B2C, B2C market. So it had, the basic objective of going with this extracurricular market was that it is a better product than the offline competitors, and that too at a better price. And it had limitations of limited physical interaction, which tends to subtract the value to the product and the services. It could take in advantage of the limitations of the other service providers, like geographical expansion, speed of scalability, content, adaptability, interaction and usability, and the data driven product development. But here, I'm just talking in general about the second question also, that define in more detail the various options for the implementation. So that is what we are discussing it here, that it should be B2B, B2C, or a combination of both of them. So, should it be a profit maximization, or should it be maximizing the impact on the society? So here, if I just say B2B, so here the problem was the school, they wanted students to succeed, but there is always in the school, they have a very fixed curriculum. They have a very specific curriculum, and which may not be so much suitable for the Seika Academy, because it is highly customized. It's going with a very strict curriculum. It's not going to fit with the philosophy of Sega Academy, because it was trying to build up more customization based on the individual need of the students. And also that they may also had limited budgets. The schools may also had the limited budgets to spend on the extracurricular activities, because if the school they try to implement that, they'll have to pay to the service provider. But here the two things are there, whether they are going to bear the charges or they are going to pass on the cost to the parents. But again, here the problem is, if they do it of their own, they also schools, they do have the limited budget for them, how to get the funding for implementing such kind of a program for all the students there. Second option, if they charge it from the parents, because they have the kids from different background, having having the parents with again with different background, all of them may not be willing to pay extra for accessing these services of the Seika Academy. So that was the question. Second option, if I say B2C market. So here the parents in India, they want to prepare their kids for the future, although they also have a concern about the school curriculum also and the grades, but they also want to give children an advantage beyond the school. So here the Sega Academy could be an attractive product for the parents here. Now here again, a problem with the B2C market is that the school market is more of homogeneous in nature, because they are going to come up with a standard product for a specific class in a school, right? But if they go on with the individual customer market, they are going to be heterogeneous in nature, because there every student is individual. They are providing that product to the individual, so that each parent and child is a pair, and the characteristics of both are going to actually influence the final choice of the product, with many potential 2 by 2 metrics on their respective characteristics. For example, it may be a case that the age of the student or a child, it influences that how many discipline or control the parent has over the choice. So basically, if there is a more control over the schedule of younger children than the teenagers, so there is again a situation would vary from class to class, from age group to age group. Then there is a specific frequency per time each day with more appealing to the disciplined parents who want to ensure the children, probably at an early age, learn math in the organized manner, and which is less appealing to the older children. Third factor is the income, basically. So the families who are on low incomes, they are likely to be constrained for using the free option in the market, because they were thinking, because Sega Academy was thinking to make it free of charge for the low income families. Now, the question that comes to us is, what kind of pricing strategy should you recommend? And what should be their positioning strategy here, whether they are going with B2B, B2C, or a combination of both. Now, discussing all three segmentation one by one. And we would also discuss about the pricing strategy along with choosing the segmentation criteria. So the option one was B2B. So here, the Sega Academy would need to get closer to the schools here, because if they really want to match the content, whatever they want to offer, they'll have to match their content with what school wants, and that is based upon the curriculum of the school. So here the differentiation can easily come, a potential come through a specific time slot during after school hours, and here the content that varies according to the kids skills of each student. So in terms of the quality of the material, it is likely that the schools would consider Khan Academy as a good value, and other free options by Government of India like Swayam, and because NCRT books are mandatory for all the schools which are affiliated to CBSE and all, and they have a similar kind of curriculum. So those platforms, the free of cost platforms, were also available to the students and their parents. So option B is the combination of B2B and B2C markets. That means targeting the schools and also targeting the parents at the same time. So this option basically covers the entire market. This option is going to reduce the risk, and it also allows two ways to reach the final user. So through parents, through children, go through all the discussion that we have so far. This could really emerge as one of the worst choice. It means that the Sega Academy would have to appeal to two different segments, and that most likely with two different versions of the product, one for the school and another for the individual kids. And just imagine the amount of resources they would require. It would be almost double the amount of resources, the money that a small companies simply doesn't have, that too without any strong financial support. So if they go on with B2B and B2C markets together, there could be a risk that it may not satisfy either of the segment. And since online math education is only just beginning in India at the time, so it was gaining a faster presence in one of the two market. So it is better than diversifying. Now, third options, as we talk of, is B2C markets, that is directly contacting the parents and the students to come up with a more customized version of the product. So it basically matches the Sega Academy's point of difference. That means if it targets mid to high income or the well educated parents, so they are basically looking to get ahead of the pack and likely to have a not so good perception of the other e-learning platform, and they really wanted the personalized approach of an offline service without having to go to an offline school, because there were constraints like timing, and here the opportunity cost was much higher as compared to the other platforms. So these parents were willing to pay a higher price with an additional quality of the education. So, for every option, I give you the choice of calculating the break-even analysis, that what could be the break-even quantity, what could be the pricing levels, and even the data related to how much sales force would be required, what should be the reasonable assumptions about the number of students per school, and the size of market in India as well. So, although after this discussion, you may feel that the option one was more safe way to go and provide the highest differentiation revenue for Sega Gatney, but actually it is option three, which is B2C market, is the most appropriate to the product and the marketing environment. So that's all about the case. So at the end, let me just tell you that what actually happened at the end. So initially, they decided to go with the first option. They tried to talk to the schools, but they did not get any familiar response. So then they thought of going it with the option three. And I mean, meeting the parents, having a good sales for meeting the parents, the students, understanding their need, customizing the product. So this, I mean, led to the growth of the customer base for this company. And later on, they also moved to different states within India, and later on they also moved to the other countries closer to India, and they are doing so well. And after COVID as well, I mean, we could see a lot of such e-learning platform mushrooming, and which is actually giving a tough competition to each other. I just quote my own example because my daughter, she studies in seventh standard, so I could see that students, all these online e-learning platforms, they were actually tying up with the schools to at least deliver the free classes, some free classes for the students, so that because during COVID, it's almost 1.5 years, students, they were away from the school. Only the teachers, they were providing the online education, and they are actually not very much good at the online teaching because that was again new for them. So developing the e-learning sources, the learning sources was difficult. So that was the reason behind mushrooming of all these platforms like Byju's, Topper, and Academy and all. And so when even, I mean, I would just like to refer to the concept that we were studying, that segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So I mean, just rather than entering red ocean, it is always good that you create your own market where you make the competition irrelevant. And even if we are entering a market where there is a huge competition, it is the point of differentiation. It is the point of differentiation, that how are we really different from the competition. That makes sense, right? Because if we also come up with a similar kind of product in the services, how are we really going to differentiate ourselves from the competition? Today, if I say there is a new mobile company which enters the market and say, yes, we are competing with Apple, I mean, that's very difficult. I mean, Apple is a market leader in terms of mobile and laptops. And if a new company comes and says that, yes, we are competing with the Apple, I mean, charging the same kind of the prices for their product, it's not going to work. It shouldn't. It maybe that. I mean, I'm not saying that there couldn't be any company who could fight with Apple like company. I mean, at least if then they are launching their product, they have to differentiate that what is the point of differentiation between me and what Apple is offering. How am I better than the Apple? Right? So Apple has not, I mean, Apple is number one, but that doesn't mean that it will remain number one throughout the lifetime. Right? There are always ups and downs. Right? So if a company comes up and says and claim that, yes, we are better than Apple in all these terms, in all these parameters. Right? When Nokia was there in the market, Nokia never had this perception that they are going to be completely wiped out from the market. Just imagine, Nokia did not upgrade themselves, did not adopt the Android operating system. They were only using their own Windows. And so that was the basic reason behind the fall of Nokia. And still, I mean, it used to be the number one in the world. And today it is nowhere. And just imagine how many local players and the Chinese companies have, I mean, entered the market. Just imagine MI, a company like MI, a Chinese company, is actually ruling the market, right? The affordable mobile sets, I'm saying. So how these company could compete in the market, because they had a point of differentiation in terms of the quality, in terms of the features. which Nokia could not do, a market leader could not do. So that is the important thing here. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
So what we're discussing today is after having looked at other aspects and wherein you look at how customer relationship management is moving ahead, and you are at a stage where you want to generate a loyalty from the customer. Now, loyalty could be of two types, and the two basic types of loyalty are there. It could be the behavior towards the product and as an attitude. So these are two aspects you have to look in mind. Now, how do you generate loyalty? Loyalty can only happen, if I'm satisfied. The first and primary reason why there'll be a loyalty, we don't become loyal to a brand or a product or to individual till we get to know the person better, till we start using the product more often and feel satisfied. And of course, we feel that when others recommend that product, and others also feel that the others feel that, oh, what I'm using is something which good. So there are a lot of reasons why it takes time. It's not something happens overnight. A company should not also rush towards the customer and ensure the loyalty will happen at day one. Because at what stage the customer has bought the product, in what situation the customer has bought the product. And sometimes we end up buying a product only because it's at a nearby location. We don't buy because we like the product. That aspect of loyalty, therefore, sometimes takes time. It happens to even amongst individuals when we develop a friendship with a person. Do we get loyal to the person? No. We become friendly, but we don't become. Similarly, in products also, we like it, but we don't become loyal. Tomorrow, if I get something similar, I don't mind foregoing that. For the matter, if I go and buy a particular brand of, say, shirt. Now, today in India, you have brands like Raymond's, you have Color Plus, you have Louis Philippe, Van Heusen, and now you have Peter England. And there's so many other international brands have come, Polo and others have come. But all are good. But why would you become loyal to one brand? Sometimes you become loyal because some is giving you a better range of product. And it's so you have to also get a feeling that the company has to give you a range of products so that you are satisfied. Now, all the companies don't make all the products. Now, if I go and buy from Raymond, Raymond doesn't make a sports products. For that, I have to go to Adidas or Nike. But majority of my formal dresses, I'll probably end up buying from, say, Raymond or a Color Plus. Why? Because they take care of the most of my requirements, and therefore I'm loyal to the brand. I will not look at the price factor here. I get my satisfaction in buying that product. I get the colors, I get the fabric, I get the design, and I'm happy buying the product. And I don't need to switch to any other brand and product here. Although I'm loyal to the brand, but the service is very bad. What do you do? So that these are things also which can make a customer get put off from a loyalty factor. I could get put off because although I like the brand, I want to use it, but the loyalty factor will not come. So sometimes the customer compromises with certain shortcomings of a company because they look at the bigger picture. Ultimately, I get what I want finally. That feeling is there in the customer's mind. The bottom line, the customer is more concerned about the fact that you have got the product and you are happy. But customer company has to at the same time look at the fact that today how come the loyalty has happened? Is it happened because of the fact that customer is satisfied, or because there's something else in the mind? What could be something else? Let me ask you a question, and you can have an answer. You can answer it to yourself. Let's give you an example. Suppose the customer is buying the product. Would you consider somebody buying the product because it's convenient, Not necessarily I'm liking it. A loyalty. Think about it. It may not be so. A loyalty will be much deeper. Loyalty will not look at price also sometimes. It will look at just the product itself and the faith and the trust in the product. So sometimes a lot of customers mislead a company. You think they're loyal, but they buy because of the convenience or price. Tomorrow the price goes up, they switch a brand and they go to some other brand. As a company, one has to ensure that even if the prices go up, the customer remains with my brand or my company. That is the important thing. That's the key aspect to be kept in mind. And if that is done, then I'm sure then it makes it a very healthy relationship. So, customer loyalty, my dear friends, it's a fantastic feeling for a company when the customer becomes loyal. But it's not easy to reach that stage. And as we discuss one stage right now, we'll also discuss other stages how the customer becomes loyal. Can also the customer loyalty factor can also go up from the trust factor. I trust the brand, and therefore the loyalty is very high. As we know very well, trust is not something overnight. So loyalty is a very very important. Customer satisfaction, emotional bonding, and the trust. I don't have any doubt in this product of the company. I feel it's a very great product and is something I'm very happy with. And that's very, very important aspect to be kept in mind. And if this is how the company is able to gain the trust of the individual or the customer, and I'm sure that aspect will be taken care of. Another important aspect which can be kept in mind is a choice or a habit. I don't get anything else, but this brand gives me everything. When I don't get anything here, then I move to other brand. The day I find dissatisfied, I get dissatisfied with a brand or a company, this service of a company, the customer will move out. So by habit, by choice, I end up buying this product every time. See, these are all areas, these are factors which influence the customer, let's say, buying habit. That's a very, very important part. Please understand today, customer loyalty will not happen otherwise. The customer has to have a history. It has to spend enough time with the brand or a service. Customer will not become loyal day one. It happens. It can happen with some companies. The day one I buy and I love it. I love the company product. I decide. But because of competition, we are not sure that the customer will remain with me. And you as an organization have to ensure. If you are looking at the history of the customer has been buying regularly, is satisfied, is having trust in you, that means that the stage of loyalty is already has been reached. And that is how you'll be able to gauge the customer loyalty better. And it's something every company desires to have more loyal customers. And these are the loyalty cards are one way or the other to make reward a customer. There are all types of loyalty cards. There are gold, silver, platinum. This is all to reward the customer at a different category, different segment. If a premium customer is buying more, you give him a gold card and you make the customer get more benefits. So customer loyalty is a very, very important aspect in CRM, and every organization should ensure that they get large number of customers who remain loyal. Thereby, company will become stronger and they will not be able to have fluctuating sales at all. And I hope that I think takes care of majority of the issues because in today's age, competition doesn't let the customer remain loyal because the options are very wide and customer can get influenced. So now we come to the stage of brand loyalty as a behavior. What is brand loyalty? Brand loyalty is when I'm stuck to a brand. Is measured by the proportion of purchase, the number of times the most frequently purchased brand is purchased, divided by the total number of times the product category is purchased. For example, I want to buy, say, a ready-made shirt. Now, when I want to buy a ready-made shirt, I buy once a month, and I buy it every month. I'm buying only Color Plus. I'm buying that category and I'm within the category I'm buying that brand itself. Behavior is very very important today. The proportion is very very important here, and brand loyalty comes because the first instance when I want to buy something more frequently, I buy that particular brand itself. I don't think of any other brand. It means what? That brand is so close to me. There no other brand comes to my mind. If I want to buy a shirt, I will not look at a brand color. Someday I may buy Raymond, Someday I may buy Peter England. On some occasion I may buy Louis Philippe. That means there is no. I buy frequently, sure, but I don't buy. That means there is no brand loyalty. I'm buying different brands on different occasions. But if there is loyalty of a brand, I will buy the particular brand itself. I don't go to any other garment brand itself. The product category is garments, and I'm only going to Color Plus. That's brand loyalty. If I'm going to food products, I'm going only to Easy Day. That's a big bazaar or big bazaar for that matter. The big bazaar takes care of my entire grocery needs. I don't need to go to Amazon. I don't need to go to a nearby grocery store. I just go to big bazaar. I send my online order, and my food stuff comes at home, and I'm happy. I'm not connected to a brand because it is cheap. I'm not connected to a brand because it's expensive. I'm not connected to a brand because the color is blue. There is a satisfaction level of brand connection I have with a particular brand. Some of you must be having a fixation on a brand because you like the brand, you're comfortable with the brand, you feel it's worth the price, and therefore I must buy that particular brand. That brand loyalty as a behavior is something you need to generate, and therefore in CRM, what is important is in customer relations management, you have to also create a behavioral brand loyalty towards the company. You need to monitor it, you need to purchase it, you need to understand, evaluate it very clearly, and therefore you cannot afford such a customer to go away from you. This kind of customer has to remain loyal to you. If the customer is buying, for the matter, if I'm a customer of Color Plus, if I'm in a year buying all my garment requirements from Color Plus, keep getting mailers, I keep getting messages on almost on a daily basis from Color Plus. That is the reason why today Color Plus is a very established brand. It is expensive, but it is also popular. It is at a range which is certainly premium, but it has created the brand loyalty from me. Why? Because of the quality, the consistency. I am satisfied with the quality of the product. I like the fabric, I like the range, I like the pricing. All these aspects go with me. And I'm very, very comfortable. The brand also plays a big role here. The creation of a brand and the emotional connect with the brand, the trust with the brand. Ultimately, don't forget the brand also has a certain amount of pull for the customer. A customer doesn't buy a product, a customer buys a brand. Otherwise he would end up buying anything. No, why would you have to buy a particular brand itself? We are talking of customer brand loyalty. We are talking of our own company, our brands, and we want the customer to keep buying our brand. And because it gives us a loyal customer and it gives us a lot of business. In today's age of competition, if I am getting more business today, that's the best thing I need as a company. And you as a company should also ensure that I must get brand loyal customers as a behavior and I should monitor it. I should monitor the behavior of the customer in terms of brand loyalty. So I hope you're able to understand that it's a very important aspect and you have to keep knowing, buying the pattern that it's not the product category, it is the brand that the customer is buying, and that is where the loyalty comes in here. Do a research, you can get a feedback from the customer. How often do you buy? And you realize probably as a company you have market share or let's say a purchase share in the minds of the customer. The customer spends maximum share. The share value in a customer's mind is highest for a particular brand because the customer is satisfied, customer has trust, customer feels important. Brand loyalty happens as a behavior. It's another very important aspect. We'll also discuss some other aspects of brand loyalty in the next slide. We also need to discuss about brand loyalty as an attitude. Now, attitudinal brand loyalty approach takes the view that loyalty involves much more than repeat purchase behavior. What it means basically here is that there's a pre-decision taken already for the brand. There is a satisfaction, there is this feeling of trust. Although, between the choices and habits, we reduce the choices, but we still try to focus on the loyal brand itself. So attitude is something very, very important and it's a pre-purchase trait which contributes a lot. There is a emotional branding, bonding for the brand. Obviously, then it means that one is satisfaction, followed by emotional bonding, followed by trust, and then choice and habit, and of course, finally, the history of purchase. So all these factors will combine and basically will change the attitude towards the brand loyalty. Because obviously, if I'm not satisfied, I cannot be loyal to a brand. Satisfaction can only happen if I am loyal to the brand. It can only mean that because I am satisfied. Same is the case with emotional bonding. Satisfaction will happen because I am emotionally bonded with the brand. I have trust in the brand. Like for instance, we buy products, we buy services. We trust the brand. A lot of time we don't buy a product or a brand just because it is convenient for us to buy. You'll find today that there are sometimes we have this temptation that we should buy a particular product because it's available nearby. I have noticed this in a lot of cases here. Now, here what happens is that because there are other options available near my house or near your place for that matter, you may not buy that particular brand or product. You'll prefer because there is a satisfaction, there is a trust, there is a bonding with a product and a brand which may be further off. So this is one an attitude that something is my favorite, and there's a preference or commitment over time. There's a preference for that particular brand, and I would prefer to have that brand, and therefore I don't mind traveling more. And therefore, you'll find a lot of times what happens is few companies they may not have a lot many outlets in a city, but they have a very big following. People travel. I remember there used to be a restaurant in Pune when I used to study. You used to travel far off to have a certain amount of experience in that particular place. And it can happen to anybody for that matter. So attitude is one thing, takes view that loyalty involves much more than repeat purchase. The repeat purchase can be very misleading. I can buy something repeatedly because it is easy for me to buy near my house. But that doesn't mean I'm loyal to the brand. Loyalty is when I take that extra effort to buy that brand. Make it a point to wait. I don't I delay my purchase and then I go and buy it from a particular branded outlet. So this is where the brand loyalty as an attitude makes a difference, and which creates a lot of stickiness to the brand. You see, iPhone was another brand which sells because of that, because there's so much of brand loyalty. Maybe expensive, but people still buy today also. After around 10 years, it remained as one of the top brands worldwide. So this is a big achievement as an attitude. Trust. I don't have any doubt in this brand. That's another very important thing to keep in mind. I know this brand will satisfy my needs, my requirement. You trust on a brand which probably you've been using for a long time. It happens in a newspaper. Today, all of us use newspaper, but Times of India is a preferred newspaper today for all of us because we feel that's a brand I trust. I believe that the news is credible. These are personal products again. Toothpaste, shampoo, or for that matter, talcum powder. There are certain brand loyalties there. You don't switch. As attitude, I have already pre-decided. Repeat purchase may not be as much. Because repeat purchase could be based on the fact that whenever I want it, it is not available. So I end up buying something else, and I end up buying more often something which I may not like also, because that is available most of the time, and something which I want, it gets sold very fast. So that also sometimes gives a wrong opinion and wrong impression to people, thinking that no, I buy something more because it is something I like. So brand loyalty is something which today, if I have to choose a limited option, I will go for a brand loyal product. I'll not go for a product which is I'm not loyal to today. So even if I have limited income tomorrow, which choice is limited tomorrow, if I will go for a preferred brand which is something which I have used earlier, I trust, and there is a emotional bonding with the brand. Finally, as you know today, history of purchase also has a lot of bearing on this aspect of loyalty. Because if I'm buying something regularly, obviously it means that I'm loyal to the brand. So I think attitude has given you an idea today that there are important aspects to be kept in mind. Having discussed about customer loyalty and the values and benefits of customer loyalty, it is very important to understand what are exactly are the challenges, and especially keeping in mind the post-pandemic, because pandemic is one area we can't overlook today in today's time, because pandemic has changed the way we think, the way we do, and the way we plan. Finally, also how we need to strategize our activity in marketing and customer loyalty is very important today. So there are various issues to look at. Although there are great advantages, but there are also certain major challenges in customer loyalty or creating a customer loyalty strategy for your company. You see, basically what has happened is that the global pandemic has undoubtedly created challenges. All of us know today that because of the use of excessive or let's say more digital technology, the customers are increasing in large numbers. If the numbers are big, the challenges are going to be bigger. What happens here is that the companies are not ready. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the people, they don't have the experience of managing such a huge base of customers. That's another aspect to be looked at. And secondly, the technology also is now moving ahead. What it was before and what it is now, there's a lot of difference here. So the consumer behavior is also going through a major change today. The consumer has changed. It's not no more the same consumer. So just to give you a different perspective here, I like to say is that the global pandemic has undoubtedly created challenges for brands of all shapes and sizes to stand out in an increasingly competitive market. That's very important. So the market has become highly competitive, and obviously it's become more challenging for companies to stand in a highly. And in a world where customer shopping behavior continues to evolve at a rapid pace, the future of high street faces huge innovation. The importance of customer loyalty has never been so prevalent. So the importance is going up much more today than it was earlier, and therefore organizations and departments of marketing or as a organization, the importance given to customer loyalty is obviously going to be top on the chart. So I hope that is one aspect you must keep in mind when you're looking at devising your customer loyalty strategy. What exactly needs to be done is that customers are looking at a lot of expectations from the company and the brand, and therefore the customer, the organization or the company has to start building the customer loyalty strategy. What it means here is that you have to raise the bar. What bar one had set up, companies had set up before the pandemic has to be again different this year because the scenario has changed, and and therefore it is very important to keep in mind that the customer needs to be targeted or needs to be reached out to in a very different manner. First of all stores have to work harder, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's offline, wherever you are, wherever one stands, in acquiring new customers and retaining as the market has become more and more crowded. You need to be actively build those customer relationships in order to maintain and retain them in the long term. Don't forget that because of the fact that new brands have come up, new products have come up, new options have come up post pandemic. So one does get lost in the whole process, and therefore one has to stand out. And you can only stand out by through good customer service. There is no other substitute than to give a customer a great feeling, a wow feeling that the company is looking after their interest in giving them the best product and also following it up with great service. You have to make sure they're connecting with customers in between transactions far more than before. Engagement is another very important aspect here. You have to understand one thing that the customer needs to feel secure. Customer needs to feel confident that whatever product or services they are buying, there is that confidence level has to be there. Not just because it's a brand, it's not enough. There has to be, so therefore there has to be a constant touch. You should be in touch on a regular basis with your customers and make them feel very, very important. Going back to the same logic that, it is highly demanding now, and this is no the way then to make the customer feel comfortable. Otherwise, those customers become a one-hit wonder, and customers aren't always looking to make a purchase there and then. They actually want to connect with a brand in a more meaningful way. Okay, if they don't have the extra pennies to spend on that in that moment. Keep that in mind. Today, the entire scenario has changed so much that just because a brand is well established is not enough. I may not have enough money to buy. I don't. My income is also limited today. The consumer is using the resources very smartly now. Yeah, one is not going haywire in spending as it was pre-pandemic because one is not sure. Now the uncertainty is very much looming in the minds of people today. One doesn't know what is there in store in future. And that being the case, it's very important to keep one thing in mind that you have to grab the customer, make the customer feel comfortable, and also make the customer understand the value as a company you are giving to the customer. And there are companies which are rising to the challenges. And just for example, I'll give you clothing brands have had to close all the physical stores. The apparel stores are really having a tough time. They are not able to operate through the physical store because there's so much of businesses happening from online customers and they're able to give a lot of good services. But many have chosen to learn virtually now. They are moving into online. So there are more players in the field now. I met a nearby store, a retail store other day near my house. The retailer was already working on an online platform. So what's going to happen? The entire universe is getting now crowded. You have more players. There are players who are regional in nature. They have their own clout. They have their own strength, and they also are competing with you now than it was being done earlier. So there are more players in the market today. Although these businesses aren't able to maintain those relationships, they have found a way to replicate the connection online. Don't forget that offline also there is a certain amount of already strength has been created. The retailer or the outlet knows the people in the area or the locality much longer. So there is a certain bonding already established. And if they get into this aspect of online convenience, then obviously they become a big player in that particular area. Customers get influenced by shared values. If you go to the social media, there's a information what people are talking about your brand. It makes a big difference, and one doesn't just believe people more than the advertising. A survey was done recently by a company, and they found out that almost 64% of customers felt that it's very important to hear from others about the same brand, about the same company. So what happens here is that you have to create a helpful community for customers. You need to create a good community. There are various ways one can create the community on social media, technology. You can have a group and you can interview and share some interview of customers. All this stuff can be done, and content can be created that really reflects your brand values and keeps you in touch with your customer between transactions. Encourage them to come back and connect even if they are not making a purchase right away. That's the critical part again. So please understand these are all areas then which need to be focused on. This is not happening before the pandemic, but it's happening now. As there is technology, the strategy has to change. It is no more the same now. And there are also brands who communicate value to these long-term relationships. For example, a dog food brand, in the case of Pedigree, and they allow the customer to redeem loyalty point in the form of donation to a dog shelter or to a planted tree instead. So it's really clear to the customer from get-go what they value, if this aligns with their beliefs, and it helps them to build a connection. So when you build a community, all this works wonders. All this works wonders. And therefore, it's very important to keep this factor in mind that these are the areas one has to focus on. These were not being done earlier, but now you have to do these things. It's also a challenge to find a way to keep customers from looking elsewhere or being distracted by convenience. and discounts are the first brand that pops up with a Google search. But right now, brands are doing very well if they are following these practices. So I thought I must share with you these information and it will give you a fair amount of idea. What you have to keep in mind here is that you also need to look at how to build relevant partnership with other brands. You need to understand today a customer buys a lot other products also. Suppose somebody is buying soap, but is also buying a deodorant, but is also buying a hair oil. So if you're able to build partnerships, relevant partnerships with brands which are having a synergy with your product range, that will also make a world of difference today. So these are the things today that customer loyalty is going to be a big focus for all the companies, and all these strategies will help in creating a sense of belonging with the company. Finally, I like to say stress here is about loyalty program. Now, loyalty programs are very important today. You must devise a very attractive loyalty program. A customer loyalty program must consider benefits which are useful in terms of either they can go to other brands and have association, or they can get some benefit within the existing branding company also. But it has to create a lot of value. There are a lot of companies which have loyalty programs which are immediate. Like I remember, there are programs where you get immediate card and you get immediate discount on your purchases. Actually, the customer wants immediate, able to redeem the benefits as far as possible, because that creates a lot of confidence in the customer today. So, a very smart, consumer-friendly loyalty program needs to be devised, where customers sees a lot of value in it. The e-commerce companies also are creating their own loyalty and giving them a regular discount. So, what I'm trying to say is that the discount, that program should be such the customer trusts the loyalty program, then one feels there's a great value in enrolling in a loyalty program. The benefits are immediate. It's not something which is happening over a period of time. They need to be definite, immediate. They need to be something where there is a direct benefit in the purchase itself. So a very smart loyalty program will obviously go a long way in creating a customer loyalty. Keeping in mind the customer loyalty aspect, loyal customers possessing high repeat purchase behavior and having a strong positive attitude are expected to be most profitable. The loyalty is very important from a profitability of the company. Only the loyal customers would be giving regular business to the company, and therefore it's very important for an organization to be in the right hands of the customers. That repeat purchase may not necessarily be happening because of the fact that it is a loyal factor. But obviously, positive attitude will lead to more repeat purchase if I am close to a brand, if I have a bonding with a brand, if I have a attachment with the brand, if I have trust with the brand. I would like product which I use to be used by others also, because there is a certain amount of pride one gets. Today if today you are going to some place or you buying a particular brand of clothes, you want to share to others and tell them why it is good and they should also buy it and it will be good for them. So it's very important to get this kind of commitment from our customers. These are not easy tasks to achieve, and as an organization, must try that the customers should love sharing their own experiences. So that itself becomes a kind of a message to others to start using the product. And loyalty of is a commitment to the company. It's like today when you have a loyalty card, you come back and use the company's card for making more purchases. Of course, you get benefit, and obviously when you have loyalty, you are committed to for a long term relationship. You are not looking at a short term relationship. You are looking at a long term relationship of the with the company, and that is where the difference is today. The major objective of the companies is to arrive at this situation where they can come to a relationship commitment from the customers. It is obviously important also that it cannot be one way. The benefit has to be two ways. A customer should also feel as benefited, and company should also feel that they are not losing in just because they are getting the customer's loyalty. Because ultimately it has to be win-win for both. A committed partner agrees that the relationship is valuable and is willing to work at preserving it. It's like today when you are loyal to a particular brand or to a product, you are willing to preserving that relationship. It's a matter of pride also. It's a matter of ownership which you have with the brand, with the company. Basically, it means here it's a commitment by the customer to buy the brand and buy the product of the company, and the company also has to ensure that there is a certain amount of commitment the company needs to get from the customer. The customers would do their marketing, and the task of marketing the brand further to new customers will be done by the loyal customer. Now that is how it works, and therefore a lot of companies always strive to this situation to get to this situation where the customer commitment is of very very high level. So I think, friends, what you have to keep in mind here is not just repeat purchase. Repeat purchase is required. At the same time, you require a positive attitude so that these customers become profitable for the company because they also refer, they also do your marketing, and there's a bit of sense of pride, and there's also a very very serious commitment to the company, and the the commitment leads to a relationship where the customer is willing to go ahead and build a long term relationship with the company. So loyalty is a very very important aspect of CRM, and is something where you have to keep working continuously to keep the customer satisfied. So once you are able to devise a customer loyalty program, one should also keep in mind that the program has the advantages to drive daily engagement. Now, this is the biggest advantage of the customer loyalty program. It must be in touch with the customer on a regular basis. You have to make the program very personalized. Personalization is the future. There is no other way to look at the customer relationship aspect without personalization. What the customer loyalty program does, that it drives daily engagement. The brand or the company is on top of the mind of the customer. Whenever the customer is planning to make a purchase or recommend the brand for the particular category, the customer knows which brand to suggest. So on a daily engagement, and that's where the technology comes in. Technology gives that advantage to you to utilize this particular program. You have the data, you have the purchasing history, you have the customer life cycle, you have the customer lifetime value. This is something we all will discuss later in the program. But these are all issues which need to be factored and taken into account when you devise a customer loyalty program. That if you're not able to engage with a customer on a regular basis, obviously you will not be able to get maximum benefit out of the customer loyalty program. So this is an advantage. The second most important factor here is that you will acquire new customers or lost customers. Now, what do you mean by acquiring new customers? Because people could just join your bandwagon or the company's product category or buy a new product just because of the fact that there is a good loyalty program and customers join the program and they're able to buy the product and services because the loyalty program is very active. I remember Indian Airlines had launched a frequent flyer program at one point of time, probably the first airlines which launched the frequent flyer program, and the frequent flyer program was a big success. People started flying with Indian Airlines on a regular basis, and therefore they were able to create a new customers. You can also go back to your old customers. Old customers can also enroll back because of the customer loyalty program. They can come back and join the company's customer list and start buying the product because the loyalty program is very attractive. It offers a lot of benefit to the customer. Reward the customers on spending. You must reward the customers immediately for whatever spendings they are doing, and that immediate reward will obviously motivate the customer to go on and spend more on the brand or the product category. Finally, it also increases overall spending because I'm getting more benefit on the loyalty program. I end up spending more, and We go to a retail outlet or we go to e-commerce shop on the online, we end up buying more because we get major benefits as a loyal customer. So please understand these are the very, very important aspects one has to keep in mind, the benefits of having a customer loyalty program. And I'm sure the benefits are long term and they are huge. They are across acquiring new customers. The pie of the customer starts going up in this particular way. So it's a great option to look at, and every company today needs to look at a very, very foolproof customer loyalty program. Now, there are a lot of factors which also affect customer loyalty. In spite of all these practices which we adopt and we follow, what we have to keep in mind here is the aspect of customer satisfaction. Bottom line is, customer needs to be satisfied. Now, if the customer is not satisfied, the entire loyalty program will be a failure. If the loyalty program is not devised in a manner which gives a lot of satisfaction to the customer, then there is a problem. So that is one aspect you have to keep in mind. In the loyalty program, one other thing you will keep in mind again is create emotional bonding. It's a brand strategy also, and it's also a loyalty program. Let's say a relationship strategy too. That you have to create an emotional bonding with the company. That has to be created through the customer loyalty program. Trust again, very very important to create to the customer loyalty program. When you create a satisfaction, it leads to emotional bonding. When it leads to emotional bonding, it moves to trust, and it also reduces the choice reduction and makes it a habit to buy the particular brand. And obviously, when you're devising, you need to look at devising the history. Like for instance, today you can't have a one scheme for all. Like typically, a lot of companies create a certain distinction. A high value purchase customer is into a gold category. A silver customer is into a next category. So one has to look at the history of within the company, how the customer has been performing for the last couple of years, and these factors need to be looked. Otherwise, they can affect the loyalty of the customer as far as the brand is concerned. Attitudinal, behavioral and components of loyalty. I just want to run through them briefly for you to know. A brand, product, company, customers, praise, and variety. So, what is the brand image? What is the brand positioning? What are the brand extensions, flankers, product accessories, complementary items, reliability of the product? These factors also again attitudinal and behavioral components of loyalty. What are the pricing strategy of the company? It has a bearing on the loyalty factor. Outlets, aromas, sounds, promotion, all these factors will play if it is an offline outlet. These are attitudinal and behavioral components of loyalty, which also has a lot of importance, and the customer looks at these aspects also. Ultimately, don't forget that today brand image matters, what are the product complementary items matters, what a kind of company it is, people who are there in the company, what is the image of the company in the public. Are you able to talk to the customers, interact with the customers, and share your experience and get to know their experience? And of course, the pricing strategy and the distribution strategy, and of course, the range of the product. So, these are also some attitudinal and behavioral components of loyalty which needs to be kept in mind when you're devising your customer loyalty program and focus on long term. These are areas where one should look at and take benefit of this.
Hello, welcome to this case study, uh, which is a success story of Lakme India. Lakme is a cosmetic brand which sells various kinds of cosmetic products such as nail polishes, skincare items, makeup items, etc. And we are going to study how Lakme, which came into being during 1970s, survived a very difficult period and how marketing strategies helped Lakme survive this difficult period. So, before we start with the situation of Lakme, we will I will give you a brief overview of the cosmetic industry in India. cosmetic products in India alone account for a very huge market. As per some estimates, the cosmetic products occupy a market of $8.5 billion. And if you look across different kinds of products, different categories of products, cosmetic products have been growing at a very healthy rate. So, for example, hand care products such as moisturizers and conditioners, they have grown at a rate of 16% over a period of 3 years. Color cosmetics, such as coloring your hair, those products have grown at a rate of 12%. Face care, hair care, body care, they have registered single digit growth. However, face care is growing at a rate of 9% as well. Whereas hair care and body care have been growing at 5% and 4%. The source for this is this report on Indian cosmetic industry, which you can obtain after clicking this link. But the important point to note here is that this is a big industry and growing at a very fast rate. This which makes it an interesting industry to study. Within this, we are going to study Lakme products, Lakme brand, and how it survived from 1970s. So in the previous slide, we showed cosmetic products are at a very wonderful, exciting stage currently. But that was not always the case. Lakme, for example, was launched in 1973, nearly 50 years ago. Sorry, nearly 40 years ago, in a market where there were very few firms. There were not many firms which were selling these products. However, not all was well for this industry. Although there were not many large firms, there was competition from a large number of cheap products. There were large number of inexpensive products which were occupying the market and bidding out Lakme. Government also imposed huge excise duties, huge tax rates on beauty products. For some reason, this industry was subject to 100% of excise duties, which stifled the growth of this industry and made it out of reach for many households. And something that was the biggest hurdle for cosmetic products was a kind of stigma or a taboo against beauty products in India during 1970s. As the case study explains, and which can also be understandable for many people, it was assumed that Lakme or makeup products or beautifying products were considered unacceptable by many conservative families. Not just that, it was believed to be something which was socially inappropriate. So, given this, the question that we are going to answer in this case study is, how did Lakme survive in this very unfavorable environment? So, we see competition from cheap products, we see high tax rates, we see hostile consumer preferences. It seems that everything was stacked against Lakme. Yet we know right now Lakme is a prominent brand and still very popular. So, what was Lakme's story of survival? What was Lakme's strategy for survival? To answer that, we will use Potter's 5 Ps, which is mentioned in one of your chapters. So, just to recap, Potter's 5 Ps refer to 5 different forces, competitive forces that every firm faces when entering a market. So, first is rivalry from existing competitors. Second is threat of new entrants. bargaining power of suppliers, bargaining power of buyers, threat of substitute products. So these five forces impact the performance of a firm. Within this, what we find is that first, given there were large number of cheaper alternatives, we can term that as the threat of substitute products. That was the first force that Lakme was facing. So, uh, if you go by the textbook, the threat of uh, substitute products refer to those alternatives of a product type that perform essentially the same function. That's the definition. And there are many examples. For example, Pepsi is a substitute for Coca-Cola. Uh, Within automobile industry, Wagon is a substitute for Reds, just to give you an example. Adidas shoes are a substitute for Nike. So in this case, the substitute products were these cheaper alternatives, which were making Lakme's products uncompetitive. Second, there was stigma against beauty products. We can classify that as the force of bargaining power of buyers. If we go by the textbook, what we mean by bargaining power of buyers is uh, how much buyers control, how much buyers are able to influence the sale of a product. This is no surprise that buyers would have a lot of power. But in this environment, in the 70s, in the India of 1970s, uh, the buyers were somehow reluctant or did not prefer to buy makeup and cosmetic products openly, freely, because of the stigma that they were facing. So this was another force that Lakme had to contend with. And then finally, high excise rates. We can, although Potter's 5Ps do not have a separate force for government regulation. However, we do know that high excise rates would lead to high prices, which would again which would again make a product uncompetitive. And therefore, this also can be classified as bargaining power of buyers. Buyers were not able to afford these expensive items and therefore were not willing to buy them. So, given these forces that were against Lakme, what are the different things that Lakme strive to do? First, Lakme discovered a new segment. So, through its research, through its customer research, Lakme figured out there existed a segment in the market which wanted high quality products, but not at a high price. Now, how do we define a market segment? So, before we get through, before we try to understand what was the segment that Lakme was targeting, let's first understand and define market segmentation. Market segmentation simply means of the group of consumers that are present in the market. Of the consumers that are present in the market, there is a specific group of consumers which is homogeneous, which where the consumers are alike, which is recognizable and stable. That is, it remains homogeneous, it remains the way it is over a long period of time. It can be easily accessible. So if you were to target this group of consumers, you could easily enter these networks, and which had sufficient purchasing power to buy the product. So Lakme started investing in research and development to develop low cost, high quality products. So they invested a lot of time and understanding to develop products using easily available raw materials so that they can bring down their cost, yet maintain the quality of their product. As you would remember from the previous slides, one of the main concerns for consumers was that the prices were too high. By understanding this consumer segment, and pricing their products appropriately, they were able to enter into this segment. But the important point was that it was not simply about reducing price to what they like, but also maintaining high quality by using easily available raw materials. Second thing that Lakme did uh, was that it came up with a very specific marketing strategy. Now, we know that there are different kinds of marketing strategies. If we go through the chapter one, so there are different kinds of marketing strategies. The first one is mass marketing, which is that you have one product and you're trying to market it to the to every consumer that is available. A very good example that is given in the book for mass marketing is Nestle's Maggie. Maggie is consumed by almost everyone in India. In large, in every nook and corner, you would find Maggie stores, whether it is rich, poor, urban, rural. Maggie has become an essential mass product. Second is the differentiated marketing. Differentiated marketing is basically trying to market different segments of a consumer, different segments of customers, and appropriately targeting them through marketing strategy. So, an example for this could be the vehicle lines of the same car manufacturer. For example, uh, we know Tata has hatchbacks, Tata has sedans, Tata also has SUVs, and for each different consumer base, different segment, they have a different kind of marketing that is targeted at them. And there is a concentrated marketing strategy, which is by definition, this is a market coverage strategy used by a company when its resources are limited and it decides to formulate strategies to grab a larger share of specialized segment rather than a small share of a large segment. So in this case, in the case of concentrated marketing, you decide that there is a small market segment available and you go after it aggressively. Finally, there is positioning. And positioning is something that we will talk about at a bit more length by giving the example of what Lakme did. By definition, positioning is somehow reorienting or placing your product in a way that it occupies a unique space in the minds of consumers, so that consumers believe that it is a product which is different from any other. And this is where they need to go for. How did Lakme do it? So first of all, as you would know, one of the challenges that Lakme faced was this stigma attached to makeup products. Lakme decided to use some catchy slogans, which were essentially targeted to remove stigma from makeup products. Uh, Many people believe that, or many women believe that trying to buy makeup and apply makeup was considered socially inappropriate because it implied trying to attract the attention of the opposite sex. But Lakme decided to shift this perception and use catchy slogans such as "Is it bad to look good? Is it so wrong to be able to apply some makeup?" This introduced a shift in the minds of consumers, the women, to instead of considering makeup as something which will be frowned upon. It gave them confidence to actually use them, buy them, use them, and be proud to use them. Lakme also decided and made efforts to not use any socially inappropriate communication. So, given that many conservative families believed this to be believed it to be less desirable to buy makeup products. Lakme steered away from any communication that may be considered or that may offend sensibilities of certain households. So Lakme used the strategy of positioning to create its to to be able to sell its products. Finally, Lakme decided to enter into new product lines. Uh, During 70s, cosmetic industry was concentrated on skincare. Uh, so moisturizers, powders, whitening creams, etc. And as it has been mentioned before and discussed at length, this was considered a taboo. Uh, Many people believed it to be unacceptable. It was believed that if a woman was using makeup, she was trying to attract the opposite sex, uh, which was a strict undesirable item or object in conservative households. To be uh, to adjust and accommodate their product lines to these preferences, Lakme launched nail polishes, which were not subject to such preferences. So it was believed that somehow nail polishes were not. If you use nail polishes, you were not trying to attract the attention of any opposite sex, and so they were free from such notions. They using nail polishes, the usage of nail polishes was free from such notions of desirability or undesirability. Uh, this proved to be a strategically successful strategy. This proved to be a strategically successful action taken by Lakme. It became so popular, Lakme's product lines became so popular that it even forced out the exit of certain competitors. So in the case study, it's mentioned that Cuticles, a company by the name of Cuticles, was forced out of the market because Lakme was able to occupy a bigger market share and became so much more popular. So this was Lakme's story from 1970s, when it was very difficult for a cosmetic product industry and for a cosmetic product firm to grow. However, things very quickly changed after 1990. As we know, many consumer industries in India were liberalized from 1990 onwards. Tariff rates, excise rates, tax rates, and many other barriers were removed from several industries. This was true of cosmetic industries as well. As you may recall, cosmetic products were facing 100% of duties. And with the withdrawal of these excise duties, naturally prices also came down rapidly. This also increased the market size for cosmetic products and naturally led to more growth. On top of this, Lakme continued its marketing strategy and with the objective of making makeup more acceptable. So, as you may recall, some of the marketing strategies earlier on were to reduce or to remove social stigma and unacceptability of makeup. Now, this time, as more and more players entered, Lakme, along with the others, tried to show that using makeup is not a bad thing and try to restore confidence in the usage of these products. This was followed by co-branding. So major events such as a fashion week, which was one of its kind event in 2000, was sponsored by Lakme. So Lakme decided to increase its presence and prevalence in different areas, which increased the salience of its products. Now, On to some questions which are there in the case study. First question is, how did marketing help Lakme become synonymous with cosmetic products? Essentially, what Lakme did was use a specific kind of marketing strategy, which is known as positioning. The correct definition or the textbook definition for positioning is to create a unique space in the minds of a consumer. And this requires to answer the question of the 5 Ws. These Ws, as they call it, are what, who, where, why, and when. So, what are you selling? Who are you selling to? Where are you selling it? Why are you selling it? And when? Lakme underwent all these changes. First, instead of simply selling skincare products, they started selling nail polish products, which were not so unacceptable. Who they started selling to those customers who were aspirational but wanted lower price products at the while not compromising quality. Why? Why was simply because the existing customer base was occupied by these cheaper alternatives. Importantly, what Lakme moved away from mass marketing. So that so they decided to get rid of any kind of messaging which may be unacceptable to a large section of consumers. Second question, how are strategies formulated in evolving emerging markets? For this, I refer you to Unit 9 and section titled Competitive Strategies and Product Life Cycles. So as a product goes through different stages, the competitive strategies that are attached to it should also go through different stages. So Lakme in 1970s was at the initial stage, at the introduction stage, where there were low sales, high cost per customer, and hardly any profits. And only a few select customers were using it. In the initial stages, you must focus and have an offensive strategy, which is to reach out to customers in a very aggressive manner. Curtail your products to their needs and keep customer the king. When the industry reaches a mature stage, then you must get into a defensive strategy. In the case of Lakme, the maturity arrived during 1990s, and we can say by now the industry has reached a sufficient level of maturity. In 1990s, a lot of different barriers were removed, which allowed newer entrants to come into the market. Given Lakme had already a good stand in the market, they decided to go into a defensive strategy. So the kind of defensive strategies they used were to get into co-branding and keep targeting the customer base of making makeup products more acceptable. And the defensive strategy of co-branding, which is to sponsor events, gave Lakme more salience.